home without his seatbelt. He didn't make it.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
Welcome everybody, my name is Pyro J. I'm joined here with Chixa and the Danger Taco. We are here to talk about the upcoming 2023 EsportsU Invitational, presented by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, talking about click it or ticket. Chixa, Danger Taco, we are looking forward to this matchup, especially because we're going to see some of these teams from the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup down in Arlington, Texas that you two were just at. Seeing some of these teams face off in Rocket League is some incredible action to watch. Chixa, I'll start with you. I mean, what can we make out of these Rocket League teams that we're so excited to see here in this competition we're talking about with the Invitational?
Yeah, we have 8 different teams from the East, the South, the West, the Midwest, 2 apiece, kind of representing their geographical location around the United States. We have Northwood University, University of Akron, Fisher College, Stockton University, Indian River State College, University of Texas Arlington, Boise State University, as well as University of Oregon. Teams that we've often seen around the collegiate sphere, some new, some old, but nonetheless tons of talent packed in this one.
Yeah. And Taco, they all competed. A lot of them competed at that CECC that you were just casting for. Any of those teams in particular that hit your eye that you're really looking forward to watch?
I mean, it's just interesting to see some teams you just mix and match any of their rosters, and they just play great regardless. It doesn't actually matter who they put on the field. I'm thinking at the Northwoods, all the Akrons, they made the grand finals of that Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, but that also being able to see the teams like Boise kind of struggle in some competitions and then really excel in others. They really did step up, play their A game. So I think sometimes when you play in person, it really just brings that extra, I would say, bit of performance out of you that you really just do like to play under the bright lights, under all the crowd noise. And I think because of that, some players really elevate. And I think really that's the peak of competition. If you can be in your flow state while a bunch of people are watching you in person, online, all that stuff throughout all the streams that people can tune into to watch these events, I think it's a great feeling to have. And I think it's something that a lot of these top tier programs love to cultivate in their players. And it was on full display down in Texas.
Honestly, I love that you mentioned Boise State in particular for just enjoying seeing these teams on a LAN format. I remember in November casting the West Regional for CECC, the qualifiers there, and it was at that Boise State Esports Arena. They like to give the best accommodations to their esports athletes over there. And Durtho, in particular, one of the players from that roster that I'm so excited to watch, they call him the Lanimal there. There's all these posters up in the arena of him just going nuts on the stage, enjoying competing for that team. That's the kind of excitement that we enjoy talking about, discussing, bring up storylines, because some of the players on these teams are just so special. But, you know, we'll get to Boise State later. I think it's important that I'm glad Chixa introduced the list of the teams, because we're going to run down each of those teams, folks, and talk about exactly our thoughts on each of these squads, what they bring to the table, and what kind of action we can prepare to see for the Invitational 2023 EsportsU. So Taco, I'm going to bring it back to you. We're starting out with Northwood University, a powerhouse in their own right. Could you speak to some of the things we can expect from the teams, the players from this university?
I think in esports and as well traditional sports, especially in the commentary side, using team terms like powerhouse is kind of overused because it's like, well, yeah, they're a good team. Northwood is really the bar, I would say, to judge most other esports against in the collegiate sense. They're one of the first programs in the nation that really went all in, talked to their administration, say, hey, if you want to compete at the top of collegiate esports, which is this kind of burgeoning aspect of esports, it's kind of under the radar, but it's gaining a lot of traction, gaining a lot of funding, you should be able to invest in these players. If you want a top tier program, you got to treat it like football. You got to treat it like basketball. You got to give me money for scholarships. You got to give me facilities. You got to give these player accommodations. You have to be able to get them in good dorms with good internet. You have to get them travel to lands and all these different things that make a great program in a traditional, at least, sports sense into the realm of esports. And I think Northwood was, I'm not necessarily the pioneer in that, but they were the first university that I can think of that across multiple esports titles, and particularly in Rocket League, was able to secure a top tier roster of pretty much entirely professional players who play in Rocket League Championship Series, the pro level league, and also allow them to play in parallel with that for Northwood University. And so I think due to that, they've been one of the most dominant rosters, not just because they buy talent, but because they cultivate it. They have a great program. Everyone loves the coordinator. I feel like the mentality there is so strong. And so therefore, when they do come into a match, they are the favorites, but for reasons just beyond the fact that they import talent or whatever. It's because the players really buy into the system. They're coached well. Their mentality strong, and I think it's just incredible to watch them tournament after tournament. It's certainly not a fun time to be a team looking at a bracket and seeing a Northwood it potentially in your path.
I mean, you talked about one team, but why don't we talk about two? Northwood actually right now in Collegiate Rocket League hosts an A and a B team that are both almost equally as powerful. You're talking about players that can kind of mix and mash out depending on their schedule, their availability. Are they competing at the professional level at times? And does someone else need a sub in? But yet that doesn't seem to phase them when it comes to the LAN environment, when it comes to playing on the field with one another. They just continue to dominate time and time again. And it just shows that, people want to come there, even if they're not on that official A roster. The B roster will fight just as hard, just as well to get to that spot, to even try to be as good as the quote unquote benchmark players that have been there since the 2020 fall season that have continued to dominate the Collegiate Rocket League scene. They have won fall, they have won spring, they have won world titles over again and again in the collegiate scene. And that just means the next players running up, the newer, younger freshmen and sophomores, are waiting to take the place of those before them and are still yet competing at that high level, placing just underneath that A roster.
Man, I'm so glad, Chixie, you mentioned that these players have been kind of around for a few years, because it's like, oh, 2020, that's like, what, 3 years? Okay, no, that's veteran status, okay? Collegiate Rocket League, that is something to admire. And Taco even mentioned about cultivating this talent. There's a reason these players stick together on these teams and under these esports organizations, because they're treated well, and this is a home worth staying in. Northwood have plenty of players to bring to the table. I mean, on the roster, we've got Lion Blaze, Nitrous, Hockey Buddy, and Noxes. Honestly, you put any of those, 3 of those 5 together, and you get a incredible team. Lion Blaze especially, who plays at the professional level. I mean, I'll throw this to either of you two. We have people that are performing at the professional level that are on these college teams. I mean, what's it like considering that some of these players are having to compete on both stages?
Imagine lots of practice. You have to balance the likes of the college atmosphere, which is homework, classes, time, practicing with your team, which I think at this point, sometimes Northwood Blue, the A roster, doesn't get as much time to spend as a team, but they've been together for so long, they don't need that time anymore. And then finding the time to practice with your professional team. So it's just a balancing act. We always say you need to spread yourself well where you can manage your time effectively, just like when you learn all the way through the likes of high school into college, and then figuring out, what's the best for me personally. Some people can multitask. Some people eat, breathe, sleep Rocket League at this point, and others need to take kind of those mental breaks. It's important, especially as a college student, to understand your limits. And I think, again, veteran status players, they've been around the scene since at least 2020 on that Northwood Blue A roster. They understand what are their limits, how do they want to push on forward, and what it looks like after college. Since it is, I mean, if they've been here for 3 years, college is normally 4 or 5 maximum. They're about at the end of their collegiate lifespan, I guess you could say, and they need to look forward into what is going to propel them into their own future.
It's incredible to watch, honestly, and to consider. Yeah, understanding your limits, but also that Northwood team just feels limitless in the potential that they provide and what they'll be able to bring to this invitational. But there's plenty of other teams, plenty of other players. We talk a lot about Northwood because, folks, there's just so much to talk about with those 2 teams, especially that they introduce. But there's more teams at the front foot here. University of Akron, Taco, is another team that I feel like is waiting to be talked about. We got Tristan, Buzz, and Bullseye as the 3 representing this team. What comes to mind when you consider what University Akron brings to the table?
I mean, Akron, for all of the bells and whistles that we talk about with Northwood, with some of the other colleges that we'll touch on a little bit later, is that recruiting is so important. Being able to get good players at your university is crucial. And Akron has had, I would say, fantastic success considering the fact that they can't offer as much as those top tier programs, but they still have a good esports facility, a really strong community bond with all their players, and they're able to secure also 2 teams within the top level of Collegiate Rocket League and just be able to continue bring in fresh new talent. And I would say if Northwood is the new era of Collegiate Rocket League, they are the bar to be judged again. Akron was back in the day the team to beat. They had won national championship after national championship. They were always a top contender. It was Tristan, it was Buzz, and it was Reticence. For the longest time was the dominant 3. Residence has since moved on, but to fill their place, they have a Patty, they have a Foul, they've had a Hunter, they have just like a million different things that they can bring into the roster. And right now with Bullseye, they're kind of the newest player they've tried and swapped out and put in with these 2 titans of the collegiate scene in Buzz and Tristan. So much storied history between them, so much chemistry, and Bullseye just fits like a glove. So he's been a great new addition, and I just can't wait to see where this program goes as they continue to build chemistry and get even better tournament to tournament.
Yeah, you know what? For Akron, I'm even looking at how they competed most recently in Arlington, Texas, for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, and they were running amok in that playoff bracket. A sweep against Bruton Parker, a sweep against Boise State. So maybe that's a rivalry that could be a brewing here in this invitational. But then falling to Northwood Blue. So that kind of old versus new story keeps shaping up between these 2 chicks. I mean, maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but like this Akron versus Boise or this Akron versus Northwood Blue happens again in this invitational. And how do you think Akron's going to position themselves for those matchups?
I will say Patty was playing instead of Buzz in that championship game, but they were indeed undefeated in their group stages as well. Akron came in as the 3 seed, did a phenomenal job all the way up to Northwood. But I know Taco and I both pointed out while there at CECC, Akron just looked kind of defeated from stepping onto the stage. I think mentally they were struggling with the giants that we have talked about. It felt like David v. Goliath, and I had a lot of faith in Akron moving forward, but ultimately they need faith in themselves to kind of move forward and beat the likes of Northwood when it comes to that brawl again and again. They have the potential. They've certainly have the experience. We talked about winning championships for them between like 2018 and 2020 in the Collegiate Rocket League sphere. So they have potential to keep moving on forward and doing just that. I think they, again, just need some more confidence in themselves, since that's the only way to beat Northwood. You have to come out guns blazing, just get creative, do your best, because you know no matter what, it's going to be a tough battle on the other end of that field.
Is it ever? And you know what? Maybe it's the same for some of these other teams when they're facing Akron, because that is definitely going to be a tough competitor in this invitational. Cannot wait to see what Bullseye, Tristan, and Buzz are going to be bringing to the table for this group stage and then bracket if they continue to go. Continuing to go, though, with these teams is a college that I think has a lot to show for, depending, of course, who they bring to the table. But we're going to continue on to Fisher College. This is a team who brought 3 players of the names Kevin Tasek and Random Shy to that Arlington, Texas tournament, but they've also got professional players on their roster: Money, Kinsey, and Sosa, who are competing this weekend at the time of this recording for RLCS qualifiers. So you know that Fisher College, whoever they kind of bring to the table here, it's going to be another tough fight. Taco, I know you casted that Kevin Tasek Random Shy lineup just recently. Any major takeaways from that part of the team or Fisher College from a whole?
I would say with that specific team, it definitely was a struggle. I think these are subs, mostly just trying to play on a B side, being able to get in some games with each other, but not necessarily having, I think, the full chemistry that they want. And on top of the fact that I think they played fairly well, all things considered. They played against Bruton Parker College, a team in Georgia that does recruit, does do a good job of getting a good amount of talent in their program. And so getting a 3-0 from them is a little rough. I'm sure a lot of people looked at that bracket and saw Fisher, a team that does have a lot of talent on the roster, and getting 3-0. They're kind of confused, but they do have a little bit of an excuse. With those pro players, however, I think Fisher was really trying to make a splash because they have arguably the best Smash program in the nation, just based on being able to bring in all these great things for Super Smash Bros. But for Rocket League, they just kind of recently added these 3 pro players in Money, Kinsey, and Sosa. I think they expected to make a massive run through, and then they learned that you really can't just do one thing. You can't just bring a roster together and say, okay, now go win, get all your trophies, because they really did struggle. They still finished a pretty high rank within the league, but they did not win the Eastern Championship. They did not win the National Championship. And then in the second semester, they're still looking for an actual championship here. Whereas in other esports, it feels like they really do dominate. So that must be a weird feeling for them. There is still, at the time of this recording, a few bits of weeks in between now and a world championship for Collegiate Rocket League, in which they will be participating with that full roster. So even if this showcase is going to be showcasing pro players, or maybe it's going to be a mixture of them in the B team, or maybe just the B team, Fisher is trying to make a stamp within the collegiate scene. I think they've done it very well so far, but I think right now we're all just comparing it to the metric of Northwood, and Fisher is saying we are just as good, if not better than that. You just got to give us time.
Breaking out of that Northwood shadow is definitely something Fisher College continue to fight for, and it's a fight worth watching. So I can't wait to see what they bring at the Invitational. Chixa, we just got done talking from Danger Taco about the CRL Worlds that have happened. With this next team of Stockton University that I'm really excited to talk about, we have some players that have that experience from Collegiate Rocket League Worlds with this lineup of Bussy, Anthony Pizza, and Top Cheese. So what does that kind of experience, as we get geared into talking about Stockton University, kind of bring to the table with a tournament like this?
Yeah, Bussy and Top Cheese going all the way in CRL Worlds last year to the finals, ended up going second place to Northwood Blue, but nonetheless, Top Cheese at that season, at that point, was named pretty much the MVP of CRL in general at that time. Before, of course, the Worlds event happened and we had to name an MVP from the winning side of the field, but he looked phenomenal. Same with Bussy. Both of them had made great strides and bounds in the collegiate sphere, working on themselves, and proving Stockton to really be a program that should be looked at and should be dealt with at times on the field. They were a phenomenal roster last year, but they did lose one of their players, and now Anthony Ate Pizza is not trying to prove himself. He's the new third man in the group. We enjoy watching him on the field, but it still hasn't meshed the same way. They have since struggled with this new roster with Anthony Ate Pizza, and it's unfortunate to see a team that was so high in that grand finals and now just falling short pretty often. They have a lot of thinking to do. I don't think this year went the way that they would like, but I think they still have time to improve moving on forward and just keep getting better and better, because Collegiate Rocket League just never stops.
It never seems to stop. It really doesn't. And falling short with this, new roster, it surprises me because Anthony Pizza, he's so tall. I mean, how do you fall short? Come on now. Listen, I like the potential that Stockton University have with this roster, especially with Bussy and Top Cheese. And seeing them compete at this Invitational is going to be very, very exciting. Danger Taco, we're talking about roster fills. We're talking about kind of loss of players and new players inserting. I feel like that's a very namely topic for this next college I want to introduce, Indian River State College, or ISRC. This tournament, they are not going to have Seabass on this roster. What are your thoughts looking at how this roster is going to be filled with Disruptor matching up with Taco Stash and Slayer?
I think it's an interesting adjustment, primarily because Seabass is a former pro player. He's an incredibly talented player who has been really just snagged by IRC. And Slayer, I would say, is kind of the coordinator of it all. Like in terms of official, actual capacity, he is not. I would say Disruptor has been a little bit of a manager, a little bit of a sub on the back end. But Slayer has been someone who has really historically been the player who says, okay, I'm going to try to build you guys a roster, IRC. I'm going to bring out all these different talents. And I think they're in that process of trying to try out new people in the moment. Disruptor is coming in, and he's a little bit of a question mark. I would say almost every single competition IRC has ever played in, I don't think they've ever really subbed out. So this is going to be a big moment, because this is, as we said, a showcase against the best of the best. Like, if you really got together some of the most storied programs, some of the most respected programs, I would say all these teams in this are going to be on it within the current sphere of collegiate esports, particularly with Rocket League. So I would say IRC having that roster change up, this is kind of their intermediate phase. I don't know if Disruptor going forward is their pick, but it is certainly going to be a player that has earned their spot on that roster. He works a lot on the back end, and now it's saying, oh, now I have to show these kids what's what as I take to the field and really play against some of these top tier competitions. So certainly going to be a test for the at least tried and true duo of Slayer and Taco Stash to see how they combine.
Nice. I just love that. I especially love that some of these players are bringing even more to the table than just them as competitors. I know Slayer coaches some teams at the professional level as well. So you not only have these players that, that Slayer Taco Stash duo that we're going to look out for, but you got to key into how they maneuver around the field. What kind of mid-series adjustments are they going to make, according to some teams, as they begin to realize more and more what the competition is before them? That, to me, is one of the most exciting things about watching Rocket League, is watching those decisions that some of these players are able to make and looking at them converting those changes for success.
There were two guys. Both guys drove to work. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Both guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
Listen, we talk about changes of these rosters in these different colleges. This next university, UT Arlington, they're about to have a big change. This is actually going to be their last ride of their roster. Either of you guys that want to speak to UTA and the excitement that brings with this roster getting kind of one last hurrah at this Invitational?
Yeah, UT Arlington, one of the most consistent teams in the West for quite some time. Samba, Nava, Adverse. Samba, the Collegiate Esports Commissioner Cup was apparently kind of his last ride. We have Sin there as a potential to maybe take his place if he decides to step down officially. But one thing we know about Samba is he likes to fight. He kind of likes to have fun. So I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being in this roster nonetheless. We thought it was their last try. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but they have done really well in the past. And Samba in particular is a special player when it comes to playing on the field. He is the playmaker, he's the captain, and although he jokes around a lot, I think he has a lot of passion for his team nonetheless. Nava and Adverse have always been phenomenal teammates for him, at times popping off while Samba maybe can't pop off, for facilitating and following up on Samba's play on the field. It's kind of a chemistry that we always enjoyed to watch on the field when it came to their gameplay. They just continue to do well, and I think when Samba does officially leave, that's big shoes to fill for University of Texas Arlington, because they have done so well in the recent years of Collegiate Rocket League.
Yeah, no doubt about that. University of Texas Arlington, I mean, listen, they have a lot to bring to the table, and I'm just excited to see what they bring to this invitational with this like hoorah effort. I love the way you put that, Chixa, so thank you. We got two other teams from the West End that we still have to talk about, though. A lot to talk about these other teams, but next I want to take it to Boise University. I know I had a lot to talk about with this roster, but Chixa, I'm actually going to throw it back to you because we were talking about this team earlier as well, and while I talked so much about Durtho and Instinct, I've just seen make incredible plays on the field, such dynamic players. Your eyes were on another player on this roster. I want to hear more about that.
Yeah, Gil, for sure. I think he's honestly underlooked when it comes down to being a player on the field that is just so defensively motivated. He's a defensive machine, and Durtho and Instinct often take all that jazz from him because they score more often, but do not underestimate him. He is important, and he makes plays when they desperately need plays, when they're kind of coming up short. And then when it comes down to playing defensively, again, that brick wall or being that midfield man to fit it all together. So he may not ever have the most shots or the most goals or the most scores, but at the end of the day, he is the one that kind of lets their cylinders all click through and work out just fine.
Beautiful. And briefly, Taco, when we talk about Boise State University, we talk about another university that kind of establishes a really nice reputation in terms of the esports scene. Could you bring people a little more insight as to what Boise State put, the kind of investment they put into the scene to give you that reputation?
Well, I think the one thing about Boise that I think other universities really need to emulate is that they do try to pour it in with saying, okay, not only are we going to do the aspect of, getting these players in, giving them some scholarships, giving them some support on the back end, but they have not only like an esports facility, which isn't just, putting computers in an office building in the corner of some old admin building. No, they have a whole esports arena that they love to run events out of, that they love to have players play up on a stage. They have players or rather students that can come in and watch. And so it kind of trains them for that LAN environment, which seems kind of extra. Some people might say, wow, that so over the top, why would you need that? But no, I think it really does help the players. It helps be able to legitimize what they're doing a bit more, and also caters to the broader student population. But as of the impact of what that does for the players, I think you can tell whenever they talk about their university, they're really prideful. They're taking it seriously. Their coach is actually one of the most visible Rocket League content creators in Wheaton. And I would say he's a local. He went to Boise State previously. And usually when you may have those appointments, I know other collegiate Rocket League teams have appointed content creators as their coaches. And it's more of just kind of a haha, look at this person on our player sheet. But Wheaton was at CECC Texas, that Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup, and he was taking it incredibly seriously. He's in the comms, he's in the communications with players, kind of instructing them, keeping them calm, and they had a great finish in that event. And I think in part it's because everyone at Boise understands that if you want to compete with the Northwoods, with the Fishers, with the Akrons of the East, in the West, you have to create your own program in those kind of blueprints. And I think they've done a spectacular job so far, and they're only going to continue to grow.
I appreciate the insight on these West teams, Taco. I'm gonna throw it right back to you. Let's wrap it up with University of Oregon, our last of the 8 teams that is gonna be at this invitational competing. And this roster especially, I'm curious to hear from you. Who you think some of the standout characters on this team is? We have Imminent, Siebes, and Arrow. What do you look forward to in terms of seeing University of Oregon compete?
I would say Oregon is probably, when you look at all these rosters, saying, well, that's the most major university in terms of something that you might know nationally for all these other different sports. But on the esports side, they're a bit more green. They had a very good roster back in the day within Collegiate Rocket League CRL, the main league supported by the developer. But then all those people left. They all graduated. So now this is their new iteration, and it's Imminent, it's Siebes, and Arrow trying to make a name for themselves. They qualified in 2 CRL 2 seasons in a row, but then they looked okay at times. This season, they were able to get top 8, which in its own right means that you're top 8 in the entire nation, hypothetically, for division in the West. But then beyond that, they beat the team that was in second place in all of the West for that. Then they went into finished top 4. They were one game away, one series away from making it into a national championship, potentially then having a bid for the world championship. So they played incredibly well. They have upset potential. They've beaten Boise. They've beaten a lot of these teams in other different leagues around Collegiate Rocket League, since there's many, many, many leagues that you can play in. So I would say, for most people looking at these rosters and saying, well, we've talked so much about these other teams, how can Oregon stand up? They've shown that they can. Just on any given day, Collegiate Rocket League has gotten so competitive at the top end that any team can beat any other team. And that's why it is my favorite collegiate esport to watch by a mile.
And that's why we're putting together this 2023 EsportsU Invitational, is because it is that exciting. These are some of the top collegiate Rocket League teams that we're going to see be able to compete against each other. I would throw in any excuse just to be able to watch, let alone cover these teams and this type of action. So, I mean, folks, we've talked about the teams that are going to be underway in this invitational. And it's really interesting because we know some of the first round matchups that are going to occur as well. To briefly discuss the format, it's going to be a group double elimination. So you've got some groups that only 2 teams are going to make it out of. We're actually going to be matching up the East and the South teams against each other. So that's Fisher, Stockton, Indian River, and UT Arlington versus... And then another group with the West versus the Midwest together. So that would be the Boise State and Oregon University, or University of Oregon, and Northwood and Akron. Now, Chicks and Taco, that presents us with some very spicy round 1 matches, I have to say. We know the matches, but I'm gonna throw to you guys to talk about which match you're kind of most excited about. Maybe we start there. So, Chicksa, out of these 4 first round matchups, why don't you introduce the first one and maybe why you're so excited about it?
Yeah, so I guess in the top of the East and South, or I'll say top, one of the matchups is going to be Fisher and Indian River State College. I think it's going to be interesting to watch both of these, being that Fisher is potentially, again, playing with that second roster. So it might be Kevin, Tasek, and Random Shy. And if so, they have essentially a second chance to kind of play with the big dogs again. They were very nervous at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. You could tell even in just the interview I did with them, they weren't sure. It was a new environment, a new day, a new opportunity. Now here they have a chance against Indian River State College, who was also there and had a pretty decent run, but now they're lacking Seabass, like we mentioned, on that roster. So it's going to be a trial potentially of, again, a new roster and a roster that's looking to prove themselves in that first East versus South matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned like Fisher being this timid team that did approach with a player like Random Shy. Like it's in his name. But in fairness, I've actually met Random Shy before, and although he is a little bit shy, he's actually very committed as well to being a very good Rocket League player. So, you know, whatever you see on the face value, you know beneath these collegiate Rocket League players and these competitors, there exists the heart, the desire to be at the top of this competition, and we'll truly see that on the field, especially in that matchup against Fisher College and IRSC. So one that I'm looking forward to as well. Taco, we got more first round matches as well. So what catches your eye?
I think the Akron and Boise matchup between the West and Midwest is really nice for me because in CEC Texas just recently, that LAN, Akron was on a tear. In fact, up to the grand finals, they did not drop a single game. And I mean that as in individual games. You play best of fives all day. They did not lose a single game in any of those series leading up to it. They were on a tear. Only Northwood could really damage them and pierce that armor. Whereas Boise, I was watching them play. I was over their shoulder. I had my camera. I was trying to take some candid photos, just having fun. But every once in a while, I just had to watch, and they were on another one. They seemed locked in. They seemed confident. And if they didn't run into a red hot Akron, who knows how far they could go. I know Boise has a lot of promising recruits coming in next time, so I wouldn't necessarily say this is a final hurrah like we have seen with other lineups in terms of seeing this roster around for the last time, but it's certainly a team that has gotten better and better and better, and I think they finished better every single competition they've gone into. So this is a little bit of a revenge tour because I think Boise, the way that they were playing, the way that they won that land that you covered out in Boise, Pyro, a little bit earlier in the year, that they certainly think that they could be a championship team. They just need that opportunity. So being able to take out the team that was able to knock them out, I think that's going to be a huge confidence booster, and especially just like a nice satisfaction to receive, especially from a showcase like this.
Yeah, that matchup gears up to be so interesting with that potential satisfaction on the table. This kind of revenge tour, as you're putting it, because I agree. Like covering that qualifier event at the Boise State Arena, Esports Arena. Yeah, you can tell this team is made up of champions, and they want to exude that definitely in this matchup against Akron. We hit on the Boise match against Akron, but there's another West team of Oregon, Chicksa, that's going to be facing up against Northwood. Definitely a tough draw for any team that's going to have to go up against Northwood. What do you make of the matchup and maybe what this Oregon squad is going to have to do to come out and with some fire in this first round matchup?
Yeah, I think no matter what, like I said earlier, if you're going up against Northwood, you need to go at them with confidence. You need to play your best and understand, these are the top dogs of the Collegiate Rocket League scene. We just need to do our best, play our best. They're consistent. They're new. They're at least getting in that top CRL, of course, rankings from here time to time. And I think they're looking ahead against Boise State if they get that rematch and both of them move on forward in that West/Midwest matchup. I'm excited to see how they'll do against the likes of Northwood, a Northwood roster that we don't know exactly what they'll be coming on forward, but we know no matter what, again, the 6 players that accompany both Northwood Blue and White can all pack a punch. So they need to prepare for every player, every possibility. And Imminent, who we have mentioned is the featured player on that University of Oregon roster, is going to need to step up and kind of be almost quote unquote the Lion Blaze of that roster, since Lion Blaze is always the eye that we catch if he is playing on Northwood at that time, as someone who is mechanically gifted on the field and just always is a dynamic facilitator for offense. You need to fight with fire at times, and you also need to be able to defend the shots that will be oncoming. It's an onslaught when you're against Northwood, so you better be prepared.
Yeah. Listen, I'm excited to see Imminent and what he can do with that roster, as well as the whole teammates of University of Oregon. And it's funny the way you put it too, Chicksa. It's like, well, we don't know which composition of Northwood University we'll see, but yeah, it's gonna be tough either way. That's just what you have to understand playing against Northwood University. So a lot to look forward to, especially in terms of who we'll see on the field. But speaking lastly about who we're going to see on the field in this first round is that final first round matchup, Danger Taco, of Stockton University and UT Arlington. This is another one of those matchups where, we're trying to tease out who's going to make it to those winners matches, and as well moving on to this Invitational. And do you have sort of an inkling as to who you could see moving on from this first round matchup at least?
Oof. I mean, it's tough. There's a lot of coin flip decisions sometimes. The one thing that is very frustrating is Chicksa and yourself know, you being an analyst in Rocket League, there's a lot of times where you're coming in and you're pretty confident. You're like, I'm going with this side. And then suddenly everything flips around. It's not even that the team is playing poorly. It's just they don't clash well. They just clash with play styles. And so it is a little tough here, I would say, when it comes to particularly like Stockton and UT Arlington within this matchup and trying to determine who goes forward. These two teams are very similar in terms of narrative, I would say. They have two players that I would think at the forefront like to talk, they're super fun to interview because they always tell you exactly what they think in terms of Samba on UT Arlington and Bussy on Stockton. They do not shy away from the tough questions, being honest about their performances and their team's performances. But then beyond that, it's also a last hurrah for Samba and also for Bussy moving on from college. So they've done really well. UTA was so incredibly close to getting to the World Championship. Stockton didn't even qualify into a CRL World Championship. They had to go all the way through a lower last chance qualifier, rather 64 teams, single elim bracket, pretty much all best of 7. And they just barely squeaked it out. One of the 2 slots out of the 132nd of all the teams that could make it in. So they have proven that they're still at that elite level. But I think UTA is definitely, if a couple of things fell a little bit different, they'd be right next to them. So I would say this is a fantastic matchup. I give the edge for Stockton right now, just based on recent form. But UTA, we know that when they are at their peak, they're a horrifying team. They were really setting the pace in the West for a while on how to play fast-paced, aggressive offense.
I mean, Taga, you're gearing up this match to be a match that we have to watch and we need to witness because that's the one that, to me, goes the distance out of any of these teams to that last game, to those nail-biting final seconds to see who scores the last goal. And as well, Danger Taco, I know you said that it's sometimes very difficult, really hard on us analysts to actually make a prediction, to actually have to truly force the hand of one or the other. And I'm so happy to make us do that right now. Let's get those predictions out there. At the very least, I'll be happy to fall on the sword first. I'm going to put my prediction, and let's go with Stockton and UTA. Let's close the book on this one. I actually, even though you gave the edge to Stockton, I'm going to go with UTA. I love this story of Samba Nava and Adverse going out with a bang. With this kind of last look with this roster, I feel like this is their time to give that echoing sound wave with a grand performance in this Invitational. I think they're geared together to do a lot well. It will be tough, but that's the way I'm gonna go. Okay, who wants to take the next prediction and make me sound and look stupid here?
Me.
Jigsaw?
Me.
All you.
Okay, but this time I'm not going to make you look stupid because I agree with you. I think it's going to be University of Texas Arlington taking it as long as Samba is actually playing and it's not Sin. If he's on the field, Samba is that dynamic player. He is the facilitator. And no matter how rusty he says his team is, they said they didn't practice for a month going into the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I still think they did really well. With that being said, I think as well they have their eyes set on the rematch with Indian River State College that we did get to see there. I think if both of them do make it through that upper bracket to play each other, they want a rematch for all of us that we want to see as well. So with that being said, I'm going to give it the advantage to Arlington. Again, if Samba is on the field, I'll give myself that out.
Yeah, that's fair, Chicks Taco. I mean, we heard the way you're leaning, but I gotta hear a solid prediction from your standpoint.
I would say I'm going with Stockton for this, mainly just because I think recently they've shown the form to be able to pop off and get all those wins. And in the CECC event, they did actually not get as far as they might want to. They lost in groups, but they also had an incredibly stacked group of very talented West teams, also a really jacked up East team. So I would say, yeah, they lost that, but also a lot of teams would not be able to pull through. I still think that when it comes to UTA and Stockton, they have very similar play styles. They have two players that at a time, and Top Cheese on Stockton and Adverse for UTA. Those are two teams that I would say a lot of people put in some of the top players in the entirety of their conferences. Adverse, I would say for a while was my pick for the best player in all of West. Now there's a bit more stiff competition in that regard, but I will say they know how to lead the way. They're probably the quieter players in the background of the Bussy and the Sambas. So I would say Stockton, for me, I feel like they have that experience. Bussy also just refuses to lose when it really matters. It feels like he always finds a way to kind of pull something out, make games a lot closer, even if the kind of run of play is not favoring their squad. So I believe in the Stockton win here. How close it's going to be, I do think it could go the distance, and I might even just endorse it to go the distance because that's just more entertainment for all of us.
It truly is. Yeah. Well, now if it's a sweep, I don't know what we're going to say because we have chalked this match to be one of the best, and then watch it be, one team pouncing on the other. But hey, we'll just have time to tell there as it is a first round matchup.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
Let's get these predictions locked in, analysts, because I think the people need to hear where we side. Let's work our way back, right before Stockton UTA, we discussed Northwood and Oregon. That matchup may be the one where we all side together. I don't want to speak for anyone, but I'm gonna go ahead and take the first prediction here again. Northwood, to me, seemed like a very difficult team to beat. And I will preface that by saying, University of Oregon is a team I've been able to see, even in the land setting from that West Regional qualifier. That's a team that I spoke to other players that people are afraid of. Like, they know what they bring to the table. So they kind of have that underdog special against Northwood that I think they could surprise people with, but it's hard just not to favor Northwood.
Yeah.
I'd have to agree. It's pretty synonymous. Northwood, powerhouse, top dog, David v. Goliath moment. Northwood pulls out whatever 3 players you want. Heck, they pull out their entire Northwood White B roster. They're still gonna smash it out of the park. I'm sorry, Oregon. You know what? Ducks are cool and everything, but Northwood's gonna completely smash. It's Northwood. It's always Northwood. I cannot not have faith in them.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to root against Northwood, particularly because of how consistent they are. It's one of the few teams I think I've casted at any level, professional or collegiate, where I don't think I've ever seen them have a truly bad series. Like, if they lose a series, it's because the other team was playing out of their minds. They are really when they talk about the floors of teams, like how bad they can possibly play versus their ceiling, how great they can possibly play, it's incredibly close to each other because it's always at the very top. So when you see them lose, it has to take a Herculean performance. And I think Oregon are capable of that, as of all the teams in this invitational. I just don't see it happen this time, only because Oregon is probably the weakest on paper out of all these. It would have to take quite the upset potential for them to actually do that.
Yeah, you present a really interesting picture, which is what does the peaking Oregon look like against the floor of Northwood? And if I'm hearing you right, it's like Northwood might still have this because their floor is so high, because they really are mistake free. So we'll see what happens in that matchup. Jigsaw's laughing because you not only did go for Oregon, but you were like, you even went after the Ducks. You're like, yeah, Ducks are cool and all, but like I'm just imagining Jigsaw ordering a roasted duck tonight and enjoying her supper. Like,
that's what Northwood's gonna do. All right.
It's the Wolves versus the Ducks. I mean, it's not a favorable matchup for one of those animals.
Oh, ruthless. Are we as ruthless with our future predictions? Let's keep working our way back. Talk about another West versus Midwest matchup. That's going to be Boise University versus Akron. Taco, I'm picking on you. You have the first reaction, the first prediction for this one.
I would say I'm going to go with Akron on this one. I think it'll still be closer than the last one, but I still think they edged out because Boise is a very good program. I love how they play. I love their coaching. I love their mentality. They don't get tilted. They stick in every series. And in Akron, still able to get that sweep at that Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup in Texas. And I think it's due to the part that they've been mixing and matching a lot. Every semester, they bring in a roster and they have 6 incredibly talented players. And then it's like, okay, how do we fit these all together in a way that works? In 2 semesters ago, they tried something, didn't really work. This past semester, they switched it up, and then it almost locked in. They're like, wait, we figured it out. This is the way to go with it. And it's Tristan, it's Buzz, and it is Bullseye. It's 2 players with a lot of veteran experience, kind of teaching Bullseye the ropes of how to play at this level. And Bullseye just says, okay, I have all these mechanics, I have all this speed, I have all this confidence. Now I'm just going to implement it in the play style. I think Akron, when they're playing well, are actually one of the top East teams still after all these literal years for 2/3 of that roster to play for. I think with all that momentum behind them, Boise, even though they're on the come up, they haven't been able to really show me that they can beat the very, very top. I think they're right at the edge, almost like looking through at this glass ceiling that they're at. But if this is a chance to prove it, so be it. But for right now, I got to put my forebrain behind Akron.
Chicks, are you on the same page here as Taco? What are you thinking here?
I have to agree again. I honestly think Akron will take this one. They've shown really, really well in that Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. They still do have the chops, like Taco was saying. They've done really well in the past. I'm excited to see Buzz instead of Patty this time on the field, really showing what they have as that 3 roster with Tristan and Bullseye. It's nice to watch them play before in kind of our Collegiate Esports Cup Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. We saw, Akron as the 3 seed coming in, and I boldly predicted them to win everything, and I kept that pick on the desk against Northwood. I mean, I looked kind of like a fool, but I wanted to give them the chance, because if they do have the day of all days, they can do really well, just like they have in the past as well. I think they expect, again, Northwood to beat Oregon in that other matchup in the West versus Midwest, and they want that, again, a rematch. These revenge matches, this kind of rivalry is what I like to see out of them. I think maybe not on that LAN environment, in their own zones, they will have the opportunity to play Northwood at the max. So they're going to be gunning for that Northwood matchup.
I mean, we're amping up these matchups that haven't even started to percolate yet. But you're right that Akron Northwood matchup could be spicy. The other thing you said, Chicks, was you said maybe you're foolish for going for Akron in that matchup. I don't think you were, because guess what? I'm going to be the one going for Boise State this time around. Okay, like I said, I got to see this team at their own esports arena. And while I do think that in the future they're going to be working this roster with Dirtho and with a couple others, I know what I saw, and I liked what I saw as well. The way Dirtho works with Instinct, yes, he has his hero plays, but the way they combine effortlessly on offense just is something majestic. And I think if they hone in that glory, and the same thing that Chicks was talking about with the defensive prowess of Gil, they can stop Akron. I think they've got the chops for it. They need someone to back them. So here I am, Boise. Take them to town, see what they can do. One final matchup, analysts, for us to get our predictions locked in. Fisher College, IRSC. Whichever one of you is feeling confident about your choice, go for it.
Can I give myself the out? Honestly, Fisher takes it if money can send Sosa play. If it's the B roster, IRSC wins. Can I be split? It's just so hard to tell, because Fisher A and B roster is kind of night and day at times, and I hate to give them the kind of out, the unfortunate kind of circumstance, but you know what? The pro roster is really good. They're professionals for a reason. So if they do indeed show up, or even a culmination of both of them, I do think Fisher wins, even against an Indian River State College without the likes of Seabass. So it's hard for me to exactly predict. I know I'm giving myself another out. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry, but it's so hard. I think at the end of the day, rosters are everything. How a team's feeling is everything, and day by day, how you're feeling at the time of the match being played is also everything. Yeah, can I be done? Is that sufficient? Or are you gonna make me pick one?
Oh, not me. I think you kind of did actually. That was like the smartest answer
Yeah.
that anyone
Nailed
could have
it. Let's go.
literally provided was based on the team. So I have no qualms, Taco.
I mean, I think it's very much a conditional thing in that IRC has beaten Fisher before in different competitions. They look strong against them, but Fisher does have a lot of star power behind him. Granted, if Fisher can have that roster there, that's great, but we do also know that they might actually be busy with RLCS at that time. So if that is the case, then I do feel like I'm going to have to give it to IRC because I believe that's how it's going to work out. They only have 2/3 of their starters, but Disruptor, even if they were just setting their controller down on their desk and not playing at all, Slayer and Taco Stash are a good enough duo that they could probably still play that one competitively. I believe IRC does take this one. Granted, it is contingent on that, but even with the full strength roster, I mean, it'd be interesting to see IRC go out with at least not taking a game or two. I have faith in them, particularly based on the potential roster that might be showing up.
I'm hearing a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, and I'm gonna walk along that tightrope of the conditional as well. So we'll just stamp a big old wild card, bam, on Fisher Indian River State College. Find out on the day. That's what we're gonna go with, I believe, as we have officially. Off of that, our official predictions for these first round matchups, and getting excited because truly that's where the narratives start. You know, we can do all this prep work as analysts to say, okay, we know what these teams are bringing to the table, et cetera, et cetera. But the two of you mentioned sometimes it's the players on the day. Sometimes it's how they're competing truly in the event and how different play styles clash with others. So that's part of the excitement that we get to witness with these events. As we're wrapping up this pre-show of the EsportsU 2023 Invitational, we gotta call out some big winners. Who do we think is going to win this whole tournament? I think is really difficult to call with 8 incredible teams, but we've got to pick one. I'll take a hand again if anybody really wants to try to choose just one of these teams to win the whole tournament. Doesn't have to be a hard locked prediction, but we might as well throw a team out there.
I'm gonna go with the safe bet and go with Northwood. You know, tried and true, the roster that constantly wins, has been winning the past 3 years. I think they got second one time in Collegiate Rocket League in the past 3 years. You know, results show. They say it. The A and B roster, both 14-1 this season in Collegiate Rocket League. I mean, they're good. I gotta go with Northwood. It's a predictable result at the end of the day if they do take everything.
All you, Taco. All you,
tough.
Please.
It's just so tough. It's just so tough because part of me is thinking, well, I really like how Akron's playing. I really think they've played well lately, and I think I would love to see that grand final replay. Because Chicks did have a good point in that at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Championship, Akron did look defeated, but I think that's just because they got in their head. I think when you're playing against Northwood, the moment you drop a game or two, it almost feels like, well, here we go again. It's just, you can't do it. But they did play those games close. That being said, though, Northwood is the safe bet because they do win a lot only because their recruiting is insane. The depth pool is just 50 feet deep because you look at this roster and say, well, you know, Lion Blaze might not be there and Buddy might not be there because his squad might have gotten in there. And then also, see, Hockey also might not be there. And then you're looking at it and you're just thinking to myself, well, not all those players are going to completely be out of there. And also, even if you replace them, you still have Noxus, you still have Nitrous, these two players that are at pro level or just slightly below. So it's really just a problem of all these other teams saying, oh, they have to put in their sub. For Northwood, you're saying, oh, no, they have a sub that is already at that level. They're just so good. In fact, they might even be too good to be able to be toppled in this one.
Fair predictions across the board here for Northwood. I cannot deny it. Just so we don't sweep the desk, I'm going to take an interesting wild card pick here in that Fisher College do bring their main roster. In some way, somehow, these players, they're available and they're competing for the glory, and they take it against Northwood. I think they got the chops to do it. And if they come out swinging, they'll take it. So I'll throw in one for Fisher College here for this tournament. No doubt. However, well, okay, we'll see what happens. But for the EsportsU Invitational 2023, yeah, we don't know. This is why you have to find out. So let's discuss just that, how you can find out where and when. On EsportsU for Twitch, you'll see Saturday, May 20th. It all begins at 2 p.m. Eastern. That's where we'll show off the East group. And then at 5 p.m. Eastern, we'll follow with the West to start and kick off this 2023 EsportsU Invitational. So Chixa, Taco, thank you so much for discussing these teams, talking about the initial matchups, the lineups that come to the table, and as well just the universities, the programs of esports in which they bring. I think it's really interesting to talk about the context of what these universities do for these players, not only to give themselves a chance to compete at this level, but also to invest in them and provide them the resources and the scholarships to achieve. That's the great thing. All right, well, this was the 2023 EsportsU Invitational pre-show presented by NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and Click It or Ticket. Make sure y'all buckle up, be safe, and have a good night.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Welcome one and all to the 2023 EsportsU Invitational presented by NHTSA. Don't risk it, click it, or ticket. My name is Pyro J. I'm joined here with the Danger Taco. And Taco, we have some of the best of collegiate Rocket League esports prepared for us today. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling great, as always, within the collegiate space, because so many of these teams, you get to see them at events, but sometimes it's nice to get them in a show match environment. That's what we got coming in here. We do have some double elimination groups coming in a little bit later. We've got some spicy action coming up next week, and ultimately, we just get to see some of the best, and also some new teams, new faces that you might not have seen, be able to come into the fray and display all of their skill for all of us. And that's a beautiful thing to see on a Saturday.
It is. No better way to enjoy your Saturday, I gotta say. And the team makeup is especially exciting. We have a composition of just about the entire nation in terms of collegiate esports here in USA. We've got representatives from the East, the South, the Midwest, and the West. Our first three matches today are going to be that double elimination group of the East and the South teams. Taka, we got Fisher and Indian River here represented from East. We got Stockton and UT Arlington representing as well. So we're geared in for a couple great matches to start off.
And that's what the good thing is that we're getting a lot of, I would say, recognizable teams within the collegiate space. If you are someone who tunes in to these weekly broadcasts on EsportsU or any of the, I think, rounding down about 1,500 different collegiate leagues that have sprouted up over the past couple of years, then you will definitely recognize a lot of these teams, which is good because we got world championships coming up. We have LAN championships that have already elapsed. And so certainly there's a lot of names that will be seen a lot in the future, but also these are the teams that just have been around to show why they're at the top. These are the best of the best. They play with each other constantly. They put in the work. And so only natural that they're participating in such a nice event like this, spreading a good message about buckling up, making sure you're safe. So click it or ticket it. And it's again, thank you so much for helping put this together because it's just a great excuse to sit back and enjoy some high-level Rocket League.
It is. You couldn't ask anyone better to have this broadcast presented by the NHTSA. You know, we got those cars wheeling and dealing. We've got some dangerous demos out there today, but we'll call that action as it comes. I introduced those East and South teams, but coming over from the West and the Midwest as well, representing the Midwest is, or West and Midwest, we've got Northwood, Oregon, Akron, and Boise State. Taco, any of those teams from that squad that we'll see later in the day that catch your eye?
I think obviously the Northwood team is certainly the one on everyone's mind, but to be honest, Boise is a team that has been on the come up. I think they are actually positioned with this current roster playing with today. This has been the roster that they've stuck with the past 2 semesters within Collegiate Rocket League. They've made a league play within CRL. They've made all these high-level competitions within the EsportsU circuit, and I think they've always been on the come-up. But even next semester, they have 2 really hot new recruits that are going to be coming in. We're not going to see them quite yet because they're not full matriculated students, but that is a program certainly watch out for. If you have noticed Boise in other sports, you're a fan, maybe just looking at those teams out west, then that is certainly a team that you want to get behind. Hop on the bandwagon early because they're certainly going to be ramping up.
I'm already on that bandwagon, Danger Taco. I just casted from their esports stadium most recently. They treat their players right over there at Boise State University, and I can't wait to see how they shape this new composition, that roster around Durtho. Just an animal on the field, but Gillen Instinct as well. 2 players very excited to watch. Representing Boise State Esports, but that is later today. Like I mentioned, we have our East and South teams represented in these first few matches. Our first match, Danger Taco, is going to be Stockton versus UTA, and I think we're getting these players in here for an interview rather shortly, so it'll be interesting to hear from them, but any initial thoughts or remarks on this first matchup we've got coming underway?
It's 2 teams that have been kind of mainstays within East and West, respectively, with Stockton and UTA. So definitely very charismatic players, 2 of my favorite personalities within the entire scene. I've always been a fan of how they banter with each other, how they banter with other players, but also just that when you do have these players say, no, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, it's not just them saying, okay, whatever. It's actually 100% full-fledged belief in them, and that's a good thing to have, especially as an interviewer on the analyst desk, but also just as a viewer as well.
Well, exciting personalities that we are going to be able to see right now. So let's take it to the interview. Let's hear from the players. We've got Bussy from Stockton and Samba from UTA. Players, there we are. Here we go. Before we get underway in the match, welcome to the interview box. All kinds of people up here. Bussy, I'm going to start with you. How you feeling coming into these matches today? And are you excited to play against UTA?
I'm feeling pretty good. Excited to play against them. I played against them at the LAN a few weeks ago. Kind of didn't go too great. I don't know if my team's gonna be able to handle them, honestly. But yeah, I don't really know.
Samba, you had to lean out of camera real quick. You feeling okay about that? Do you feel like that's a certifiable response?
Yeah, I just scratched my eye. I actually feel the opposite of Bussy. I feel like we got really lucky at LAN. And obviously, Bussy's the best player on the field. His other 2 teammates aren't very good, but mine might be worse. So I think actually Stockton's going to win.
Okay, all right. So definitely some respect between the 2 before we get underway with the match. I mean, Bussy, any words for Samba before you see him out there on the field?
Samba, you can only do what you can do. Same with me. We just got to really hope we both perform and we carry our teams.
It's basically a 1v1 because the rest of the 4 shouldn't even be on the field. And Buzz,
yeah, honestly,
oh sorry, I just want to say, Buzz,
I was about to say it.
I really love what's on your head right now. I don't know what it is, but you've got a nice little arch going there.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, how
how's retirement? How's retirement going?
Good. I actually have a wife, 4 kids, and I live in a mansion now. And it's only been 2 months, so I've already turned my life around.
Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Congrats. I'm really happy for you.
I'm so glad that you're focused on moving on from the cringe hobby of gaming, and now you're actually focused on the rest of your life. It's really nice to see Samba. It's beautiful that you're actually broadcasting live with the Man City merch in the background of your mansion. It's a beautiful thing to see.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually own Manchester City. If y'all didn't know that.
Oh man, you really turned it all the way around.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, 2 months is all I needed.
I'll be there in like 2 weeks. Hopefully, I'll own Man United.
Yeah, they need some help.
Beautiful. It sounds like the both of you are very prepared for this match up ahead, so it was very lovely to hear from the both of you. Bussy, Samba, thanks so much, and good luck in the match.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, Danger Taco, I'd say they're geared up and ready. Lot of stuff going on behind the scenes out of the pitch, but definitely players that we're excited to see.
I mean, that's exactly how I expected that to go, specifically with Samba owning a major multi-billion-dollar organization within global soccer. But other than that, definitely the players that have bantered a lot about their teams. That's been a kind of a common bit, I would say, with Stockton and UTA saying like, well, teammates or whatever, but they've been together for a while. They do have a little bit of button heads, but it's always in jest. They always show up when they need to, and I think that's one thing that I really have a lot of respect for. Players who can keep it light, who can have the humor and find that humor to be able to banter with teammates, are usually the teams that, when the going gets rough, are able to actually endure through those.
Yeah, you hear that from players. You hear that from coaches as well in the Rocket League scene. If you're laughing, smiling, having a good time in your matchup, most of the time you're feeling pretty good. You're looking pretty good on the field. That kind of stuff is definitely important. I heard, though, kind of the 1v1 conversation of whether it should just be that at the end of the day. I want to see if these two players actually do butt heads on the field and what that ends up looking like. Whether it's a challenge one by the other or a 1v1 kind of counterattack situation, Taco. I'll be keeping my eyes out for that.
I mean, it's definitely something that has been interesting to watch because over the years, that almost was the play style difference back in the day. I would say Bussy for a while was a player on Stockton that really wanted to make sure that they were at the forefront. They wanted to play very aggressively. And I would say Samba was the same way. And it worked really well, but there was almost this point where the rest of the collegiate scene, especially the parity of all these squads, it started to raise up, and then suddenly it's saying, okay, well, the best teams are not the ones with stars. The best teams are the ones that are actually able to form an actual squad with chemistry, with coordination, and without that, you're just going to be a middle-of-the-pack team, and no player qualifies in. They don't grind. They don't go to scrims just to be an okay average team. You go to be the best of the best. And so I think these players have seen that. Both of these squads played at World Championships, played at multiple lands. So they've been around the block. So it's nice to see they still have a little confidence, a little joking nature in them.
I think the confidence definitely will prove its way on the pitch. And you mentioned the best of the best, Taco. We're getting geared and underway for this match very shortly, folks. But I am curious on one other thing. The way that this format goes is that the winner of this team is going to face off against the winner of Fisher College and IRSC. So you wonder, Taco, of course it's a reward to win your match, but that's a tough bet against the winner of that other match, which could be Fisher, but you never know how these matches are going to sort out.
Oh, you don't really know how they're going to match out. And that's also why it's probably one of the most difficult things, I'm sure you might agree, being an analyst for collegiate sometimes, is that you're thinking, well, on paper, I feel like a team could win 49 games straight, and then you'd come in and be like, that team's going to win, and then that's the one they drop, just randomly. Not even playing poorly, that's just the way the game goes. So that's a rough thing to deal with, particularly when you then have to go up against Fisher and IRSC. Some of these squads playing with new rosters here with different players than we're used to. So we'll have to see if maybe that mix and match is going to affect anything downstream. At the very least, I am excited for UTA Stockton. This is always going to be a classic. Not something you often see cross-conference, so that's why invitationals like this are just so awesome to see.
Well, we are excited for this matchup that's going to be underway very shortly, but this broadcast obviously presented by NHTSA. Let's hear a quick word from NHTSA before we hop into that first match.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back to the Click It or Ticket NHTSA pre-match seatbelt check. Before we start this group stage competition, we ensure all players are properly secured and buckled up for safety. And there you have it. You heard the click. Now you click on the NHTSA banner below to watch the video on why you should click it or ticket. Casters, back to you.
right, we've heard the pre-match analysis. We heard from the teams in the pre-match interview, but now we get to see them on the field here and now. Stockton University, UTA, for our first match of the 2023 EsportsU Invitational.
And it's what you like to see. Things starting off with a bang, and automatically we're seeing goal line saves. We're seeing some close counterattacks as well, but ultimately it's going to be a game of close control as well, Pyro. These are two teams that love to flex their mechanics, and so therefore it's all about putting a hand up, making sure you're getting there early and not allowing anyone to create.
I wonder how many of these opportunities are maybe going to be by a little bit of chance, a little bit of luck, maybe a fortunate bumper demo on the field. You mentioned how Bussy, who can't keep up with this ball, gave Stockton a bit of a lead here to start.
That's a rough one from Samba. I think they're trying to play that one up into the corner. Not necessarily trying to find adverse, but putting it away from Stockton. It's a different way of thinking of passing, hitting it where your opponent isn't or necessarily can't get it first. And the problem is that that really depends on you hitting that with a solid amount of conviction. That is not one of them. Maybe off kickoff, they can amend for it. A little bit of a doink there, but Anthony Pizza able to get up for this one. How about the follow-through adverse on target, but quickly turned to the side as well. Stockton showing they have it on both sides of the ball here to start game one.
Yeah, it's a great save from them, but UTA without a goal on the board here, still looking pretty good here. Demo on the goal line, be able to bat that one away. I've been very impressed by the shot placement so far from both teams. I mean, UTA, they did walk away with that goal, but it would have been slotted top corner if they didn't find it. Some a big backwards flick there to get some elevation on the ball. And they're not going to pounce on that attack. Stockton still going down the field. Bussy air dribble all the way down and forces Nav on the save.
And being able to get these extra touches through is so important to make sure the other team has to doubt whether or not you have this read, and you're never going to doubt Samba having that one. So luckily, Bussy was in the way, getting that one, and then the follow through as well, long clear. Adversaries go all the way back four. Being able to fend off the defensive might of one team is one thing. Connecting under passes is another. That one very nearly a nice connection from Stockton, long-time striking duo of Top Cheese and Bussy.
The vision's definitely there. The execution just lacking there, but not on the shot taking. Top Cheese gonna find the second for Stockton.
Just keep the ball in the half. Not every shot has to be a gem, but eventually if you get these 50s through, you get these setups, teammates on the defensive side have to basically guess at some of these reads. Poor UTA, they've just been locked in their half a little bit here, and Stockton able to take advantage right before halftime in game one, trying to take the reins of this series and not let go.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell they're going to try to take advantage of these early possessions of the kickoff as well, because you're right. A lot of the possession has been in favor of Stockton here. It's partly due to these long clears from Stockton as well. They're not afraid to boom the ball down the pitch because they believe in their players to keep that possession going and going, that midfield control. Dominated once again. What is this? Pass up the corner almost goes in. Anthony Pete has the follow. Stockton again and again finding themselves on the scoreboard.
That's a crazy pass in from Top Cheese, mainly just because as that ball's rolling, I'm thinking, well, sure you're trying to backflip or side flip the into the middle, but then gets the backflip that then caresses off the car, then off the corner, then all the way around for the post. I mean, I don't know if that was really sketched out in that exact way, but it all works out so easily, and that's just what happens. You throw the ball into high percentage situations, it's going to be taken advantage of. It's part of the reason Stockton is able to march all the way through a 64-team single elim bracket within the Psyonix approved Collegiate Rocket League last chance qualifier for Worlds and make it through. This team knows how to set up chances.
Any team making their way through that LCQ is built on resiliency and grit, and we've seen a whole lot of that already in the first game. Still much more to go. Look at this extra pass here. Nava looking to pick up there to get UTA on the board. Can't find the back of the net, though, and Bussy could be hounding that last defender. Pass not going to find its way out to the midfield, so there is a demo, though. Opens up the goal line a little bit. Stretching for the save, though, is Nava. And UTA, their defense holding stronger than how we've seen it, but they still got to find a point here.
It's a tough thing to be able to solidify your defense this late in that, yes, you're stopping more and more chances. The issue is getting forward and then creating some of your own. Adverse from the ceiling to the back post. An adverse classic. UTA as a lifeline.
Oh, we know what this team is capable of, but adverse especially. As soon as you see this player off the ceiling with an extra dodge to hit the ball in the net, you know it's going to be lethal. UTA, they didn't want to walk away from this game without getting on the board. They've got something now.
The second one is, Bussy does not have that read immediately. Nava's trying to chase it down and get the lob. Will indeed get that one. Bounce down. Anthony Pizza with the read first off. A double commit from Adverse and company is trying to make sure they invent it all and trying to create something out of nothing. But when you have nothing in the tank, that job becomes infinitely more difficult. However, if you have improv like that, it's still in the mixer. Nice pop out, but Stockton this time is the one to play that quality defense to swat away these chances.
Players being forced to make these very quick adjustments on the ball. It's these quick reactions that are lending themselves to either good opportunities for UTA or that have led to Stockton scores as well. We talked about that pass off the corner being a very original players. You can set up all these tactics for the game, but you got to react to the play at hand as it is here for UTA, crashing the boards here in front of the net though. Adverse can't read the minor clear. Top Cheese, good double on the ball to swing things back in favor of Stockton.
And not only do they endure, but they waste so much time off the clock, does Stockton. And now maybe just trying to put a bow on it. So close is Tony, trying to make sure that one goes through off of the ceiling double. It does not, but it does the job anyway. There is no time left for UTA to get back in on this one. The Mavericks are going to be dropping game number one. Stockton leading off on a strong foot.
Leading off strongly indeed. Some teams, Taco, just start off the series right, just already find that groove. They're clicking from the beginning. Stockton University definitely looked like a team sort of in that fashion as UTA started to put together the defense as we went on in that game, but it felt like it was too little too late.
And I would say when you do see these players come through and you're looking for play styles, I think the statistics kind of shone through there and started to see what we could expect out of these squads. Samba and Bussy are two players that definitely see a lot of action. They certainly see a lot of interviews. They like to be able to be on camera and represent their squad, which is nice. But in fact, outside of that, they tend to play more as second men. They are striking partners with Adverse and also with Top Cheese, but it's those two players that are specifically the ones that typically use those mechs to break open the defense, are the ones to really crack everything open. So those duos, if they click, then the team really relies on them to continue that action. And I think right there, we saw Stockton start off really fast, and then it was just UT playing catch up. If they can increase that pace here in game two, and we can see a UTA say stronger showing, at least in the beginning. At least then they're not trying to regain from the start. And I do like the possession, at least emphasis here to start game two, is that certainly going to give them at least a different perspective through which they can kind of build off of.
For sure, possession, staking their claim in this game, and obviously no longer having to work to an 0-3 deficit or a 1-3 definitely helps this team out to find those opportunities to start clicking. However, things have found themselves back on defense here for UTA. Stockton pulling this ball back to the backboard again and again. And Tachi still has fuel in the tank here to get to this ball again. Tony's up for it. That shot almost meeting the back of the net. Nava just in front of it, but Bussy, quick challenge, not there. Could be carried into that. Samba escapes the ball, goes for the bump. Could not hit it. UTA so close to their first lead.
Oh my goodness, it is so close, but the thing is, it doesn't really matter until it goes into the back of the net. And I think Stockton, even the beginning of, or really the ending of that game number one, we saw them really get pushed back. They were just basically living on their goal line. It's like they were just taped to it. They could not move out, but they endured and then were able to move on forward and even get some shots off on their own. So I think UTA getting that offensive power, making sure you have that presence upfield is so important. But maybe work in a demo, maybe work in just a slight tap around, look for some more passes, because right now what you're doing is just not enough. Top Cheese, on the other hand, though, all he needs is one touch. Not the accuracy on that last shot, though.
Hey, you asked for the passing, though, and there it was. Bussy fighting Top Cheese all the way on the other side of the field. Cross-court clear, beating the attacker. Top Cheese attacking once again. Second touch defended well, though, by UTA, but they're not finding it out of their half. Not yet here. Top Cheese at it again. The first touch goes high, right in the lap of Samba. The backboard defense has certainly improved by UTA. They know that it's very valuable real estate for Stockton to work off of, that they'll try to once again. Top Cheese just can't find it between the posts and under the crossbars. UTA prevail again. Ball towards the net. Tony gets it away.
goodness, every single time it gets closer and closer, it feels like it's just destined. It's destined to go in on either side, really, but then last second save comes through, so I'm trying to ramp up into the action, but it's so hard to tell how this game is even gonna go, as this ball also is just going to list to the side and pass that far post. Bussy thankfully take that one away, but not even then. Getting the 50, it's up to Tony Pizza, keeping it alive. Bussy back for more, but that's going to produce a double commit from UTA. Top Cheese back into the mix, but Samba with the backflip save again. An adverse once in as well. We're back out to mid. We're still not seeing our first goal. This is a wholesale improvement here from UTA, keeping their goal line clear.
We can tell how evenly matched these teams are. There's no doubting that with 3 minutes down and still nothing on the board here, but it does feel like if that added flavor of execution on the shot taking from either team does meet the net, then they'll get that first point on the board. Who can show up in clinical fashion first here in game number 2? Bussy does beat the challenge. Samba looking to collect and get a few extra touches on the ball. Carries it to the midline, but Stockton have that all guardrailed up. Ball bouncing back towards Stockton's net. Top Cheese out over to Nava off the corner. Here, good chance here for Samba to collect and take it towards the net. It's up the crossbar, but not in! Bussy, the savior!
That is insane. Not only to get that save, that looks like a standard play. The thing is, when you're coming off a dish and you have to save a shot that's already crossing your line, you have to flip into your net, but still maintain the angle to clear it not into the goal, but out and past the post. Incredible work from the Stockton centerpiece, and now we're gonna have to see him do it again with his teammates here. Top Cheese and Bussy combining off the sidewall for another clear. UTA gearing up for at least one more attack.
Surely this doesn't go to overtime with a 0-0 scoreline, but from everything we've seen, that could be the case here. Anthony Pizza likes this chance off the backboard. Is it doubled in off the backboard? And the follow from Bussy, too high. Possession maintains here, but Top Cheese can't get the touch they're looking for. Anthony Pizza feeling the take again to carry this to the backboard. And UTA, this is all about surviving now. 10 seconds, but carried out in the way from Nava. Extra flip from the reset. Top Cheese denies it. And with 5, we might be seeing OT&D. Top Cheese can't dodge towards the ball. No boost left. Triple zeros. The ball not yet to the ground here. Pizza versus Cheese, and it's on the ground.
Really well done here from both sides. This is really feeling like how the series should have started. Game 1 is always kind of janky sometimes. It seems like there's just these moments where the game doesn't really click in. One team really has all the flow, and this one it feels like we actually have things going on, and we just have a little bit of a gimme game to go from there, but there's nothing given out here. You got to earn every single touch. Nava looking for the back post, and he will find it. It will clang off, and we will keep on playing. That nearly was the difference maker.
And the difference maker of this game has to end up being a double tap, right? We've seen about 5 or 6 chances maybe just go off the crossbar or right away from the post or be a pass off the backboard, and still the follow-up shot is not on target. One of these has to go the way of either of these teams eventually, right? Samba, hot shot towards the net. Top Cheese right to adverse. He gets a double save. Great maneuvers to follow the save and get that extra touch. Stockton survive.
And surviving is the key word there. Is it must be so frustrating to constantly have these shots thrown at you. I can't really blame Anthony Pizza with only 20 boosts to try to pre-jump that one, because it feels like that's the pace you gotta set. Samba last second touch and then followed through so well from Nava to be able to keep that goal line clear yet again. However, you need to watch out for these passes infield to Bussy, top corner, and a catch from Samba. Going for a pinch, and Top Cheese fortunately was not close enough. That one would have been an awkward setup. Kind of like this one. Bussy looking for the flip reset. That's denied. Also on the follow-through is Tony Pizza, and Samba in the way yet again.
Stockton are going to be looking at those chances saying they wanted an extra. They're not going to get it in extra time. UTA find their first lead and their first win here in game 2.
Love this type of setup from Samba. It's so tempting to get those corner reads and then say, okay, well, let's see if I can drag this one middle. But no, just tap it into a dangerous position, land on the back wall, and then immediately set your sights from the sky towards the ground. Get rid of that defender, slap him to the sideline, and just watch helplessly as that ball will explode into that goal. UT Arlington, I would say a very close affair, but they all count the same. 1-1, our first match of the day.
Close indeed. And as we tie up this series, we'll get to game 3 very shortly. But first, let's hear a quick word from where this broadcast is presented by NHTSA.
One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
Click it, don't risk it. Great word from NHTSA there. And there's been some risky maneuvers here in this matchup, Taco. A lot of double tap, a lot of great chances for both of these teams. Yet it was UTA that prevailed in that game too, just barely.
Just barely, but the thing is, you said it. The double taps really came through, and it felt like that was what's destined to happen. And even though that's not how it worked out, it was a team play using that backboard, just tapping it forward, slapping a play out of the way, and that's usually what happens when the defense is that good. It has to be either an insane, just out-of-pocket touch on the mechanics, or it is something where you have to disrupt the rotation somehow, because we are at the stage in the Rocket League meta, collegiate, pro level, whatever. It has to come down to the defense playing spectacularly. You have to do something to disrupt it, and eventually it does often turn to that physical bump play meta, or it's just something quick like that, Bussy over the top. Thought player might have been backwards to receive them, but not quite on this time. How about on the comeback, Anthony Pizza, top right bins.
And one of the first shots we saw during this match was Anthony Pizza slotting a top corner, but the UTA defense had it guarded up. This time around, not quite. While the defense has prevailed very well, and it forced a disruption play for the first goal of game 2, sometimes the shot power and accuracy is enough. Anthony Pizza can be happy with that first goal.
And being able to get those shots in is a really satisfying thing as a player. Typically, you set your standard and say, well, the goal's in front of the net like that. You really have to take that shot and bury that one every single time. But it is also nice to know that you're just hitting that with venom in the top corner. The placement is just flawless, and especially when you had such a rough shooting time last game where it felt like every single shot was just being deflected last second. It's nice to start off game 3 with a bang, reminiscent of game 1, but I'm not going to say that it's going to be the end of it here from UTA. They certainly put up a lot of fight in game 2. I don't think they're all used up here in game 3. Quick challenge there from Samba, expertly taken.
Still, though, you feel like the scoreline's going to open up quite a bit here in game 3 because the rust seems to be off from the game 2 shots here. A lot of it meeting between the posts under the crossbar here for the chances that are given. Granted, the defenses have done a great job of moving this ball to the corner, limiting the types of powerful shots that could come out from these teams. Speaking of which, Top Cheese looks to read that from the corner. Adverse is going to try to carry out, but he's got a Bussy to deal with once again. Nava smartly plays this to the side, past another defender. Can they play it all the way to the net here? Bump play on the defender, but, oh, it's still put away to the corner. That final shot, Taco, I don't think ever came.
Oh, but 2 players getting bummed means this should be open, but everybody left. It's almost like UTA just said, all right, we'll defend later, and then packed up their things and went home. Really felt like that was just sitting on a table for them, but either way, Stockton will survive and then maybe do something more than that. I think Top Choose looking for a 50, but couldn't have the 4 of those wheels touch the ground in time, and that's even a little bit of a passing play between the 2 Stockton players. Look at the coordination, even on those tiny touches.
Even on those minuscule moments, it's so important to be precise. And these passing plays have given way. Golden chances for either team. This one could be a pass from Bussy off the backboard. I think it is going to be. Nava just barely gets in front of that shot. Looked a little awkward on the backboard. UTA keeping this ball game within 1 here. And maybe as his ball stitches across the width of the field, they'll get another chance here. Can't get up to the ball in time. Bussy sure can, though. Reset there. Down on the ground again. Top Cheese to the middle of the field. Bussy bats its ball back to the side wall. Stockton want to continue to attack here, but UTA gobbling it up.
And the problem is, if everybody is on the same side of the pitch, all it takes is 1 tap into the center to undo all of that. You can see UTA trying to get out, but then Tony Hawk's off the inside. You have Samba and Adverse trying to support after that, and then it just all goes out the window. Stockton with 2, also on the clock to be able to defend this lead, take back their lead in the series.
There's just been so many moments where it has been those awkward moments on defense where they can't get the backboard touch, or as you mentioned, Taco, everyone's kind of clumped up onto one side. Stockton can definitely amp up the scoreline if they take advantage off those moments against UTA. And they will surely begin to do that. 2-0 here, under 2 minutes remaining as they mount another attack.
Ooh, I think trying to get one more. I think trying to just get a floater around the defense didn't quite work out, but doesn't really matter because it seems like they are all calm and collected. Look at the back pass to keep possession, going right back in. UTA right now, I think that right now they're just trying to play catch up. You can see them get the reads, but not much else because they're having to play around whether these shots are going to come in immediately or there's going to be a little bit of delay or the ground flick.
Oh, what great ball control here, and no one can put up a hand there. You got to when it's Bussy on the ball. 3-0. And, well, memories of game number 1 of this series where UTA, it just feels like there's not enough time on the clock to bring this back. But at the same time, you don't want to allow Stockton to get on match point here. You don't want to start off on the wrong foot here in the double elimination groups of this Invitational. But still, minute remaining as UTA have a tall hill to climb.
And in this one, I think you really just have to chalk it up. I think with a minute remaining, yes, you can score some goals, but ultimately I think you have to use this kind of as a impromptu timeout and say, okay, this did not go our way. I think we really started game 2. It worked well, but then this is the crux of, I think, how a lot of Collegiate Rocket League series do go. One team answers back against another squad, and then there's an adjustment period where both teams are pretty much morphing their play style to see what works, what doesn't. And this time, Stockton won that war. It's on to UTA now to say, okay, now we have to really reapproach and rethink how we play this. Do we want to rely on mechanics? Do we want to go back to bumps? Anything that we need to try, because whatever was happening in this game just ain't working.
And it's been that sort of theme throughout the games. We have to applaud Stockton's defense because UTA, they've been able to score a goal per game, minus this one. 0 on the board here. It may come down to defensive efforts to keep the Stockton scoring low, but UTA averaging now under a goal per game. That's just not going to cut it. Not against Stockton. They'll put a final on the board. It's Bussy carrying the ball their way back down the pitch to add another.
And Brian, he's a nice stat patter. That's a good mentality to have. Okay, we got one more tap. Okay, the defense is going to be closing me down. Let's just get a light little touch onto that bar and in. Getting that goal. Not that they need it. 4 is more than enough in most cases offensively. And you can kind of see the whole story sketch out here. Not just in goals, but particularly in the shots. 3 in total for UTA Arlington. That's just what Bussy was able to muster up by his lonesome. Really just all-around performance from Stockton. They were not taking game 2 laying down.
Yeah, and it feels like if UTA do want to put pressure on Stockton, make them maybe sit up instead of lie down, that pressure has to come in the form of shots and maybe some elongated possessions. It feels like most of those shots of those 3 came off of kind of the first rally off the possession. Otherwise, just wasn't able to hold on to the ball, get some midfield control, and make Stockton feel disrupted. That's how the goals have happened on the UTA side, but Taco, they've been few and far between.
It's not really going to be something that you can have too much confidence in as a viewer and supporter, is that you see these moments where, yeah, it looks like it's coming together, but it felt like it was always in the shape. It was like UTA was trying to craft something. They're trying to sculpt something, but every single time the image started to come in, someone came in, messed up their putty, and saying, okay, well, you're going to have to start up all over again. That is not a fun feeling as an offense when it feels like everything you start up is immediately disrupted. Stockton very good at playing that annoying play style, getting right in your face and also getting right in the face of your defense because it was right there on the back post where Bussy is, but that angle too rich. How about the pump back right on the doorstep, but another demo and deflection from adverse. Be able to at least keep it safe for now.
It is safe for now, however. Oh, that midfield can be dangerous. Samba just couldn't keep up with the ball. Nava in front of it, but bats it over to the corner. Just wanted to get that extra touch to elongate the possession. It's not going to happen. The midfield dismantled by the bump plays of Stockton. They're able to give themselves some time, some space, and some shots. Samba leaps up for the save. Had Nava's reinforcements, didn't need it, but you can still chalk it up to a bit of a double commit that's going to allow Stockton to attack again. Strong 50 there from Top Cheese. Bussy in front of the net. Is anybody there to pick it up? It's right there. Bussy kicks it up. Anthony Pete's a shot. Top Cheese gonna get a chance now, and all the defense of UTA corralling towards the ball to keep it out.
One of the best teams in North America for a reason. They're just going to be circling around your net. It feels like every single time you get that light touch thing. I probably have support on this. Nope, you got 2 players from Stockton. Seem to be closer than that. Thing is, UTA was doing just enough to tread water on that last defensive stand, and now they got to make it count. Maybe with Adverse on the pre-flip, can't scoop underneath it, but with zero boost, you can still do a lot trying to throw that middle, but again, no boost means that's just going to go delicately underneath it. Stockton able to survive just like their opponents on the far side, still at 0-0, and I will say, based on last game, that's exactly what I would want if I'm UTA.
It is, but do you really feel like it's enough? It did take them for a pretty decently sized overtime for them to find the first goal of the game that they won. There just needs to be more offensive progression from UTA, if you ask me. If I'm convinced of them having a chance in this series. Oh, maybe this is the one that goes. Counterattack set up, Adverse. No, not the right angle on the ball. Had a passing option, had so many options, but none of them gave way to a goal.
And that's a rough one. It's actually one of the harder passes to get because you know it's rolling up the wall and you want to make sure you get that middle, but you also need to know if you take your time and get that light touch, it might be able to give enough time for the defense to get back. So you have to go for a pinch, and sometimes it's going to be way too fast. That is a rough one from UTA. I think we've all been there before, and Stockton's going to be fortunate that they did not have the quality on that chance. How about the next one, though? Nava off the ceiling, but no response. Just a little too slow to beat out the Stockton defense.
Touch out there to the midfield here. Stockton poised to get that first one on the board. When they do score first, they do win. Carry out there from Adverse. Breaks down the entire defense. UTA get a much-needed goal.
And this is 100% why an air dribble and aerial control is so important. It doesn't actually have to be that strong, but just the lightest touch around one defender can really break down a defense, particularly when the trust is there. You saw Stockton clumping up. They thought 100% they had at least the first read, but you gotta think twice when you're playing against Adverse, especially with that much boost and that much space in the air.
This space provided for Samba, who uses every bit of boost just to get to that extra touch. And maybe extend some more pressure from UTA. The pressure definitely applied to Stockton now on the scoreboard, but possession can really amp it up here. Samba wants to guard that half-court line, but it's a weak touch there. Lands in the lap of Bussy, who nails it down the field. Adverse collects it from the ceiling, and Nava can't get to it in time there. Adverse backing up for the touch, and this is, again, the awkward situations that UTA end up in, but still fend the ball away from.
And being able to get a lot of reads is so important, and making sure you create something is another. If the goal for UTA was a little janky through the air, this one is anything but. The flip reset from Top Cheese, basically a 90-degree turn midair.
It's amazing what players can do with some mechanics to completely alter the trajectory of the ball. There is no reason that ball should have went in towards the midsection, but these are the players that find out a way to do it. UTA back with their disruption play for the go-ahead goal.
Credit to Bussy for even getting a pixel on this one, but that's really all they could hope for after that demo. Adverse also leading the way, almost getting out the second player as well, but UTA able to capitalize. So they're not really going to be that upset about that one. They can immediately strike back effectively off of the kickoff, the most debilitating way to get scored on in Rocket League. Maybe another one would be Top Cheese through the air, but he's going to get smacked before he even gets started.
Yeah, but I'm excited here. Stockton University down a goal, and, you know, we've seen what kind of plays they can formulate when they have this pressure applied to them. It's going to be tough here, though, to save that shot. Top Cheese has been doing it on offense, does it on defense there as well with that great save. Bussy collects from the backboard, but doesn't find the touch maybe they were looking for. Top Cheese greens down the sideline now. Anthony Pizza long clear towards the net. Samba ready to collect. The more touches the UTA get on these good challenges, great reads across the pitch, or they can take time off the clock and secure this win.
And Top Cheese trying to make sure they can at least secure one more goal, but the thing is, with that attack going by the wayside, they might only have one or maybe none if this one goes their way for UTA. That's a disruption. Top Cheese in the middle trying to control it, but Samba plays it patient. Fortunate that he did. All he's got to do is just keep this one on the turf, but he's not going to be able to. Busting through the air one more time, and there's not enough speed in the world to get to that one before the end. UTA keeping things alive, keeping it zesty, taking us to Game 5.
And again, this is the first time we saw what Stockton looked like playing from behind against UT Arlington today. Right when UT Arlington got their win, it wasn't overtime. We didn't get to see a Stockton that we're ready to take more risks on offense. I want to see Stockton put in that position again, Taco. Not because I'm rooting against them, but just because I want to see a top cheese flip reset play again.
Yeah, it's really nice to see top cheese really pop off. But those are the moments that you really remember why these players are recruited to this school, to make those impact plays. So coming up in big moments is great, but you also need to make sure you don't just immediately capitulate on the far side. It's a brutal thing to do, but nothing is brutal about seeing Game 5 between two powerhouse teams.
Nothing brutal about it whatsoever. Just gives us more content to tune into. UTA, I gotta say, they did prove their way in the form I wanted to see, okay? Offense is looking much better from this squad. I just, against Stockton, don't think you can bank on scoring your first goal in 2 minutes of overtime. They finally are able to collect a couple throughout that game. Very, very impressive. But folks, before we get into that final game of this series, we are going to hear another word from NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket. One guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt. One guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
So game 5 coming up very, very soon between Stockton and UTA. And Taco, we've kind of traded wins between both teams. We traded that first goal as well. The first goal to be scored from that team does end up winning it. Do you feel like that's going to have a big impact here in game 5?
I think it's also nice because it also affects how you might want to play. I'm a huge fan of just coming in with a game plan, and if it works, don't change it at all. But there is those situational components, I think, to a lot of strategy where you score that goal first, and then your first thought is saying, okay, even if the offense completely falls apart, that's fine so long as we can defend. And I think that does affect some teams. I think UTA and Stockton historically have been teams that I'm actually really a fan of because they play aggressive offense, and if they score, you really can't rely on them playing defense because they're just always going to keep coming back at you. I think you really have to really start to just contest with all their firepower, and if you can survive that, then you have a chance. But I think these teams are going to come in with the same type of strategy. I don't know how this one's going to go because Stockton, when they win, it's a massive win, but when they lose, UTA just feels like they squeak on by. That's got to be such a frustrating feeling.
It does, and it feels like that's what's going to force Stockton into just breaking out with further ferocity, right? Is when they do get those passing options to go on the team or get these flip reset plays to go as well, they just look unstoppable. If they're clinical on the scoring, if they get those passing options to go, I just really feel like it's going to be tougher and tougher for UTA to put that fortifying defense on lock and against Stockton. But we'll be able to see exactly how Game 5 looks, folks. We're into the final game against Stockton and UTA in the first round here for the 2023 EsportsU Invitational.
Shout out Click It or Ticket and NHTSA for putting this thing together because games like this are exactly why you want this event to go down. It is a tight-knit, it is back and forth, it is against two of the longest standing rosters in the entirety of this great collegiate esport, and I would have it no other way, particularly when it comes down to more or less a chess match here. Look at these small 50s into pinches, just anything you can reach into your bag of tricks to work with. Try to outsmart your opponent.
Comes the tools here, and a bump play from Anthony Pizza could be one of them. Yes, forces the defender to evade the bump and not keep up with the shot.
So clean here. And Bussy knows exactly what they need to do, and so does Anthony Pizza. Everyone knows their role, and they play it so well. Just jump in the air. You don't even need to make contact, just so long as the UTA defender has to stay on the ground, try to limbo underneath the challenge, or maybe try to get a high jump over top of it. Either way, it's going to make their trajectory so difficult. Same there. Samba's looking for a close angle double, but Anthony Pizza playing savior on the defensive side this time, as Bussy's back for more, but he will also be rejected.
There is this duo option where Bussy's attacking and somebody's leading with the blocker, and are you kidding me? Double right there from Samba, just goes a miss. That one's just brutal.
That's disgusting. That was almost so incredible, but of course, he had something equally as satisfying. A flawless infield pass here from Nava, buried by the captain here.
Oh, what a play here, UTA. Yeah, no, after that double that does not go in, you have to be frustrated, but you can let those feelings kind of wither away here. Relief brought through that passing play. And goal from UTA. They may have another here. Bussy does climb to the touch. And Bussy's pace on the field has saved Stockton University in so many situations. Let's put them with a point on the board, but also limiting the points from UTA.
And making sure you get a hand up. Everything has to be contested. Everything has to be at least something in your control. You never want to be able to play too passive, but you also don't want to play too aggressive. It's these constant micro adjustments that make Rocket League so compelling as an esport because it is mentally exhausting. I feel like these players, you know, you might not always get to the campus gym, but you're burning 4,000 calories every tournament day, it feels like, just from the mental strain alone. Bussy trying to make sure that he can show off his gains, but not going to be found, at least on that last attack to the back post. How about Nava throwing it to the top bin, but Anthony Pizza there to be able to get that air dribble out.
Really strong showings from both teams here. Stockton being pressured here to a great extent to show up on these saves, and this one looked like a tried and true one, but Samba instead is going to find the net.
Sometimes you just got to shoot it where they least expect it, and hitting it right at the player. It's almost like in tennis. You get a spike right into your face, and somehow you can't wrap around with a forearm or a backhand. You really just have to jump and got to hope to hit that with any semblance of your car. And right there, Anthony Pizza and company just had to kind of watch that one go on through. Sometimes the least expected shot is the most effective. Samba might know that one, and now we're in that situation we talked about, Pyro, where it's 2.5 minutes. You got the lead. Do you try to sit back? Do you try to just play keep away? Or you do the tried and true method of keep on going? It looked like Nava wanted more, but not able to get that one. He might pay for it here, as that's an open shot temporarily closed down by Samba.
In these situations with these score lines, UTA typically are able to hold this 1-point score line, hold Stockton to a low-scoring effort. Yet still, UTA, the more they attack, the more explosive they seem. So I wouldn't hold it to UTA to continue to get a little bit aggressive on these plays. Maybe cushion that lead if they're able to. And to regain possession as well. They're able to do that. Adverse towards the net. That might just beat the defender. It does. Well placed.
That's just so clean. This is the combination we've seen so often for UTA. Back in the day, this is one of the most feared, and I would say to this day, still feared duos in the West here, even though Samba taking his exit lap here within collegiate play. Slapping it inside to Adverse, seeing them just spike that one into a perfectly placed shot, something many a team have fallen victim to. And right now, Stockton might fall victim here to another upset for the Mavericks, but Bussy will not go out quietly. A little bit of tomfoolery on that goal line, and he will close it down.
And again, this is kind of what I asked for, right? Stockton working from a deficit. They're just going to attack. Bussy W keys his way into the ball, puts it through. And now they've got a 1-goal scoreline again to work with. UTA and their wins have kind of scraped them away. Can they find an avenue to do that again? Gonna have to come up with the save first here. Adverse bumped off the play here. Nava just barely in coordination with Samba getting a save here. And Stockton coming that close to this equalizer.
Nice deflection into the middle. Problem is not closed out well enough as Adverse. We got the first one. High lob. Bussy trying to disrupt. You can see Samba just trying to snake their way around. It's like you can see the back almost leaning like they're playing tag. Just don't want to get any contact on them, and they will be able to get away with the first one. How about the second? Bussy staying relevant on the play. It's right down to Anthony Pizza with a demo to lead the way, but not the angle. Adverse out again for a carry.
Well, there a minute remaining here. Stockton gotta find this equalizer soon if they want to bring this game 5 to an overtime and really put the pressure on. It is there still as Nava does get in front of this timely flick, and it's a pass out to Samba, but it's cut off by Bussy. Adverse strong touch, but in the hands of Anthony Pizza, who leaps up to the touch. Top tees on their opponent's backboard, trying to poach a goal. It won't be found. Stockton gonna have to reset.
You'd see Adverse back on that one saying like, that's fine, and then suddenly you just see the Jaws theme start to lurk in the background with Top Cheese, and it's those unexpected plays that Stockton really needs to rely on, particularly because they don't really have a lot of other looks here. Final 10 seconds, you maybe have one more look at it, or none. If Samba has their way, no ground double, it has to go coast to coast. Anthony Pizza looking for Bussy, they're looking for the near post. Adverse keeps it alive, same on the near post, putting it back is Anthony Pizza. He went for the unselfish play, but maybe you just need to play hero instead. There will be no saving the day this time. UTA pulling it out in Game 5.
Nothing like coming down to the last second there. UTA 1 point wins through, and that is what wins your Rocket League, folks. They stand the test of a strong Stockton University offense and put them down to the lower side. What's important to remember here, Taco, is neither of these teams really out or through just yet. It's double elim, so you lose 2 and you're out. It's 2 wins and you're through, but there is to say this, both teams, Taco, ready to play today.
Yeah, and this just looks so clean from UTA when they were playing on their grind. The thing that is a bit more unusual that we'll hopefully be able to talk to Samba a little bit in the future about is those game-to-game adjustments. It was looking a little inconsistent at times, and that's always a kind of a strange thing to see. Granted, this might be one of the first series of the day. They're warmed up and they get into it, and it's just a little bit different, from playing in a more casual or kind of in that warm-up capacity versus the actual exhibition here in this invitational. But either way, it's got to be a strange feeling, but also a satisfying one to know that you've gone through this ups and downs, and yet still you're good enough as a team to be able to pull on through.
Yeah, getting those adjustments are important, and I also think it kind of comes in the way sometimes of one player kind of pulling your team out of the muck. I feel like definitely Nava and Samba were really working their magic later on in the series, but in game 2, I remember Adverse just popping off with some solo plays, getting that ball through to the net. Sometimes it takes one player to just inject that confidence, get the goals to score, and bring your team some light.
Yeah, it's certainly a strange feeling at times. And it's also something that I guess historically when we look at teams like this, it's something that has kind of happened before, and that these players have played against each other in big competitions, most notably that CECC Texas May Madness Showdown, the CECC Finals here, EsportsU helped put on. These two teams were in a group before. Stockton clobbered them in the first one, but then UTA, very fittingly, won in game 5 in that one. So just something about when it comes down to it, UTA just has that higher level of class here, which is nice to see, particularly with what we have mentioned before here, where Samba taking kind of his just final lap, waving at the fans here. He's at the end of his collegiate career, and it's a sad thing to see, but it shows that he still's got the quality, even as I would say the grizzled old man of the scene here.
Yes, we are very we have the reputation here, Taco, to call other people old men for sure. Yeah, we have that ability to do so here. But no, Samba, retired or not, it's sad to see, but it's also really cool to see that finesse on the field. That ability to stick through it. Taco, to you, before we get into this interview, is this a UTA team that can really pull themselves through all the way here? Obviously, this is one important win, but they've got to face up against the winner of Fisher College and IRSC to get to next week of this invitational.
I think UTA is perennially, when you look at especially the western side, East has always been so stacked, but mainly just because there's a billion different schools in the East. The odds that a lot of them will be higher just statistically there. But with UTA, they've always been a school that has been a contender, even at the world's top 8 in the world for UTA. So certainly not going to be doubting them in any situation, much less this invitational. That's why you like to sit down and talk with players like Samba, which I believe we have in the call with us now.
Yes, hello.
All right, he's here, he's ready, and he's a winner. Samba, congrats on the win, the first one here for this invitational. How's it feel?
Yeah, good. Nava woke up like 5 minutes before the match. So like it's kind of like, I mean, we're all kind of just warming up. Honestly, really, like we're all just like, our comms were actually really chill and everything. Like, I don't know, I think we're the most like chilled team in the league. Like we have really good comms, but we're also like, we don't like scream and stuff and all that kind of stuff. We're like pretty professional, I feel like, about our comms and all that stuff.
And with comms being that professional, being very chill, I feel like that really carries you through because this is a very close game, kind of reminiscent of that CECC match, that decider match you played against Stockton. It felt like the games that you won, you kept very, very close, and when you lost, it kind of got away from you. Where do you feel like things got away from you during that series, and what really changed on those games you were able to pull out the dub?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, game one was like, I think just a couple bad mistakes is why they won, and then I think they won game three. It was like they're demoing a lot. I think we're kind of playing kind of slow. So I don't know, when you don't have a warm up, like they were kind of playing slow too, but like we were also playing slow, so they're just kind of demoing us. Like same thing happened in nationals against Akron. I don't know if y'all watched that when we went to game 7. Like of the 3 games we won, those were all really close, and 3 of the 4 we lost, they destroyed us like 5 goals. So it's like, I don't know, it's a weird thing with our team where like sometimes when we just lose, we just get blown out for some reason.
Yeah, I'm curious. I want to extend on that actually, Samba. You said you came into it with very chill vibes, like good comms, pretty casual. And the first win you guys got was in that overtime where just nobody was scoring. Do you feel like that more composed atmosphere of the team helps you guys feel more calm in those stressful situations?
Yeah, because I've had teammates in the past where it's like starts getting panicky and stuff, and it's just like it doesn't help anyone. Because people you just start throwing the ball away, you start double committing. Like even in our net, like there was once like game 4 or 5 where we all had 0 boost for like 20 seconds. We just kept saving the ball. Like, but we were like, it's like, yeah, I got like no one freaked out. Like it's just like I don't know if it's our age, if it's our experience, what it is, but like we never freak out ever. I feel like, and it's really good like quality. I feel like for a team.
Yeah. I think being able to not freak out is a huge thing, particularly because there are moments where you could almost see it in the car language, just the way that players are moving, that they're not really locked in, or maybe they're just making decisions that they probably shouldn't have. And I think that's a huge thing for all of you. And I feel like you all have such unique play styles. I feel like there's a very unique aspect, a unique flair to each 3 of you. And obviously you've been around for a long time. And I'm curious to ask about your strategy through a lot of these games. Do you feel like you guys have set roles within this? I know Rocket League's a very fluid game, but we talk about first man, second man, kind of like a deep third. Do you feel like your squad relies on those, or do you guys trust each other, have that long-term chemistry, and trust in each other that you can just play whatever you need to in the moment?
Yeah, I don't know. They just kind of fall into place for us. I feel like we don't really like your third man, your second man, your whatever man. I feel like honestly, like Ad used to be way more like back in 2019, 2020. He was like he was the guy, like just like all by himself. Like he was always first man, just all over the field, first man, second man, third man. But now he's kind of like evolved into like a more of a team player. So I'd say in the past it was like kind of like Ad first man, and then whoever else is me and whoever was our teammate, either Echo or Genghis or even Nava back then was like we were more second, third man. But now it's like we're all kind of fill the gaps.
Yeah, well, it definitely looked good out there. Samba, I don't want to keep you too much longer because I think we got you right back on the broadcast after this. I took a look at the bracket. You guys are going to be faced up against IRSC. Playing from them today is Slayer, Takastash, and Disruptor. Any initial thoughts before we leave you here, Samba, on that matchup ahead?
Yeah, Ad and Nava scrimmed them this week with trying out new people. Like, because I'm not playing in the summer, obviously. So I told them they need to start, like, I've been setting up scrims for them and stuff to try out some of the new thirds. So they scrimmed them. It went okay. I think they lost more than IRC. So I think they're still going to be good without Seabass, I think.
Yeah. Well, sounds like you're keeping your team prepared as they move forward. And we're looking forward to seeing you guys moving forward. We got Samba here from UTA. Samba, thanks so much for the interview.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Very well. Well, folks, that was our first match down and out. We've got UTA over Stockton University, and we'll be seeing UTA versus IRSC coming up next. But, folks, that is it for our first match. We've got a quick break before then. Before we go, of course, I do want to shout out NHTSA here because, hey, you got to buckle up your seatbelt and make it home safely. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. Paid for by NHTSA. Folks, we'll see you right after this break.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Thank you so much, NHTSA, for presenting this broadcast. We have the 2023 Esports Invitational continuing on. Taco from that electric Game 5, 1-point winner of UTA over Stockton University. We're following the UTA action. They're heading up against IRSC, who just defeated Fisher College. And whoever wins this, Taco, is moving straight on along to next week.
And it's a nice victory to be able to have, particularly because with this day being relatively short, it's going to be a decently long broadcast for us here as we're trying to cover all these games. But for some of these players, if you just dub on through, then you're just rocking through. That's a nice feeling to have, but you do have to get through some of the best teams. Those two series have to feel like a marathon. I know that's going to feel like it from IRC. They just came off of Fisher College playing against some alternate players there that they're not quite used to playing, and I know there's going to be a lot of other shenanigans. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to the players about that situation, but I know UTA has to be feeling confident one of the bigger hurdles out of their way as the first dub is underway.
And it was certainly a hurdle and a half, okay? We heard from Zama how they were starting to get the comms going early on as much as they could as players were getting up and getting ready to play some Rocket League today. And they just love to eke out their wins. So you do wonder if this matchup against IRSC is going to be another really, really close one. Both teams surely having some momentum working into this match, though.
Yeah, and having that momentum is one thing. Getting the victory underway is good to be able to just get the confidence in general, because I think it's really tough when you come into a game. Maybe this is some of your first games that you're actually on the day. Maybe you're in free play for a while. Maybe you play ranked, get some scrims in, whatever you do to prep. And then if you take a loss, then suddenly you have to regain. You have to kind of recap the mental here, and it's very, very tough to do. So both these teams in this winners or final, I suppose, since this is for qualification, is really important for these teams, just for the consistency aspect, for kind of that personality aspect. And so I think these players, I think they thrive off these situations. Should be an interesting affair.
Yeah, it really should be, folks. We have the best of the best esports teams out here competing today. Of course, these first few matches, we're covering the East and South teams. Moving on, we will get the West and Midwest squads, but I've got word that the interviews are all set and ready to go. The pre-interview set up for this match of UTA versus IRSC. Let's get the players on here. Let's get the players in. See how they're feeling. I know we've got Samba from UTA, and we got Slayer from IRSC. Slayer, welcome into the broadcast. How you guys feeling after that win against Fisher?
It's pretty good. I mean, nothing too crazy. I think they were using Random Shy, Kevin, and Tasek, so we just had to play the best we could. I mean, it was interesting. I mean, it was tough to read them, I'm not gonna lie, but we made it through, so we're ready to go.
Good.
I don't know, coming into this game, Samba, I mean, you're warmed up. You got your win against Stockton. Now you're going to go up against IRSC, and we're going to give Slayer a chance to also talk around. But this has been a team. IRSC's new on the scene. You don't have a lot of experience playing in opposite conferences, but how do you feel coming into these types of games?
Yeah, I mean, IRC's pretty good. We scored them a couple of times. I mean, we know they like the demo a lot. They obviously beat us like 2 weeks ago at the live event in Arlington. So, I mean, it's time for us to try to get that one back.
Yeah, and I'm curious, Slayer, any takeaways from those recent scrims and, that recent affair that you've had against UTA that you're taking into this match here?
Yeah, no, I mean, they're a solid team, right? We didn't get to play them too much, obviously in regular competition, but scrims, of course, and definitely the live event and whatnot. So that was very cool. But heading into this, we're just ready to finish the year off strong. We've got our hometown hero, Disruptor, ready to come in, absolute unit. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we're ready to go.
All right, excellent to hear. I mean, Disruptor is not really a player that we've heard too much from. I'm interested to see how it goes on the match here. But before I suppose we'll let you guys go, I think you'd like to say to each other, Slayer, we'll start off. I think you'd like to say to your opponent, Samba.
Oh, you know, you got to be ready, man. Disruptor's here. He's ready to dominate this pitch. So you know, you got to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching Disruptor play in scrims when they scrimmed RSC earlier this week, and I'm pretty scared because we don't stand a chance. All right, I'm just gonna be honest here. We lost again. I already said we lost to Stockton. I'm gonna say we're gonna lose this series too.
All right, there could be some fortune to that strategy, Samba. We'll see. But Samba, Slayer, appreciate the both of you. Looking forward to see you guys on the pitch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Beautiful. All right, some words exchanged here. I feel like one of the biggest takeaways here, Taco, is that Disruptor is going to be that wild card, going to be that big player on the field here today.
Yeah, I'm really also curious about, as a psych man myself, it's curious to see Samba take the reverse psychology on himself of saying, no, we're just going to lose. I think is that just how it is? Just has a mirror on the wall next to his setup. He just turns to and says, we're going to lose this game. You have no chance to win this game. And then they just go out and get a dub. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, I feel like you would have the psych-analysis there, Danger Taco, but we'll just assume that a mirror is in play somehow, some way, and maybe it's a mirrored effort here as well. I mean, UTA, they continue to take these wins against these very tight margins, and IRC, definitely a team that can go blow for blow against UTA as well.
Yes, this is a team that can go typically. However, they've lost Seabass. They're playing with Disruptor, apparently the hometown hero there. I think typically it forms a sub/a managerial role for the squad. So I actually have never seen them play. I've cast IRC in, I think, 4 different competitions in different collegiate leagues and tournaments, and I don't think I've ever seen Disruptor play. So it'll be fun to see how they step in this invitational to be able to play up against UTA. Certainly not a fun way to get your feet wet in the competitive sense, going up against one of the top teams perennially in the West, but sometimes that's just how you have to do. When you learn how to swim, you just take your kid and say, okay, best of luck, and chuck them right in the deep end.
Well, you could argue their feet are already, pretty wet. They just got their win over who was playing for Fisher College today, and they said that was a good warm-up. So maybe those roles already starting to be established, whether that is sort of the doggy paddle or the lie on your back here from Disruptor, what have you. It's still going to be, I think, a solid and maybe even a confident effort from IRSC as they've sort of waded the waters. They have sort of a strategy in place to head up against UTA. But obviously the first seed out of this kind of East-South division of this invitational is definitely going to be a solid showing. It's a really good place to be for next week's playoffs, Taco. They've got a lot to work for here.
They certainly do have a lot to work for, and they're able to show it soon because we got the match so soon to be underway. But first, we got to make sure we get that message out about NHTSA, about Click It or Ticket before we get into the game.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
And there you have it. You heard the click. Now you click on the NHTSA banner below to watch the video on why you should click it or ticket. Casters, back to you.
The 2023 EsportsU Invitational continues with another UTA matchup versus IRSC. We heard the players in the interview, but now we get to see them on the pitch. Adverse Nava and Samba back out here for UTA against the likes of Slayer, Taco Stash, and Disruptor for IRSC.
And being able to see a Disruptor for the first time is something I'm actually genuinely curious about, because there's been plenty of times in the CRL scene where something strange has kind of go down. Back in the day, CRL World Championship, St. Clair on the championship bracket day actually had to sub in a player that was, I believe at the time, a 1,500, 1,600 ranked, and they won to be able to get into top 4. So it's one of those moments where, if the sub can step up, let's go for it. So far, I'm seeing these arrows from Disruptor. I'm not too shying away from this. I'm happy with what I'm seeing so far, and Slayer, certainly he's happy with seeing what he can see. Most notably, a wide open net here to get the lead.
An opening indeed, maybe played a little too aggressive by UTA, but the Demolitions assisting in that endeavor. I don't know, Taka, that story you give of a 1,400, 1,500 player like me is giving me some real inspiration here. I'm not biased out here, but I might be pretty excited about some Disruptor plays here today.
I mean, as you should be. It's something that is a storyline you want to follow, but, we talk about Disruptor so much. Slayer has been a leader of this team. I call him one of the best second men to play in all of Collegiate because he knows where to find those seams. UTA taking a little too long to get that touch away. Slayer is not going to turn away any invitation to tap in an open net.
It's interesting you mentioned how he knows where to be in those second man situations, and I agree. Slayer, very smart player in their own right. Sometimes it takes mechanics, though, aside from the smarts, to get that ball to go very close from Adverse on that double tap. Pass out, shot there. It's going to go wide, though, from Disruptor. Slayer also coaching teams out here as well. Great mind in the scene, and surely we'll see that pave its way as this match continues.
Being able to get all these touches through and making sure that you're securing the dub is going to be priority number 1, I would say, of IRSC. And right now, they're at least keeping the backboard clean in the first one. How about the second? Taco Stash, not an easy read by any means, but they make it look so nice.
And I'm liking UTA's deep offensive rotation. They're prepared for those long clears just to continue the possession. Try and amp up some pressure that could give way to a goal wither away at the defense of IRSC. They'll try and mount another attack here as the ball stretches out to an open midfield. Slayer able to pick that up and read it from the side. Wow, that could even be on target. It's a little high though. Nava, long clear. Hit by Taco Stash. So I wouldn't say midfield presence is really established by one team or the other. They're trying to get these passes to go. Maybe Saba can attack here off the backboard. Taco Stash has to meet this, but Nava perfectly positioned. Double tap denied though by Taco.
Being able to get those saves across is also, I would say the core component of any good defense, making sure you're making the job as difficult as possible for the offense. But I think more importantly is not just getting the saves, but what you do afterwards. After RSC, get the save and then be able to then contest close enough where it's not a convenient tap right into the mixer for the offense to get started with shot number 2. You have to earn every single opportunity against IRSC, and it shows why this program has really made an effort to try to recruit the best of the best, get that program together, get all the scrims and that coaching in, because they want to have that clean, orderly rotation. Right now, UTA is struggling to be able to break on through this. We're 2 minutes remaining in game number 1, and they're still looking for their first real opportunity.
Maybe it wasn't the psych moves of Samba here, Dago. He just genuinely did believe that they were not going to win this match. I don't know. This is, though, how it did begin for UTA. They took a 3-goal deficit in game number 1 against their previous opponent. Maybe this is just the key to the strategy. Yes, it is. Now a 3-goal lead of their opponents, IRSC.
It's just soft touches sometimes, and then other times speeding it up at the strategically advantageous moments there. Taco Stash has a lot to do there, and sometimes it's easier just to hit one in a wacky direction, pinch off the corner into the middle, and again, Slayer knows where to be, when to lurk towards the goal, when to hang back and let the other team panic. 3 goals. It'll be really hard to throw this one a lead. I'm not really curious to watch them throw it away, so I think this one might just have to be UTA again. Coming out a little slow, and we talked to Samba before. This has happened before. They are not going to get rattled by it, but certainly is not something you want to see, particularly when you're playing against a team with a supposed sub in.
That is true. A stronger start could have been expected here, as there were no players kind of waking up to the match or any still taking off the rust here. UTA could get one to go here as we get in this final minute. The game number 1, and there's the attack from Nava. It's taken high. Slayer, as that would have met under the crossbar, has to meet this to the corner. It's adverse now. Take across the width of the field there. Disruptor can't carry their way to the ball. Nava in a prime situation to pass this off, but it's right in the hands of Taco Stash. That carryout could just about secure any other doubts that were left here of this win from IRC.
Yeah, not really at all. Yeah, it's just been a complete team performance, and I have to say the conductor of all of this has been Slayer. You can see it even on plays like that. It's not just shooting in open nets. It comes from those intelligent plays in between where you're just able to slow it down, get those tiny flicks over, and even if you're not scoring, it's just wasting time. It's just annoying for the defense to get out, and you're able to then just clean everything up from there. Not everything. It's not going to be spotless because give Adverse an inch, he will take a mile. Look at this effort off the corner.
I think that was even met with a wave dash there on the sidewall. Every minute move was made to get him speeding his way down towards the back line there. UTA still able to garner themselves a goal here, but a 3-goal lead is how it will wrap up. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was 4-1 the end score line here in the last game one. It's just a little bit of deja vu here. UTA starting off on the back foot.
And being able to see these goals fly through is really interesting. I just have to wonder how much of this is just game one adjustments and how much is it actually going to be the full-fledged strategy here. I wouldn't even say UTA has played poorly. I just think IRC has taken every single opportunity as an elite team just might. They finished in the top 3 in CRL in the fall. Spring didn't go quite as cleanly for them, but a team that certainly put in a lot of work. And even when you put in the sub, Disruptor lives up to the name. They're very much a huge part of that one, but you can't count out Slayer. Look at that stat line. 4 goals to lead his team.
I mean, credit to you, Danger Talker. You called it out before we saw anything on the scoreboard here. Slayer truly was leading the way, taking the torch for Indian River, and it's to be commended. But we had so many questions about the role that Disruptor would play in this match. I would say one of the biggest things I can credit this player on is not hesitating. You know, that's the thing that can really put this team behind. Instead, the pace was strong from Disruptor. A lot of times when you need Disruptor to even be the third man on defense, to get a save on a counterattack, Disruptor was there.
And that's really what you need out of a player. You don't even need them to be the hero oftentimes. I think the biggest mantra that I live by when analyzing teams and when I'm looking through teams or when I'm reviewing teams, either way, you're only as strong as your third. If your third is letting you down, if you're not able to get those touches, at the very least, that is going to really just cause you to be all doom and gloom on the field. But if you're getting your reads, even if you're not peaking, if you're just not making any mistakes, you have a great chance to be able to win these games. And beyond that, it's just about how you execute as a squad. How about this one? Disruptor trying to get on top of it. Didn't have the boost, but the pass is great. The save, even better.
Almost the bread and butter there of IRSC, getting the ball in the hands of Slayer for the final shot. That one did not go. If we know anything about this UTA team who are looking to crawl their way back, they're a team that does not get rattled. They're a team that with this clean slate of game number 2 is poised to attack. They'll do just that. First one on the board.
It's really nice to see as everything is just going to be chipped away. Look at Nava putting in the work on a 50, and then the second one, just a light little tap around the defender as it's going to have to watch it buzz on by them into the net. UTA getting their lead, and that is exactly the regain we expected, at least after last game, or this series rather, against Stockton. The thing is, you got to make sure it's airtight on both sides as that ball nearly got away from him.
Yeah, and listen, IRSC, even with this deficit, they've had those chances. So you're right, UTA have to make sure they're solid on both sides here. IRSC, will they get that chance to go again on the other side of the field? Disruptor has a light touch. It is met by Taco Stash, but it's boost for Nava and it's fall for Samba here. Off the backboard, could get a read here. It's taken away. There's a, Disruptor called off the play. Wanted Taco Stash to get it instead. Adverse to the ball. We know how lethal he can be in the corner, but Taco Stash away again. UTA mounting the pressure here. Lots of possession to work with as they appear to still be in the driver's seat. Though, shot from Disruptor, followed from Taco Stash, does test UTA.
And you know who's going to test him is Adverse. They're the professor right here, trying to get through the air with the flip reset. Not going to work out. That's why Samba is there on the back end. Actually, I think IRC helped him there, cleared it across the middle for them, but I suppose it is a calculated touch in the end. No harm, no foul. The setup from Nava only go to Taco Stash. Cross court, off ceiling, well met by a falling Samba, just to disrupt it enough for the support to come on through.
Slayer's got a carry there. It's met by Samba midfield here. Who's going to win it? Adverse setting up another solo play. Batted away off the backboard. It's going to be Taco Stash. Raining down the sideline. Disruptor next in the rotation. Has a touch there. Taco Stash looking to cut off the rotation. It is looking like IRSC want to meet these first touches from Disruptor and continue to amp up the pace, even if it means cutting off rotation and getting a little more aggressive. Maybe they have to here as we pass that halfway mark of UTA still with that lead.
Being able to get these F50s is a key issue right there. Taco Stash is actually one of the most improved players in my mind in the collegiate sense. Not necessarily that they were ever bad for their team, but there were moments where it felt like they weren't really implemented in the system quite well. And now you can see it even more so with having a sub in with Disruptor. He's leading the way. He's putting into weird situations, and Disruptor is there to make sure it goes in the back of the net. Nice setup there. Samba waiting for the touch, and it's still out of reach.
And listen, very reliable there for Disruptor to be there for the shot. But you mentioned how Taco Stash has been improving and improving. It looked like he glued the top of his car to the ball there on that air dribble carry out and then the dodge to push off the backboard. So strong, but as is the push here from Nava and Samba, both working towards the backboard here. But that 50-50 going in the way of Slayer. Disruptor pushes it out to the side. Nava following this, and Taco Stash with a carry here. Pushes Adverse back into the ball. Samba almost landed on by Adverse, but Adverse there for the second touch, and UTA storm their way back to the net.
And this got a little scared for me because I saw the setup and it's clean. It's a wide open net, but Adverse knows that they're not approaching it super well. They're actually so far on the inside that they lean their car and then kind of tilt it just to make sure it goes in at all. And it does. So fortunately, that awkward shot is not going to be able to give IRSC enough time to get back into it. UTA able to have their lead and not able to build it quite yet. I like that little whip around, trying to get a demo on Slayer, but Slayer a little bit too elusive. He ducks underneath that one, and now gonna have to get over top of this one, and unfortunately he did. Adverse slips it underneath.
So difficult because you got to work against Slayer here, but the 50-50 too strong from Adverse, muscles it through. And UTA, we don't often see them build their leads, but they're stacking it high now.
And this is the moment where UTA really gets out of a hand. This has always kind of been the meme of this squad, is that Samba had alluded to it. Yeah, sometimes the defense just kind of falls apart. I don't know what it is. It's not that it were tilted. It just started giving up goals. And it was a team that for a while was almost a squad that they would give up a decent amount of goals, but they'd almost always outscore you. That doesn't really happen nowadays with the amount of depth and talent available in CRL. But you can see this exactly is what happens. You give them a little bit of room sometimes, thinking, what's the worst that can happen? And then Adverse flips resets over your head, or Samba takes it underneath you, or Nava just cuts you apart with some passing. So hard to predict, much like this one. Disruptor, how about goal number 2?
It felt like this pass was telegraphed for quite some time, but even with everybody clogged up in front of the net, you couldn't beat the pace of that pass. Pinpoint accuracy for Disruptor to find his second in the game. Could it be the hat trick from the third of IRSC to bring this to OT?
We'll certainly have to see whether or not they have enough time to do that. 45 seconds is more than enough to get a goal. The thing is that UTA knows that, and they have to make sure that they lock down their back half, and they're certainly going to try to do that. As I say that, though, Taco Stash gets it past Slayer, flawlessly placed, if not for that one defender able to backflip in the way just in time.
It was so well placed, but so well defended. You had just about the whole net covered, and that tiny little gap on the inside post, too. It took a backflip, but it was enough. That shot from Taco Stash not going to meet the back of the net, though. Not enough for IRC to pull themselves back in this game. Just about 10 seconds for them to force an overtime here. Big demolition there. Taco Stash meets Disruptor on this play. Wanted to get a second, but is going to be laid up still on the ground. 3 on the clock now. IRC need a miracle. It's off of the ceiling. Slayer up for it. Pushed down by UTA, which could have done it, but Disruptor saves the ball. Still lofted in the air here, but Samba, last touch, secures the win for UTA.
Hardest part about a 0-second play is not necessarily keeping it up or even trying to find your teammates, it's wondering who needs to go, because you don't have that time to waste. The longer you wait for a read, the easier it is for the defender to just slap it into any open space and secure the dub. UT Arlington able to hold on, but Indian River, even with that loss, even falling behind by quite some margin, still able to keep that one close. And that's really all you can ask out of a team, even in a loss, making sure it's competitive and keeping your opponents on their toes. It's a nice showing from them as we tie up our series.
Yeah, the opponents are definitely on their toes here with IRC still trying to bat their way back into this game. But what we're going to see again is a message from where this broadcast is presented by. Let's hear from NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
The 2023 EsportsU Invitational presented by NHTSA. Don't risk it, click it. Love to see that message here as the battle cars continue to reel their way around this field at Danger Taco. We see UTA again battle their way back here to a tied series at 1-1. Can they collect this win with some momentum though? Because that's the biggest thing maybe they've struggled with in this series.
Yeah, momentum is something that it can be such a tricky word because it can be kind of in the micro, just getting goals across a game, but there can also be just individual plays throughout a whole series. And it's moments like that that are a great way to really start the boulder rolling down the hill. That one is only going to find the woodwork, though, so UTA is going to have to regain on this one. But either way, I think IRC is playing really to their peaks right now. They talk about having a sub in. They talk about how it's not really going to go in. Maybe there's a little banter saying, oh, Disruptor's a monster. Maybe they don't have too much faith that they're at their full strength, but they're playing like it. They're staying in these games, and they're getting some nice breaks there as UTA trying to reach all the way around that shop. I can only find, again, the far side.
Yeah, it was the far side, and Tacostash looking like they were still trying to meet that save, but instead looked composed, had a better eye on the ball, and is ready to meet it again here. Center field, Nava stronger touch, not a stronger second 50. That actually won out by IRSC, but only for the moment. Adverse pushing again, and those highly elevated plays from Adverse always make you worry if you're an IRSC fan. Adverse again there, gets almost that second touch, couldn't quite read it.
It would have been filthy, but also very much just a standard day in the office if you are Adverse, so they're not going to be able to try again. They have to go back for boost, and Thomas touch forward is going to be sent right on back. Adverse not anticipating it, but still is able to get the save only off the backboard there. Tacostash looking for the uncontested double, and he doesn't trust in the read. Might have been going for something more complex than maybe originally planned. One is going to go by the wayside. One of the better chances here for IRC.
I don't mind IRC looking for those backboard touches again and again because they've been able to work off of that real estate and get the follow-up goals to go. It's just that UTA appeared very prepared for that challenge, whether it was the first shot or the second. Breaking through that hard-struck defense can be difficult. It's not looking as collected for IRC. That ball moving right past them, and the follow too simple.
One of those moments where you always have to play 2 steps ahead. You can't play reactive for situations exactly like that. Tacostash hits it in the corner thinking, okay, maybe that's a catch. Maybe that's going to be just tapped up the sideline. I can prep for that. But then instead, it's just a laser straight at your face. You can see Slayer kind of panicking on that turn, thinking they can get back to it. And then once it goes past, I think all of IRC kind of just puts their controller down, wipes their hands because they know that's going to be in the back of their net. A mistake, not necessarily, but it's going to feel just as painful. 1-0 now on the margin as we're about to cross halftime.
And you mentioned how momentum can work its way in different avenues, Danger Taco, but one could argue UTA have it a bit here from game 2. They've been able to contain IRSC on the scoring here and collect a lead in this game, which can work wonders for this team, especially in a low-scoring affair here. Game number 3. They had to win the last 2 in their previous match, so winning game 3 could definitely sort out well for them here. They look to extend their lead though. Adverse prepared for this on the backboard, but can they get the second save? No! Passing play to Tacostash meets the back of the net.
This is a perfect example of why you want to use a passing play. That is 100% shootable, but you see Adverse is waiting for exactly that. They position themselves on that side wall so that when they fall off of it or drive off it, they have a flip. It gives them a lot of range for that save. The one thing they don't anticipate, though, is the softest little roller in the middle to be able to be buried on that very near post Adverse is waiting for. It's doing the unexpected at the right time is what really the epitome of team play is. IRC embodying that. And what a stellar way to be able to equalize things.
And not only the game sense to make that passing play, but the precision on the shot as well. They had the tightest angles to fit that through. And okay, Nava's gonna fit this as well with a couple wacky touches towards the net.
That's a rough one. Samba misses it. And actually, it works out fine. But then Slayer, unfortunately, in their desperate attempt to get in the way, actually, I think makes that save much, much harder. Whether or not they sped it up, I couldn't really tell. But certainly did not help the defender. It seemed like they were all positioned forward and then just had to kind of just let their arms drift to their side, say, okay, well, nothing I can do about that one.
Yeah, nothing you can do but get back on the field and respond accordingly here. UTA back with their lead here. It's already just a minute 20 in this game. Feels like it flew by here, but IRC gonna have to fly their way into another save. Can't do it against Samba.
And very few can when Samba's feeling himself, especially when there are these angles to be taken. I think that's the bread and butter that a lot of teams need to master, that trust in your team, to know that it's going to be laid on a platter for you. If you can follow any shot fast enough off that backboard, it can be a scoring chance, even if it is right in seemingly the jaws of the defense. IRC learning real quick that, yes, they're playing fast. You need to play even faster against the Mavericks.
Yeah, it's fast and it's very offensively positioned, even with a lead from UTA, which is something I really like about this team. Just because they have a small lead and they're known to win off tight margins, that doesn't mean they're just going to hang back on defense. Instead, they're going to push forward Adverse towards the net, just saved by Slayer. It goes right back around, though. Taco Stash hunting for a bump. Demo, maybe even some boost. Can't collect it. UTA attacking once again. Adverse. The read is there, and the ball is in. UTA running away with game 3.
Yeah, running away, it really just on the gallop, and it just happens again off the backboard. This is the exact reason why rotation is so key, because it's not just being in the right positions in terms of that XY axis. You got to make sure you are vertical there. You got to make sure you have someone there, because the moment that bounces and you don't have the immediate read, you are in panic mode. You are basically just guessing on where that ball is going to go and taking your best shot. And I think when we're talking about best shots, that's been a description of this UTA offense in this game 3. They're almost certainly taking the lead. It's just about how much style they want to put on this one. A pre-jump coming out from UTA, none needed, but the save's still coming on through.
Just barely. It's not going to affect the result of this game, though. Very strong showing from UTA as they're going to take it in commanding fashion here. They'll be on match point to make it to next week's playoffs of this Invitational, unless IRSC can find a response. UTA take the win in game 3 and are moving on to having match point.
It's a tough thing, particularly if you are IRC, because you can see the game starts off seemingly fine, and then you see the one goal go in, and then the second, and then it just seems like the field almost is tilting. It's like there's just a force being pulled back into your half from Indian River State, where they really just can't get their clears, and that's the offensive might of UT Arlington. When they settle in and there's nothing to really shake them from their perch, they're just going to keep throwing the ball into your half, racking up shots, hence the 13 that they were able to muster up in this non-OT game.
Yeah, this team no doubt is clicking, and like you said, UTA, they're not a team to go shaking and get in their shambles. No, instead, more so, they start to click. They start to find their form, and they just look unbreakable. I saw towards the later stages of that game, their opponents were really trying to start to disrupt. Taco Stash was moving way forward, collecting enemies boost, looking for the bump in the demo plays, because at this point, Danger Taco, it kind of feels like unless IRSC can shake UTA out of their groove, they're going to lose here in game 4 as well.
It's a tough thing to be able to confront, and I don't really like calling games before they begin, so I won't start now, but it is difficult when you do see a game kind of get away from them, then a second game get away from them, and now it's suddenly, okay, yes, you were able to get that first victory, but as we've seen, game 1s sometimes are just based on that rhythm setting. You're able to get that first step forward, quickly, but then after that, it's all about how you're able to make those inter-game adjustments. We've seen, haven't been super successful IRC in the start. How about in the later stages, Samba looking to be headhunted by Slayer, but Slayer not able to live up to that name.
And I am keeping my eyes on Slayer because we have credited this player for the smart adjustments, the great decision making throughout this match, but it's going to take a massive adaptation here to work against UTA and start to confine their scoring, especially on a play like this. Nava threads the needle.
Threads the needle indeed, because there's not much space here as the pass comes on through, and the Taco Stash is right in the way, but Nava just very acutely notices that near post. It's just beckoning for a finish. They're going to roll that one on through, and just well worked from UTA. You don't always have to go through the defense. Sometimes you just tuck it around and hope for them not being able to make that read in time.
It's a smart play, pouncing on that chance there for UTA. They find themselves with more opportunities to go, but right now it's about IRSC in their enemy's territory, but maybe not for long here. Samba does collect a demolition there, adverse across, trying to meet Samba, but not a whole lot of boost. They picked up a pad, but without momentum, they are relinquished from this stage. Taco Stash, smart clear here. They try and put IRC back in the driver's seat, though adverse. Pre-jumps for this, cut off by Taco Stash, sees it all. Nava puts it away, but you can see how IRC, they're not afraid to make these quick challenges, these big cutoffs against UTA.
No, but you absolutely have to when you get into there. The moment you start playing scared, if you're not really sure on any of your reads, that's when you start getting eaten alive. Didn't know the Mavericks on UTA, being horses, were carnivores, but you learn something new every day here. And certainly they are not going to shy away from that. Samba trying to get the redirect, but I think overjumped it and just weren't able to get around for that redirect.
Gonna get around there, but Nava well positioned to get a touch. That first touch a little too heavy though, and it's still on the goal line here. You're kidding me! IRSC, oh, they can't purchase a goal there. And they're gonna be looking for a situation like that again, or else they're gonna be in shambles.
Ooh, shambles is exactly what you're gonna be when Samba is looking to take off your head. The demo clearing the way, and the timing could not have been better. Look at this one. Slayer is about to touch that one. I feel like the pixels were scraping between bumper and ball, and it still is gonna go into the back of his net. A brutal one for IRSC, particularly with a half a game to go to keep themselves alive in the upper bracket.
Well, it feels like the turning point has already happened here in favor of UTA, but if there was any turn that drove the IRC car off the edge, that might have been it there. Missing out on that great chance. And then the swift response of UTA. Still, of 2 minutes. Oh, this is dangerous. So adverse straight back down to Nava. The give and go looking lethal, but UTA have to make sure their reinforcements are in position. Don't want to concede a goal here and be in a similar situation that IRC was. Off of that play, they almost scored on. UTA do good to collect on their transition defense.
You see Disruptor starting to go into the more dramatic efforts there. They turn to get a bump, not gonna work. Turns again to get that shot, and that one is also not gonna work. Taco Stash to the back post, no finish. Really no follow-up either, and it's just so difficult. It's one of the hardest parts about playing fast in Rocket League. You need to get boosts, and sometimes if you can't steal the boost, you're really gonna have to X out eventually. You only have so many shots before everyone has to really retreat, their wounds, refuel everything, and then reposition for an attack. And I think right now, even though there are 90 seconds, IRC needs some result, at least some, I'd say just a leg hold to be able to push themselves up here, because now UTA is content just to keep clearing this down the field and wasting down this clock.
Exactly. This is the first time I've seen UTA in this match feel comfortable not playing such an attacking play style. Instead, they're keen enough to meet whatever IRSC decide to cook up. Players getting cooked on the field here, and IRC without the reinforcements are having trouble moving down across the other side of the pitch. Already under a minute remaining. Nava couldn't find the shot here, and maybe IRC poised for an attack, but the pass, it's cut off. Slayer never met it. Adverse cuts it off instead, and okay, one way or another, IRC find a goal.
Man's a math major because he somehow calculates this angle, goes straight down into Samba, and poor Nava has everything covered except for exactly that deflection. Going off the hood, and what do you know, we got a game.
That's why you can never give up in Rocket League, because there is always some way that ball can get pinched in, well, maybe your opponent's net or your own net, for that matter, of UTA. Still, though, with a lead, they can close the lid on this series and move on to playoffs of next week. UTA just 20 seconds shy of a win here as Adverse pulls this ball to the backboard. Nava quick in rotation to beat this as well. Puts it down in front of the net, and it might have been in, but Adverse is going to be the cherry on top.
How many times have we seen this out of UTA, and particularly from Adverse? Is usually the player that is going to tap these ones through, but it's Nava getting the assist on that one from the corner. And when you're in the IRC defenders, you're thinking, okay, it's fine. There's no angle there. There is always an angle, so long as UTA can see any section of the goal open.
What a play here. UTA confirming their win and moving on to the playoffs next week of the 2023 EsportsU Invitational. Well done indeed. And you know what? It's just such a strong showing, Danger Taco, from UT Arlington, considering the only goal they conceded in that game appeared to be an accident.
Yeah, and it's a tough thing, and you can't really allow that at the highest level, but, you know, you can laugh it off somewhat because they did the work beforehand. If there's going to be shenanigans coming on in, it might as well be at the end of the game where you pretty much have everything all secure for them. And then, even after that, they didn't get tilted. As Samba had said, as we've seen previously, they just kind of laughed it off and then just got right back to business and scored one of the better goals, or at least better assists we've seen all of today from UTA, because it's been really the UTA show here on the broadcast. They've just been putting on a clinic.
Yeah, clinic is a fair way to describe it, I'd say. But the UTA show, not yet coming to a close. We're going to get an interview very soon. But before that, let's hear a word from NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
All right, we do return here after the win from UTA. They're moving on to next week. A strong showing from them against IRSC. And I'm excited to talk to Samba Dejitaka because we get to gather their thoughts on what next week is going to look like. Because although these East-South matchups have been interesting, I imagine they might play a West or Midwest team moving into playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of adjustment because we have these cross-region matchups, which in a lot of leagues, yes, we live in the online era. You can play players from across the nation, but typically we still have to play players in the region that you do reside. And so typically if you're Texas, you have the advantage of being central, but typically UTA only playing against those Western squads. So events like this, outside of scrims, are really the only time you have the exhibition level game against the East, and they're showing that they're all well and good with that. It's nice to see being able to see UTA not being able to just be older guys on the mountain, be able to kind of just fade off and say whatever, just play these games kind of casually. No, they're coming in to win, as they always do.
Yeah, on that mountain, there's an echo from the Yodele He-Hu still hearing out across the mountains, and here we are to get those matches in the Invitational. Such a strong showing from them. Of course, you have to remember about IRSC, this team not yet knocked out, right, Danger Taco? I mean, we're probably we're gonna see them next in that decider match to see if they'll move on to the playoffs as well, because 2 losses are what cut you out of this tournament.
Yeah, and making sure that double elim is not going to be a component is important to make sure that we're actually able to get these games through, see the best of the best from these groups going to go on into playoffs into next week, and UTA showing that that is very much them, and all 3 of those players are him. I didn't know that was really possible. I figured there was a singular thing, but apparently all of them have had their standout moments.
I'm with it. And folks, we are with Samba as well from UTA, so let's get that interview started here. From UTA after their win. Samba, you're back. You know, we're getting cozy here in the interview box. Congrats on your win. You're moving on to next week. I'm curious, what felt different about this matchup? Because it felt like for UTA, you couldn't really get your foothold there. You couldn't get back-to-back wins, but here after your first, it just kept rolling on through.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little odd playing them without Seabass. You kind of like know how they play. Or I guess you're used to certain teams and their play styles. Like when they have something different, like kind of throws you off. So like it takes a little bit to get used to. So I just took a bit of adjusting to get used to their new team.
Do you feel like as a squad that you're a good team at doing that when you see a play style that you're not used to? How quickly do you feel like you guys adjust to it, or do you just try to just keep playing your game and try to double down into it?
Well, you've seen what happened at Worlds last year, and then UNT this season when they brought in a sub. It's just like we're not always the best at that kind of stuff. I don't know what it is, man. It's just something wrong with our team. But this time we were able to I guess adjust better.
Yeah, that's fair. Adjustments needed to be made here, and they were made. But you imagine maybe those adjustments may need to continue to be made, because next week, Samba, you're going to be faced up against probably a team from the West Midwest, other side of the conference here. Out of those teams, we got Northwood, Oregon, Akron, and Boise. Would you say out of those four, you've got your eyes set on a particular team that you'd like to end up being faced off against in this invitational?
I'm pretty sure it's going to be Akron we're playing. I don't see it being Northwood. I see Northwood winning that. So playing whoever gets second in our group. And then I think Akron is just going to... They rolled Boise at the LAN 2 weeks ago twice, I'm pretty sure. 3-0, 3-0. So I don't see them losing either. Or besides Northwood. So I think we're going to play Akron probably.
And is that a matchup you would like to have again there against them?
Yeah, I mean, they took us out in Natties. It'd be nice. I mean, it'd be nice with Boise too, because we've struggled against Boise past couple times we played them. So I mean, either one. I don't think Oregon has a chance. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think Oregon has a chance at all.
I think that often happens in the West, and that Oregon gets counted out, and then they find a way. So who knows how that one's actually going to work out for them. But either way, I mean, it's been nice to be able to talk to you so much, actually, on this broadcast. But pretty much your day is done. Very quick, easy and out. Nava said they woke up early. Maybe he just go right back to bed. But either than that, do you have anything to say to everybody here on the broadcast before we let you go and enjoy the rest of your lovely weekend?
Yeah, shout out to everyone watching. Shout out to my teammates, and shout out to all you guys. See y'all next weekend.
Perfect. We'll see you next weekend then, Samba. Thanks so much for the interview.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Folks, that was Samba from UTA. They are storming through this tournament, one win after the other, and moving on to next week playoffs. Stage Daco, we still got another match to get to here. It's going to be, of course, IRSC moving on to play the winner of Stockton University and Fisher College. Though I don't know we have that match set up to go yet or who they are playing. So, bit of a wild card here to wrap up our East and South Conference.
Yes, but ultimately we have a good match ahead because all these matches are going to be good. That's what happens when you get the best of the best. As we have alluded to several times throughout this broadcast here, it will be confirmed to Stockton IRC actually as we say that. So I guess, yeah, we did get the best of the best here. Unfortunate to Fisher, but unfortunately that is not going to be the best result out of them, but certainly not the last we'll see of them throughout this collegiate season. We got plenty of events to go. We got plenty of broadcasts to go, so we're going to throw you guys to a brief break here. But first, one more message here from NHTSA. Hopefully.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the 2023 EsportsU Invitational presented by NHTSA. Really great word from them. Remember, a driver who isn't wearing their seatbelt may get a ticket. A driver who isn't wearing their seatbelt during a crash may not make it home. Don't risk it, click it, or ticket. Thank you so much, NHTSA, again, for presenting this broadcast. Danger Taco, we're hopping into our final East-South matchup here. We know for sure UTA are moving on next week. We know for sure Fisher College have been knocked out, but now it's between Stockton and IRSC to figure out who takes that final spot.
It's tough to be able to look at these two teams because these are two teams that typically you see in the upper bracket, but when you have a stacked invitational like this, then unfortunately you're going to have some teams go through that lower and face off. So it's tough to know that some of these players are not able to make it through, but at the very least we've had very entertaining series so far, and hopefully this one is just another one to stack on top of the pile.
I think very much it will be, because Stockton were so close to moving their way to that second round winners matchup, but just couldn't ice it out in game 5, lost by only 1 point. So you know that for that team, like this is right in their grasp, especially now coming off a win with Fisher College. Do you feel like the tempo's a little bit changed though for a team like IRSC, Danger Taco, who are coming off a loss instead?
I think it'd be tough, but both these players have to deal with the losses, but that's also part of what being a competitor is at the collegiate level, at the RLCS level, and really any esport or traditional sport. You have to have a short memory. If you keep yourself down on those past games, then you're really just going to be bogged down for no good reason. You have to clean the mental. You have to make sure everything is a clean slate. You just have to trust in your teammates, trust that your game plan is the most effective one, and just be ready to take quick adjustments if need be, but always play the game with a lot of, I would say, bravery and lack of hesitation.
Yeah, I think the lacking hesitation is going to be the biggest thing, because what we talked about so much was the role that Disruptor is playing on IRSC, trying to fit into this roster and play as quickly as the pace of the game has been beating from them. So, we've talked so much about these players. Let's actually hear from them. We're finally ready for that pre-match interview. So, for this match between IRSC and Stockton, we got Bussy back, and instead, Disruptor beating us here on the pre-match interview. Disruptor, great to see you. How has the day gone for you so far? You ready for this next matchup?
Today's been a good day. My first debut came out. We came out on top. Last match, we were doing good right off the bat in the first game, and then I started feeling a little iffy about how I was playing. Felt a little hesitant and a little delayed, and it got in my head, and I fell back. But we're regaining, and I'm ready to move forward.
That's good to see. I know it's kind of weird to get tossed into the pool, particularly now that you're playing up against Stockton. Bussy, we got you on the broadcast here. You got the regain against Fisher coming into this one. You feeling a little bit better after taking a tough game 5 taking a tough game 5 loss against UTA in the upper?
Yeah. We kind of tossed that last game, but regardless, we're going up against this kid who just dropped 42 points his last match. So really, I'm not too worried. It's his first time at the big leagues. So Pipsqueak is gonna go home.
Oh man! All right. Well, we got the words from Bussy to Disruptor. I gotta give you the chance here to lay out some words here before y'all meet the pitch together.
I'm just gonna wish him the best of luck and let you know if you do fall to me, you're never gonna live it down. So be ready.
You're gonna tweet it out to your 5,000 fake followers?
Oh no!
I don't care, man. They're actually not fake, but it's cool. But like I said, just leave it on the field, man. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see, buddy.
All right. Well, it's good to hear from you. We'll see you on the pitch. Bussy, Disruptor, appreciate you both. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
All right, Danger Taco. It's a feisty one here to start off our last match between the East and the South conferences.
Yeah, they're not messing around. These players are competitors, and it's always nice to have that banter between each other. But there is sometimes just that friction, and it keeps things alive. I think that's a good thing to have in a scene, and I know Bussy on Stockton has never been shying away from playing that role, playing a pseudo-villain, but doesn't ultimately, I feel like, take it too far. Just takes it right up to the precipice there. So it's nice to have a little spice going into such a high stakes matchup here in the Invitational.
Yeah, that is a ruthless statistic to keep in mind as well, because we never mentioned it on broadcast, but we saw that number 42 that Disruptor did end up with on their score in one of the games. But at the same token, in one of their matches, Disruptor scored the only 2 goals that their team had in one team. So, we can see how the pace of this game can shift between how these players play their roles and fill in the gaps. There's Taco. Again, I'm glad things are keeping spicy as well. We got here Pyro. We got Danger Taco. I mean, how else would it go?
I would hope for nothing else as these games go through. I mean, at the end of the day, esports and all sports would just be the worst for the entertainment complex if we just had to deal with player interviews who are saying, hey, what do you have to say to your opponents? Like, best of luck. And it's like, all right, well, just kind of looked at your feet like, all right, I guess we're going to have to run copy on that and have to figure out some way to spin that. So it is nice to have a little personality in there. And now we're have to see if that translates to the field. Because clearly, this isn't an IRC team that's just playing with a bunch of gold players. Like, they were able to take a game off UTA in convincing fashion, even keep it close in the other one. So we'll have to see if they can keep it that close up against other squads. Then how is it going to work for them here in the lowers?
Well, we heard the banter between the players. You got our analysis, but now it's just up to the game. Before we get to it, let's hear from a quick word from NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Click It or Ticket NHTSA pre-match seatbelt check. Before we start this group stage decider match, we ensure all players are properly secured and buckled up for safety. And there you have it. You heard the click. Now you click on the NHTSA banner below to watch the video on why you should click it or ticket. Casters, back to you.
One spot remains here between the East and South Division teams here in the 2023 EsportsU Invitational. And it's going to be given to either Stockton or IRSC in this best of 5. We're getting started off a little heated, just as it was there in the pre-match interview, Taco.
And you got to make sure you're really watching the goal line and also watching your teammates fade into non-existence as the demo's really ringing through. And what happens when you have those close challenges. But also 2 teams that love to just swing through the back line. I know IRC, that's been a bread and butter of their playstyle for quite some time. And other times, it's Disruptor getting the first goal out of nowhere from the dunk.
Oh my, and it's a little bit picturesque here as Bussy is trying to contain that shot, but just can't keep up to it. Trying to back up the words here on the pitch, but not so much here from Stockton out from the beginning.
And Top Chase trying to regain on this one as Anthony Pizza had an open shot, but don't think they had the momentum. They just slowed down, wait to see where that reset was going to go. The answer is nowhere. Bussy trying to amend for that one, trying to put it in the back of the net, or maybe just waiting for their teammate. They can't even provide the preliminary support, but now it's a fast break here. Taco Stash finding Slayer, who will not find the net, but the backboard is uncontested, at least for now. Taco Stash, possession touch, and that's all it's going to be, is it'll be ricocheted briefly out to the midfield for Slayer to follow through.
You can tell on that breakaway play, and even the previous one from Stockton. On transition, both teams very dangerous. You have Bussy trying to beat out any defender and bump them out of the play, but then you have these great midfield passing options from IRSC. Meanwhile, Anthony Pizza cannot collect a bump onto Slayer. He's able to get up to the challenge. Taco Stash from one side of the field to the other. Bussy beats that from the corner, but again, it's just counter after counter. You expect one of these to go in.
Yeah, particularly when you do have all these shots coming through, all these air dribbles. The problem is it seems like everyone is so convinced that they can get the setup first that they don't really follow through on the backup plan when that doesn't quite work out. You see the air dribbles going all the way down, you get the boost steal. The thing is you need to make sure the placement is there. And look at him, Disruptor, the player called out in the pre-match interview, getting the 2 goals for his squad, and you can't place him better than that.
You really can't. What a touch there from Disruptor IRSC. 2-goal lead. You know, when their back's against the wall, when the pressure's on Danger Taco, some players just perform differently. It looks like pressure making diamonds here for Disruptor, but he's got the clap back already from Stockton, and that's the other thing, Danger Taco, is you felt like this was coming sooner rather than later.
And it's also just so well done from Bussy, being able to get the kickoff, get the boost steal, and then immediately using it not to challenge in the air, not to go across the goal to get the other boost, but to turn around and immediately take out Slayer, the only player around off that kickoff to be able to actually get that save through. So it's just easy putbacks for Stockton. Now we got back into it with a game, close margins, and maybe not for long. Bussy had the foul. That's going to go wide. Same with Top Cheese. You can actually get to see that get all the way to the goal line, but I believe that was going to be off the woodwork as well. That is a tough one, but Stockton showing that they're not going to just be sitting down, taking a 2-0 beating, taking a game 1 loss like UTA did in the last series.
Yeah, that much has definitely been made clear here. Between both of the teams who are fighting for this ball right now, it's left up alone. They're Top Cheese. Better on the 50-50. Dunk play gets the equalizer.
That's a tough one. Disruptor going up for this one. And to be honest, I think he plays that angle really well. The thing is, Anthony Pizza doesn't touch it, whether that's on purpose or not. It just is able to drift so helplessly in front of the IRC goal. And Bussy, credit to him, knows he doesn't really have too much of a shot, but if he throws it towards Top Cheese, maybe it can be more than that. And boys and ever, back to square game here at 2-2, as I wasn't sure where that deflection was going to go. I had to pause for a brief second as Bussy was going for the reset, but had to play for the disruption instead.
And I think what's been made very clear is Taco Stash understands what Bussy can do with time and space on the ball. Had to come from behind to break up the play, but if that's what's needed to maybe strip the fangs off of this Stockton team, then, well, very well. That's the play style they'll adopt, is getting that disruption. However, it may come through. Meanwhile, Anthony Pizza, it's a good touch from the midfield to try and gear Stockton to a 3rd goal in a row. They pushed all this way for even footing, but will it all come back against them? No, Anthony Pizza has that save. Off the respawn, Bussy had ball control, but he's eliminated again. Strong flip from Top Cheese, moved into the way of a bump play, but it's huge from Disruptor to find that save.
Disruptor really well done on the save, because that was a last-second touch, and it had to be approached in that angle. Anything else that gets deflected probably near post and in. So being able to play positionally well is not just where you are on the field XY, it's how you approach those challenges that make all the difference. He's trying to approach it this one as he goes actually around the ball and taps it middle. That pulls the first fender, not the second. Going back in from Slayer, Top Cheese into the middle. That's chipped up by Taco Stash, and Disruptor certainly think about it as more than enough boost to work with, and trying to pick his challenge, and I suppose he chooses it well. Into the ceiling, into the back wall, and again just wide.
The tone setter for this series just going to be so important, as we've seen how evenly matched these teams are. Game 1 could be paramount, and it could also come in the form of this next goal. Bussy trying to credit it to himself there as the take towards the net meets Taco Stash. An aerial flight almost coast to coast, but broken up at the midfield. Trying to get in front of these first. Quick touches Taco Stash before the elimination. Guards the ball away from their own net. Slayer there with a chance, but it's taken wide. IRSC with the demo plays are keeping themselves in this game, and they just work to extra time, but still time on the clock here in regulation. A bat down the field. Bussy, if he catches up and shoots, he could score. Put out in front of the net again. Top Cheese doesn't want to give up on the play. 5 seconds remaining. Top Cheese again. Deflected well. Bussy, can he keep this aloft and up here? Only for a moment. Taco Stash to clear down the way will bring us to overtime.
And this is just breakneck pace, but it comes down to individual decision-making, how it affects the group. We saw IRC take a late game double commit. I like the flow they were in, but then I think they just saw the stars in their eyes. They just thought they could be the hero. It's not about who scores the goal. It's just about which team actually ends up getting that one. It is neck and neck. It is anybody's game up until someone maybe on Stockton. Says it is. Anthony Pizza can't get the first flick. Top Cheese trying to keep it alive, but that's really all they're going to do.
And that's kind of been the situation all along there. Big touch from Disruptor. Well, 2 redirects. Very cheeky from IRSC, but boinking that ball off the top of your car can very much at times keep the momentum of the play going and keep Stockton from getting that very important goal here. In OT, game 1, it persists on Top Cheese across the width of the field there. Taco Stash, another cheeky touch that just brings the ball to safer territory in the corner, but Bussy picks up the pass, and the ball sent away. No follow from Stockton, not yet.
Yeah, but touches like that from Top Cheese go a long way. Not, I would say, in a literal sense. Immediately shut down, as it seemed like IRC were not going to bite on the first touch, but now with a lot of space to work with, maybe a demo, and if it went through, that would have been game, but instead Bussy able to escape and then some with the 50 into the quarter. Tap middle from Anthony Pizza. That's a miss from the first. How about the second? Slayer needs to be there, and they are that reliable defender. IRC getting another couple clears.
Will it meet, though, for a counterattacker? Will Stockton continue to push their way in and through that defensive IRSC? Maybe not. Slayer with a chance here off the ceiling. Could be delectable for IRC to pick up, but instead, Top Cheese really stoic at the midfield line. Keeps pushing for Stockton. Could have been in front of the net, but Taco Stash very calm and poised in the inside post, batting that ball away. Gonna have to act in that according fashion here on the backboard. Though Stockton, with the majority of the attacks, have felt threatening. IRC have combated against it very well. Interception from Top Cheese will keep Stockton in the driver's seat.
Ooh, nice demo, as we do see a deflection here, and I'll see a space to create. We know we couldn't do with that one. Top Cheese into the top bins, but saved away for now. Trying to put it back is Top Cheese. That money boost, and to find that cash money shot that he can do to seal this game up, but we keep on playing, and to be honest, the longer it goes, the more confused I am. I have no idea who's going to come out on top. All it takes is just one moment of clear opportunity, and that could be it. Is this it? Bussy, the flip reset, and he doesn't get it. Neither does the follow.
And I believed in that play for a moment there, but maybe the belief is all here for Disruptor and Taco Stash. Yes! Disruptor, hat trick for the win of IRSC.
Ye of little faith, everybody challenging Disruptor. It looks like an awkward play, but he's off the ceiling. He's got pace. You gotta believe he has something on it. He has more than enough over the entirety of Stockton. The player called out is the one that stands up. 3 goals, 4 shots, 700 points, and a fat dub on the scoreboard.
Monumental performance from Disruptor. No kidding. But you talk about that overtime as well. It felt like it could have gone any way. Like you said, Danger Taco. I mean, if anything that we learned is that both of these teams deserve a spot in the playoffs. But the thing is, only one team gets it. It's a huge win for Indian River. But Danger Taco, do you feel like they kind of got to scrape by every win that they get?
I wouldn't necessarily say they need to scrape by, but you can see what Stockton is so good at. This is a team that has, again, made a world championship that we're going to be seeing in just a couple weeks here in the collegiate sphere. And it's a team that is very good at producing offense. The thing is, IRC, even playing with a sub, is also very good on their structure. The comms are good. The coordination is good. The program itself, the actual environment that they're playing in, is all locked in. So even though Disruptor's in here and maybe he is not truly at that starter level for them, he is playing his role. He's not making any brutal mistakes, and IRC is covering up anything that might emerge. As long as the offense stays clean, I think it's fine. The problem is that clear was a bit too far, and sometimes you just can't predict those.
And listen, momentum can often work in the way of shot after shot and goal after goal, but for IRC, sometimes it goes a little bit amiss, attacking, and leaving nothing there on defense after the miss. Stockton University will be happy to garner a lead for themselves, and yeah, that's going to be their first lead in the series so far.
And it's a weird statement you don't often hear with Stockton in a lot of their series, and how it might even just be evaporated immediately as that pass was forward, but just pixels away from actually being finished off. Slayer will keep things alive with deflections, but that's all it will do. Just buy time for his teammates. Try again with a second chance. A double tap into Slayer. He couldn't predict that. How could the defense? Apparently just barely, as that deflection will be able to take it at least briefly into the sidewall.
The heads-up play so strong from Slayer, though, almost did beat the back of the net. Now for that quick reaction play. And now they're going to work to get back on the other side of the field here. IRSC, they don't want to allow Stockton University to have this lead and feel comfortable for very long. Slayer cannot find Bussy, but Bussy can't find the save. IRSC pounds.
And Taco Stash being able to be the marksman when it is needed. And I gotta say, this is a full team play, even though it doesn't look like it. Slayer is swinging through the bat. It freezes Bussy because if he goes forward, he knows he's gonna get demoed, but he even knows if he jumps too early, also gonna get demoed. Disruptor knows that he has a pass and it's on his hood. How do you get rid of it? You just hop once, let your teammate take it, and Taco Stash does the rest. So clean, and that's that coordination I'm talking about.
And it was coordination that we were a little bit not sure about, maybe, from IRSC when we saw the roster coming in. But the only comments we've had to make on it is commending it and applauding what IRC have been able to do with this squad. A lot of it is due to what Slayer has geared toward their team. Whether it's the bump play, whether it's dumping off the pass, Slayer has made such incredible decisions for their team to combat against Stockton. So lead was there for Stockton, and maybe it'll be get right back here. Slayer can't get that touch on the backboard. Anthony Pizza pass out to Bussy. Shot goes deflected, but it's right back in front of the net here. Top cheese. Yeah, it's nailed in.
And again, on offense, it's not about the first shot, it's about the second, third, and fourth, and that's really what it took. Unfortunately, they got some help there on the putback, coming in on the near post. Not always a bad thing as much as the community will believe it to be so, but that is an example of where it can be a little bit unfortunate. The deflection into the third man, now into the back of the net. Stockton with a lead. How do you protect it with half a game to go?
It's so much time to protect it. You almost feel like Stockton need to take an approach that we saw so much from UTA, and that means battle back. And again, Stockton, they're not padding on the brakes, they're accelerating.
And that's a clever touch from Top Cheese, particularly because they don't have to be there. It's so easy for a lot of players just to whip forward and then whip back, get boost, and rejoin the attack. But Top Cheese knows that as soon as that ball goes forward, they slow down. Bussy probably says, hey, Top Cheese, I don't think I have this shot. Please just finish this one off for me. And he does that so well. Speaking of, the facilitation from Taco Stash has been going so well. That double tap nearly finding its way to Disruptor, but he doesn't go for that one. Taco Stash back for more on this one. He goes for a reset, but he didn't have the angle to actually propel that one forward.
The reset known to be one of the most dangerous mechanics in this game, but we can see how it can be the exact opposite at times. Flipped right off of the ball and didn't alter the trajectory of it, seemingly whatsoever. However, IRSC, they're sporting their tactics. They're not afraid to bring out those mechanics. If it's going to push them over the edge, obviously for the first and the second defender has to be beat one way or another. But the problem is they're not on the attack. They're still on the defense and still falling to Stockton.
Shoot or shoot. This is exactly what you want out of your front man. Top Cheese has been one of the better players in the East, and that's saying something considering how much growth we've seen in that region in the collegiate sphere. Just so clean on a lot of these finishes, and that's exactly what you want to see. If the ball's open with that much time, no matter who's in goal, you trust them to find that back post finish.
Ooh, all right, Disruptor back on the board, and yeah, this was almost right near that back post again. Gotta credit this team and their response time. You felt like if they had any buy-in to this game, Danger Taco, they had to find that second goal right then and there.
I actually didn't see that coming for a second as I passed it off to you. I think it was all safe because I'm thinking what can really happen here, but then Stockton decided to take the passive roll away from it, knowing that shot is not going to be powerful, and Slayer knows, hey, if you're going to stand still at net, I'm going to make you eat the back of that net. Just throws him into the back of the wall, and I could not see it from my angle, and certainly Stockton got a front row seat. 2-goal game yet again, 90 seconds. It's very much doable, but Stockton has been in these situations before. They're not a team that very much likes to give up the lead when they have earned it. Let's see if IRC can break on through. That first foray forward, not going to do it.
Yeah, and you know what? We haven't seen a series go 2-0 for any team yet today. This is our third match of the day, so that theme could very well continue, especially with a goal here. Anthony Pizza, good collection of the ball moving upfield. What a reaction to put a fifth for Stockton.
A nice little demo to carve the way forward, so only fitting. The player who starts the play is the one who finished it off as well. Goal number 5, and this is these situations where many a team have found themselves in. You get that momentum back a little bit, and then the goal goes through, and then you kind of just have to say, all right, well, GG's, and then move on. Because I think that's really what you got to do here. 3-goal lead with Stockton up with a minute remaining. This one is more or less chalked. And it's an unfortunate one because IRC, I wouldn't even say this is bad. This is just Stockton stepping up to the plate. Every single time they've had a shot, it seems like they buried pretty much every one except maybe just a brief handful.
Yeah, they bury the shots and they do well to position themselves to get those shots. That one, another great positioning for Top Cheese to pick up the pass. Just wasn't clinical on it, or the pass maybe got a little too ahead of them. That being said, I mean, we've seen plays where the Top Cheese isn't afraid to just hang out in their opponent's box and pick up the passes as they come, throw them right in the net. I was watching the top plays earlier from RLCS and seeing plays like G2, Atomic, just hound their opponent's territory and pick up those redirects. It's reminiscent of that. So the Stockton aggressive plays are working out and sorting out well for them here in a commanding victory of Game 2. It's going to bring the series to a level playing field as we get ready for game number 3.
And as we do see all of this transpire from Stockton, this is, I think, when people tune in and say, wait, how'd this first game go? Because this is exactly how I expected it to go. 5-2, especially with a sub in for IRC. Where was this in the first game? And I think we can ask that a lot of lines for some of these games within this in this invitational, that things kind of go against the grain. Indian River, something about their starts a series. Some teams start really slow. That is not the case with IRC. They're showing that they have that grit and that determination to be able to get forward. It's just that it's how you endure throughout the entirety of the series that really makes the difference.
And we're going to endure through this match as it continues. But before we get into game 3, let's hear a quick word from NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
This invitational presented by NHTSA. Great messages all the way through there with Click It or Ticket. It's myself, Pirate J, and Danger Taco continuing this match. The 1 spot remaining, Danger Taco, for next week's playoffs between the East and South divisions. And although it's neck and neck here, series tied up at 1-1, it does feel like Stockton have considerable momentum.
And Stockton coming into this game with that win is nice for them because it's almost just a return to form. I don't think teams at the highest level really have that panic. We talked to UTA about how they're a team that's very chill. They do not panic. They're not freaking out in the comms. They're not really getting nervous, really. It's just about another day at the office. You got to clock in, clock out. And when you're at the top for as long as Stockton, UTA, and now IRC really has been, when you take a loss in game 1, Stockton's not going to say, what's happening? They're just going to say, all right, guys, it's fine. That's just one game. It's a whole series. You just get back into it. And then you get a 5-2 victory. So that's, I think, the main thing that IRC has to be aware of as well, is that, yes, you got a victory, but that means nothing in the long term. You got to earn every single goal, and especially now that Stockton has the rotation in, they're not overcommitting, they're not getting demoed as frequently. How do you then adjust from there? Apparently, you dive on it in the midfield, and no one's home, minding the shop.
You know what? This is a great goal, and it's reminiscent of Game 2 as well. Stockton continuing to find those midfield challenges quicker than their opponents. And it's working off the mistakes as well from IRSC. That ball just plays kind of right in the hands of a Stockton counterattack goal. IRSC, they have got to have those reinforcements in place on defense. Otherwise, Stockton could find themselves with another 5-goal game.
Especially when you have time to set up it. As I say that, the only time is going to be spent just watching the game from the respawn. That is somewhat what happens when you're playing against IRC and you're sitting still for a bit too long in the midfield. Not going to really harm them. So you're just playing keep away as that ball go left to right. Over that next touch, really gets away from him. So that's a chance for IRC possession, but no boost though. Thought Taco Stash could have started something off the sidewall, but instead just an immediate giveaway. We're right back into Stockton possession.
And it was almost a passing play there, bet from Stockton, but the ball control couldn't be found early on. awkward off the wall there was Stockton, but they're not afraid to continue to press forward. They want to prove that momentum is very much on their side. They made with a goal here. Top cheese! No, the angle's not found. Stockton are going to be looking at that play thinking that was a great chance to extend their lead. Instead, IRC now with a chance to capitalize on the mistakes from Stockton. It's a shot that meets across the face of the goal, but never finds its way towards the back of the net. Maybe a final chance here as they're stealing boost, working on continuing this possession here. Long clear at top cheese could defuse it.
Really a catch coming through, and even better setup to Slayer. The problem is they're so far away, so hard to make sure that shot goes through, but that's why Taco Stash is Johnny on the spot. It's sitting on the near post, and he finds the perfect touch to be able to get past top cheese.
And there was a little bit of interesting mechanics to be right place, right time there, but nevertheless, it has been that positioning in front of their opponent's net by both teams to collect those quick shots. Moving on your feet has been paramount in this series, and it will credit IRC to tie this ball game.
A ground pitch from Taco Stash. Anthony Pizza had to rush back. They will be able to get the contact. Same with Bussy, threading the needle between two defenders and not able to get the foul touch over and out. Top cheese though. They're there for 50, not going to get it. Anthony Pizza with a putback, and that is the peril of sending two players. Sometimes there's no one back to support.
And since the very first part of this match, you've been crediting the shot placement of Anthony Pizza. It comes through there, but Taco, you mentioned it, the support from IRSC has been lined up, sometimes 1-2 defenders, but the lines appear thin, as even with that sort of double commit quick challenge, no one could get a piece of that ball. Credit Stockton on their placement, but also IRC needed to guard their defensive wall a little bit better. Slayer carry out denied very quickly. Stockton just don't want to give IRC that equalizer again.
And that was a brave challenge there from Anthony Pizza. There's two really methods you can take on those 1v1s. You can take it passive. You can really just play for that slow play deflection on the shadow, or you can just rush it on that slight opening. Slayer took too long to challenge. The hit was able to go through, especially with a 2v1 developing, perfectly timed. And I think that crucial moment will be something we have to look back on, particularly because the lead is still in Stockton's favor. How long it lasts is up to them, as a triple commit will briefly go through.
And here we go, Slayer looking for a pass maybe in the midfield, but nobody from IRC there in quick enough fashion. Instead, the offensive rotation a little bit deep. It allows the possession to continue here. Slayer trying to get the better of a 50-50, but Stockton hold on strong. Taco Stash all the way back to pick up some boost as Bussy flicks this. Not past Taco Stash though. Had those resources to climb to the touch, but this is awkward. Top cheese taking advantage of the crossbar. There's Bussy to finish the play. Almost stayed out of the goal, but they find a way through this third.
And sometimes you have the certain reads, and other times you just don't. Slayer has to really just watch and react to Top Cheese's hit off the bar, over his shoulder. The putback couldn't be easier. Stockton not necessarily having the easiest path through this game, but they're carving through it regardless, just mining through the resistance. And the IRC, the resistance is starting to run thin here. They need to turn something around. They got one more game to go, but seems like here in game 3, it has slipped away from them again. It's just Stockton too much firepower to be suppressed for long.
Very difficult to contain. Stockton have been able to attribute for themselves, and it does feel like forced errors on the side of IRSC with all that attacking. It's hard to get every single touch to go. That's going to be an important touch there. Demo combined with a clear here is going to bring the ball all the way down across the pitch from the ceiling. There is a take from Taco Stash to beats the backboard. Slayer tries to get him for the shot, but it's a strong clear. Stockton moving their way across the field. Bussy flip reset. Goal in. Stockton secure game 3.
What a way to secure your hat trick as well. The bump on the way, into the touch, into the flip reset. And if you look at that bottom left on that replay, there is no boost. That is boost efficiency shown to its maximal effectiveness.
No doubt about that. The efficiency, not only across the court, but those resources have attributed great attacks from Stockton University. And ever since their first loss, you know, Danger Taco, it's feeling like that previous matchup for UTA. Yeah, they lost game 1. They were looking for the right adaptations that they've mentioned has been difficult with this new playstyle of IRC with Disruptor. But ever since their opponents of IRC start to figure them out, they seem to remain in that driver's seat, momentum still in form for Stockton.
I think it's just individual moments. It's Stockton being able to just play offense in the most annoying way. Keep the ball in the possession, keep it in the offensive third, and eventually you will break something down. The issue is that Indian River is also starting to fall victim to just the increased pace Stockton is bringing. If you're not able to get those initial reads, you need to trust in your rotation, but you're seeing too many double commits. You're seeing late challenges, you're seeing reactive plays, and I think you need to focus on your defense first. Everything else flows from there.
Yeah, the defense having to meet the pace of Stockton, I agree, is something that Indian River State College is struggling with the most. We've seen sort of some missed touches on defense that have led to Stockton's goals. We've seen just not enough speed on the transition defense from IRC to move back on defense and block those counterattacks. A beauty from Bussy from their fourth goal. It's going to be tough to meet that pace, but we've seen that cohesion from IRC before, Danger Taco. I don't really think it's impossible for them to meet those expectations.
Not at all. And any player at this level knows that sometimes you just have series where it's really starting to get away from you, but it's always winnable because you have to think about it not as a series. You have to think about it saying, okay, if you just win 2 games straight, we have done that hundreds of times in our competitive careers. You know you can win 2 games straight. It happens in rank. It happens in casual. It happens whenever. You just got to do it here. You can't think of it as this massive comeback. It's so difficult to be able to really dig yourself out of that hole when you're thinking about it in a sense that, oh man, we really have to come back. We have to counter this momentum. It all resets game to game. So I think you just got to take that mentality in, which is tough though, because Stockton is knowing that they're in your heads. They know how they want to play, and they're forcing you to really adjust to them.
Yeah, it's hard to find that form when the game plan for Stockton University feels like breaking you out of your rhythm through how quickly they play, through the counterattacks from Bussy and the leading bumps as well. But from IRSC, it's hard to determine a game plan that they're going to situate with. They have seemingly a timeout based on the time between games 3 and 4 right now, Danger Taco, so maybe some tactics and strategies being formed. But you have to remember, their one win against Stockton came in the form of a hat trick from Disruptor. So how do you play into maybe that strategy formulating again?
It's tough because I think that one game, it might have just been just the ego calling in, say, hey, I got called out. I'm just going to try to step up. But mostly it was just solid positioning. That third goal was actually just almost disrespect from Stockton. They just weren't pressing to it. The ceiling reset comes through over the top of all the defenders, and then he just tucks that one in. Taco Stash's assistance. So I think that's a nice goal, but the other ones are well worked. It's just set up cleanly and then buried. But I think that was also Stockton not living up to the competition. I think sometimes you see a sub in and you just say, okay, that's fine. Then this team is going to be nerfed. No, it's still 2/3 of a starting roster. You still got to keep on your toes. I think a lot of players falling susceptible to that, and Stockton is no exception, at least to that limitation. So I'm looking into this next game. I think Stockton can probably close this one out, but if it doesn't start cleanly for them, then it's going to be a real rocky time.
It could get rocky here if IRSC do start that tempo setter, but I agree. Listen, yes, it's at 2/3 of the roster. When you have Slayer and Taco Stash to play against, nothing's going to come simple. Nothing's going to come easy. That I completely agree with the Danger Taco. Listen, we're here with that East Decider. This is going to be our second team that moves on to playoffs next week. We've still got the west side to go through here, Taka, so there's plenty of action that will continue in the way here. And I'm sure these players, though it's been cross-regional from east to south, they'll be excited to get a chance to contend against the likes of the Midwest and our West teams in this Invitational.
Yeah, and when you do have a chance to face off against those squads, it's great. But the thing is, you got to get through this. We keep mentioning this is the decider here for our East-South group. So if you don't pull through here, then you don't have a chance in our EsportsU Invitational. So this is where IRC needs to dig deep. They need to find any semblance of a skill and composure they have remaining. It's going to be so tough against, as we mentioned, CRL Worlds contender. 2/3 of this team went to the grand finals of the CRL World Championship. So they're going to be locked in when it matters. They need to be locked in because look at all these players flying across from IRC, nearly getting a goal, but now they might pay for it on the counter. It's Bussy putting it in.
Oh, wait, a counterattack finished by Bussy? I don't believe it. Oh, Stockton University working on their tried and true pattern, their bread and butter. That's what they like to do to keep IRC on their toes, having to move quickly on their defensive transitions here. Maybe they can poach a kickoff goal here. Disruptor before the elimination had a shot. It was just a stray from the post.
Being able to fight that post is a losing battle, feels like, for most times. When you need it on your side, it just never feels like it really comes through for you, especially when you're trying to play that offense. That's why make your own luck through the air, trying to avoid it. Slayer, pass one, not a second. Taco Stash, using that delayed flick. It is still in the danger area, but look at how Disruptor and Slayer, they're so far back. And in fact, Stockton respected that read. 2 players going, no contact, and they still get away with it.
Yeah, that's impressive. Sort of created a wall that IRC were going to have trouble getting through. Definitely could have taken advantage of that clumped up defense from Stockton. Maybe we have it again, but Taco Stash instead gonna opt for the back pass. Bussy trailing right behind him though, so gets that advantageous touch. Bussy right there in front of the net as well. Redirect goes too far outside. Top Cheese trying to set up an elevated play, but Taco Stash sees it all coming, follows it up. Can't find that extra touch. There's a demo, could lead to another. Disruptor evades and Slayer carries out.
Lob all the way across. It's going to be deflected all the way through as well. Anthony Pizza now trying to go Bussy, but shut down by Disruptor. That's a crucial challenge. Again, you can't shy away. You have to make sure that if you see an opening, you got to take it, and if you don't see it, then you back away immediately. Anything in between leads to a goal. Speaking of, Taco Stash, they were waiting on Top Cheese, and that is the penalty.
It is, yeah, when you're looking for this touch and can't quite grasp it near the top corner. It's going to be a wide opening for Anthony Pizza to strike on. So Taco Stash, a rare miss there on a difficult read to lead to a second goal for Stockton.
He's chasing it down, but will relent to Anthony Pizza. And like Stockton now, they're not necessarily even in the driver's seat. They are very much the owner of the car at this point. They are the one that is going to be just kind of limiting themselves the rest of this game, as they know they don't really have to push forward. There's no need to really try to stamp this victory home when it's the best possible thing you can say to another team is just, well, you got the dub. That's all there is to it. Now, if you're IRC, this is also the moment where you have to start thinking about taking risks, because you can't sit back and play the usual play style after a bit. You have a limited time and certainly limited chances the way Stockton defense is playing out of the midfield.
I agree. I think some of that risk-taking needs to come in the form of quick challenges. I've seen a lot of these counters for Stockton University, dominated by some of the air dribbling plays from Bussy. Given too much time, honestly, on the ball, in the air. Got to clamp down on that. Got to take advantage of these moments, and certainly will. Bussy's part of the equation here, but doesn't get the right touch.
That's a tough one as Bussy flails underneath that, but the recovery's still great. The issue is the shot is low, and when you're trying to save that one and playing catch-up, the moment you jump off the wall, you are then in front of the ball, and that flip is only going to hit it backwards. So a great own goal, but the best of goals are usually the own goals.
Yeah, there you go. You can credit that to Bussy's resume that he's building out of this series. Has had some highlight plays, whatever net it may be. Bussy now looking for an opportune moment to their opponent's net to extend this lead back to 2. It's not going to formulate here, but Top Cheese, high first touch. And again, this is what I'm talking about. IRSC, they spent a lot of time on the ground here, not giving way to a quick challenge. Instead, giving the alley for Stockton University to carry out their offense in an elevated form. Top Cheese, read off the corner, pass off the backboard, met now by Bussy. They continue to bat this ball in the corner, suffocating the clock and trailing it down to almost that final minute.
That's a brilliant bounce off the ceiling. Taco Stash knows that he's going to go immediately. It's over top of Top Cheese into Disruptor, but he couldn't quite get it over the top. Bussy playing that top of the box so well. That one is going to be deflected yet again. Now, try number 2, Slayer over 1. Disruption from Taco Stash. It's a read for Disruptor to get, and he almost looked like he had that deflection, but still, Stockton able to pull Houdini, gets away with this one. Now maybe third time is the charm. Slayer through the air yet again with a bump, and yet a save for Stockton. How do the Ospreys do it?
I don't know, but they've just got to do it for 36 seconds longer, and they're moving on to next week, the playoffs in this EsportsU Invitational. Maybe They can find this goal, though, to bring it to overtime. But IRC, they've got to defend this one, and Slayer does. Keeps them alive, and their chances still a hope for IRSC. Taco Stash down in the midfield, cut off well by Stockton, and after that elimination, it's still Bussy on the ball. 1, 2, 3 touches in front of the net. No shot taken, though, from Stockton. They opt for a deeper rotation to meet these clears, and now Top Cheese could solo carry this all the way to 000's ground pinch. There, still collecting the ball, going for the bump. Bussy to take this ball to the ground and finish the job for Stockton University. Oh, with a win here, they can close it all down. Taco Stash down the way. Disruptor shot still in the air. It's up to Slayer now to keep it alive and send it towards the net. Top Cheese still continuing the play. Maybe Disruptor gets a touch. Slayer keeps it alive. I can't believe it. Taco Stash in the air. And you wonder if there's been an agreement to extend this ball, this game, as long as possible. Still, finally, it shut down. Stockton University, one way or another, secure the win.
Get my man in the booth an oxygen tank. My goodness, I was waiting for that. I was almost looking at my clock. I'm thinking, how long do we have to finish out this game as Indian River State College? They wanted it. They really did, but it doesn't matter how much you want it because Stockton always seems to want it more. They are the perennial East team for a reason, but this squad doing so well. Credit to Disruptor and the whole squad for putting up quite a show, but unfortunately their run through this group stage is going to be done. Stockton moving on in our East groups decided. They'll be joining UTA next week for our playoffs.
And that's the thing, credit due to Indian River State College because, we didn't know what teams or compositions we'd see out of these rosters. A lot of players even retiring at the end of the collegiate season here, but still, they're here to put on some incredible show matches as a part of this invitational and giving us some just lights out displays of Rocket League to witness here in the collegiate esports. So this has been absolutely wonderful to witness. However, there is still more to show off. That was our East and South teams, folks, of this 2023 EsportsU Invitational. Next up is the Midwest and the West. Lots of strong teams still to watch here to see who makes it next week to the playoffs. This is the EsportsU Invitational that is presented by NHTSA. And before we get to those games, Danger Taco, it looks like we're still going to hear from Stockton University.
We will be hearing from Stockton University. We'll also be hearing from NHTSA a little bit, so let's just hear a quick word from them, and we'll hopefully be right back with a member of Stockton, most likely Bussy, to hear their thoughts on that one and going through the playoffs.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
All right, well, after that Game 4 victory from Stockton University, we have Bussy already prepped to go here for the interview, so let's hear from Stockton University. Bussy, congratulations on your win, and you all are moving on to next week, so that's got to feel good.
Yeah, I'm happy we get some extra practice before Worlds. As you guys probably tell, we definitely need it. I wasn't playing too great today, but, good practice.
It's good to get this practice. We'd mentioned Worlds a couple times, and even still, you show that resilience because a couple things that is consistent, at least about IRC, is that very good in Game 1. They got the victory over you and also UTA in that capacity. Do you think it's something about them, or do you feel like sometimes Game 1s are just kind of like a weird game in general in Collegiate Rocket League?
I think we should be sweeping both teams. So I don't really know if it was them, but I will say they're all decent players, and they just became a roster, so I'm sure it's going to take a lot of time. But if I holding myself accountable, we should be sweeping both those teams, honestly, and not even trying to talk crap, but it is what it is.
Hey, it's fair. You know, set the expectations high for your team because you know what you're capable of. I completely commend that. Listen, we'll look to the future here, Bussy. Next week, you guys are going to be faced up against, I think, the 1 seed of whoever comes out of West and Midwest Conference. Could be Northwood, could be however that ends up shaping up. Any teams from that side of the coin that you'd be excited to play? Anything that you're particularly looking forward to? Those 4 teams, Northwood, Oregon, Akron, and Boise.
I mean, it sucks that we tossed against UTA, so we don't have like an easier road to the final to like guarantee ourselves more money. But if you want to be the best, I mean, I guess it's good to confirm some practice against the best team in CRL. It's like I know we're playing Northwood, so at least we can look at it as really good practice, and we can definitely beat them if we're playing our best. So.
Yeah, certainly, that's a rematch that for sure has been on your mind because fans of Collegiate Rocket League know that you've been near the precipice. You're right there at the CRL World Championships, and you put up one of the best performances I've seen out of you guys. It was the series score. I didn't think depicted just how close those games are, and now you have a new roster, and for the most part, they're staying mostly the same. Do you guys feel like you made that progress in this past year? Do you feel like you still have that capability to reach those peaks?
Yeah, I mean, just like last year with Drip. We're the only team in CRL who had a new third for the spring, and we have to get used to them just that spring season. So although it was kind of a late finish in CRL, we're at Worlds now. We qualified with a new third, so I'm sure I think it's our time to do just as good as we did last year and hopefully better.
Beautiful. Hopes are looking up, and listen, we'll be excited to see your team next week, Bussy. Thanks so much for the interview.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Well, there you have it, folks. Our 2 teams locked in from the East and South divisions of the 2023 EsportsU Invitational of UTA and Stockton University. Moving right on ahead. But 2 positions still await, Danger Taco, for us to find out who from the West and South is going to be up. Our next matchup, we're switching it up. University of Akron versus Boise State University. That match coming underway right after this break.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
All right, we're right on back with the 2023 EsportsU Invitational presented by NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. And we are halfway through Danger Taco. We know our East team's moving on, but now it's time for the Wild West.
Going into the West, and I guess the Midwest, but only in terms of region. Nothing mid about these teams. Some of the best in collegiate rock, like East or West, regardless. So it's nice to be able to see all this talent being assembled again. So we got to see a preview of half the country. Now here's the other one, and no better to start off with one of the top teams rising up through the ranks in Boise, and I would say the old men of the mountain before a lot of these other schools started to come in. Akron, they just were running collegiate rocket league for the longest time, and in large part due to a player we're going to hear from a little bit, Buzz, coming through from Akron, probably one of the most storied players in all of collegiate.
Oh yeah, this is no doubt a team that could continue to run the show as we head our way into these matches. I mean, I was looking related to EsportsU, the CECC that happened recently in Arlington, Texas. These teams met twice, one in group stage, one in playoffs, and well, Boise State Esports just could not get a win against Akron. So you wonder if this is sort of, in this invitational, a revenge show match, possibly, for Boise.
It potentially could be. We do have our players in here, so we can maybe just ask them straight up about it here. We got Dirtho, we got Buzz in the call with us here for Akron, or for Boise rather, and Akron respectively. And I guess we'll go down to Dirtho here. Yes, we did talk about kind of a revenge storyline. We don't just want to throw it right into it, but hopefully you're feeling good today, because I think you guys are certainly one of the most impressive West teams out here, and I think you always have a name to claim for yourself. Is it no different here in the EsportsU Invitational?
Oh yeah, it's definitely no different here, because Akron is definitely a team that has been around for a while. They have a lot of experience, and me as a freshman, I'm used to watching them, and now playing them, it's a completely different story. They're a very solid team. We keep running to them in every group stage ever. We even have them in CRL Worlds in our group stage, so it's definitely a little friendly rivalry there.
And Buzz, would you describe it similarly as a friendly rivalry? Do you feel like you have this Boise team kind of pegged down, or do they bring new challenges every time y'all meet?
I'm not going to lie. We've kind of had the Boise team kind of pinned down for the last few years, but they're obviously getting better and better. I mean, you can't knock the team at all. You cannot doubt them at all. They're going to be a very, very good team for, from what I'm hearing, quite a long time. So while I'm going to be gone, they're going to be continuing to kill things.
And I guess circling back to that, Buzz, I mean, this is one of your final hurrahs here within the collegiate scene. And I think this is just one of those things where I always respected you for coming out to these events and bringing it your all. Is this just like another one? You're trying to make sure you close this out, kind of teach the youngins how to play here in this collegiate era?
Absolutely. I mean, I got 2 more events, this one and CRO Worlds, and I'm going to make them my own. I don't got anything else left to give, so these 2 tournaments are going to be everything.
Beautiful. All right, well, Dirtha, we're talking about teaching the youngins, but I know you better than that. You don't need taught nothing. You got the experience. You got the prowess. You're an animal. What do you got to say against Buzz here before y'all meet on the pitch?
I don't have too much to say. Honestly, I respect Buzz as a player, and both of the teammates are really good. I definitely am very confident in my skills. I like to think I'm very good offensively, but I respect them as opponents. So I think it'd be a good match.
All right.
See, very, very even keel professional answer. Buzz, anything left to say to Dirtho and Boise State before we get back into the match?
I mean, it's the same thing. Nothing but respect for these players. I mean, they're all very, very good players. You can't take them. Like I said, you can't take them lightly. We're going to give it our all. And you might be seeing this around too. I mean, you never know, but I'm a confident person. You might be seeing me around too.
Well, excellent to hear. Thank you so much for hearing from both of you, and best of luck in the upcoming match.
Thank you very much. You have a good one.
Good luck, Dorothy.
All right. Whew. All right, so some respect across the lines here. Danger Taco, a bit of a different kind of theme than maybe the last player interview before the match starts. But, hey, this is what the Invitational is all about. There was respect there, Taco, because these are 2 very strong teams meeting against each other.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, when a lot of teams are trash talking and when they're saying, man, you're garbage kid, you're awful, you can't stand up to us, most of the time, in a way, that is lying. Like, that those teams are good enough because they get invited to these events. If you make it into CRL League play, if you're making it into CRL Worlds, you're making it into the LAN finals for CECC, what have you, these players are good. They're the best in their continent. So, obviously, there's going to be no disrespect if people are being 100% honest, and Buzz has been professional for a while. Dirtho has had a short career in collegiate, but I know it's going to be a long and storied one. So I'm looking forward to this one. Akron does have the Boise number recently, but honestly, Boise looks better every single time I look at them, every time I look at the replay reviews for them. So I definitely feel like this is a team that once in a while they will pop off and have that moment. Is this the moment here? Try to stay in the upper bracket is the question.
It could be. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, right? You mentioned it. There's a reason that eyes have been on Boise State as they come up here, especially with Dirtho. They're going to continue to work around this player for this roster to grow and succeed. But we also get to see Instinct and Gil here from Boise today. And this is a team I've watched very closely for some time now. And wow, Gil feels like, you can make all the stops you ask of that player. And Dirtho speaks as himself. You heard it from him. An aggressive offensive player. Instinct also brings that to the table. You ask Instinct to put a dive bomb on the net from the skies, and trust me, that player will do that. I want to see Instinct particularly as a wild card just to show up and pop off this series.
Boise plays not necessarily on purpose because you can't really survive on this, but I think a lot of teams have developed almost like a 1-2 formation typically where you have one player holding things down as an anchor. You want to think about this maybe as an old V1. If you watch a lot of professional games, you have a Torment back in the day kind of holding it down, patrolling the midfield, and then you have two striking players just going crazy up front. I think Dirtho and Instinct are some of the best in all of CRL, not just in the West, and when they're clicking, it's great, but it really only works because of Gil. I know in CECC Texas, EsportU gig, that LAN event, I know Gil was given a lot of props from NHTSA, even in this pre-show that we talked about, because you really can only play as well as that third can hold it down. And I think Boise State has that. It's just that they're going up against Akron, which, if we want to talk about experience with Stockton, with UTA, all the other team, they have more experience probably than any other team here in terms of top-level premier CRL action.
That's the truth. I mean, we can talk all we want about how Gil does operate as that pivot. And, I'm not sure what that V1 roster, how Torment was as the pivot, or even we can call back to Cloud9, how Torment was a pivot for both Squishy and Gimmick. I'm not sure where Dirtho and Instinct lie for those two. Maybe Dirtho will pull off some crazy ceiling plays or in and out saves. I don't know. But what have you with those plays, it's still going to take the top tier maneuvers and everything you can ask for from a team like Boise to contend against University of Akron. That's the truth. I do want to remind folks, of course, while we're waiting to get this match underway, this is sort of the first match of this double elim group format for these teams. So while we did see a decider elimination match before this is sort of the first match we're going to see from these West and Midwest teams to sort of move their way through and see if they can get that initial win. Akron's going to be looking for that first seed as well, I think, Danger Taco, because they want their best matchup next week in the playoffs if they can get it.
It's certainly going to be possible, but I think it's one thing just to pay homage to Buzz on Akron, mainly just because this is one of their last two events that we're going to be seeing, and it makes Akron so good. And I think there's a lot of talk of another team in this group in Northwood. Before Northwood, Akron was running the show, and Buzz was an instrumental part of this. Just fun fact, shout out to Zeta, one of the Collegiate Rocket League admins and also behind the scenes kind of administrators for all the scenes collecting stats. Buzz, fun fact within CRL, is first all time in games played, goals, assists, and number of match MVPs coming through. So he leads the league on pretty much everything. He is the GOAT, statistically speaking. So this is a player that has that experience all the way around, and people can talk about pro players all they want affecting rosters. At the end of the day, if you got Buzz, you're doing fine as a roster.
All right, they'll be doing fine, and they might just be doing even better in their match against Boise State. We're going to find out very soon, folks, because it's a quick word from NHTSA before we get this match underway.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back to the Click It or Ticket NHTSA pre-match seatbelt check. Before we start this group stage competition, we ensure all players are properly secured and buckled up for safety. And there you have it. You heard the click. Now you click on the NHTSA banner below to watch the video on why you should click it or ticket. Casters, back to you.
The 2023 EsportsU Invitational, presented by NHTSA, kicks off its West Group with Akron and Boise State University. The talk of the town was there between Buzz and Durtho, but now they got to yabber about here on the field against each other.
Yeah, and we said this is the revenge match, but I think this is also one of the many teams that are looking for revenge. Akron in that CECC Texas did not drop a single game leading up to the grand final, so Boise is no different.
That's a fact here. Is that, listen, although Boise State University were swept twice in that CECC against University of Akron, Akron want to keep that narrative close and very true to themselves against Boise State University. And it could all start here with a good start in the match here. Instinct and Durtho. That's that dynamic duo to keep your eyes out on for Boise State University, though their first link up doesn't go. The second one, neither.
Being able to turn those aside is crucial, but the thing is, the attacks don't really end just because that first shot doesn't go through, but I'm going to trust anyone to be able to facilitate that defensive stand. It's going to be Akron, and they will survive and maybe then thrive. Tristan, the original pro player that starts all the controversy, I would say, in the collegiate scene, on the ball and then briefly off of it as going to have to retreat back into midfield. But a good, I'd not say a stalemate, but both teams just still sizing each other up in game one.
And there's nothing wrong with that. The respect was due in the pre-match interview. It is there on the field as well. Akron need to be very keen on the ways that Boise State University have started off this match very well. Great infield passing, beautiful link-ups, and even some disruption plays on the bumps there. Durtho looks for a cheeky angle on the ball that he just doesn't find. Tristan can't find the 50 on Instinct, and out it's Instinct over to Durtho. Batted away by Bullseye.
Bullseye is not going to have a lot of booze, but that's fine because then you could just orchestrate into a perfect pinch, almost into a shot, but not going to have the accuracy of the day. Maybe Instinct has that accuracy instead. Going to be turned to the side. Gil looking for a putback. It's a double commit, a rare one you often do not see from Akron's side, but they can't take advantage of it, Boise. It's just going to linger in the corner, and the shot will be met after 50-50-50. Buzz getting away with it yet again. We will still be waiting for that breakthrough moment, and honestly, it's just getting through this first 50. Each player on this field is meeting every challenge right at the crucial moment.
Every challenge, every 50. That was a lot of 50s. A lot of fives, a lot of zeros. Zeros still on the scoreboard here. We passed our halfway mark. Ground pinch there from Tristan. Well perceived by Boise State University. And Durtho, well, he likes to have that boost. He approaches these challenges. That one does go amiss, but he's able to rotate ball side and sort of cut off anything University of Akron were looking to set up on that play. It goes back in favor for Boise State University, though they have to beat Tristan here in the corner off of the ceiling, and Durtho is hoping for a better push off that waterfall pass, but it never comes. Instead, he's eliminated off the stage. Gil, good challenge. Could have been a deadly play from Akron.
And being able to make sure you get those plays forward are so important. But if you said the deadly play, I think the demos are also starting to ring through the arena. You can hear the boom going through just off camera every single time. It seems like the ball is going to be pivoting forward on offense for either side. And that is the bread and butter of most teams. It's not going to necessarily just rely on them, but it does create space, much like a well-placed pass forward. Boise doesn't connect on that one. They're going to be turned back again, but you see the pace ramping up right now. It feels like we're in a phase where they're just trying to keep it going as fast as possible, hope for a mistake, and none seem to be coming yet.
Bizarre to think that sweep streak could end right here against Boise State with just one goal from them, and they'll get an opportune touch there from Instinct, though Bullseye wants to amp up the pace in their favor. Instead, it's good 50 there. Challenge opportune there for Akron. They have to work smartly from the side wall. Gill searching for Durtho. And Instinct still wants to get that pass to go. They want to enable Durtho to pull off some kind of play, and this could be just that. Durtho, there, giving it up to Buzz. Gill plays softly, smoothly, out to Durtho. Here's the double tap as well, and it reaches the net. Had it been any slower, though, Danger Taco, I think it might have been saved.
I'm sure the Boise comms are saying, no, don't worry. I trust you the whole way, says Instinct as he flies right by the read. It's honestly just on the doorstep. I don't really blame him. Sometimes you just have to say, please, just put this between the sticks. We can't go on like this. And yes, you said it. There is a sweep streak going on for Akron. They've really been able to lock it down against Boise, but that could all come to an end in the next 30 seconds. Tristan, what you got to say? Apparently not enough to drown out Instinct, and same with Durtho getting another clear into open space.
And he was searching for Gill there, but it's still cut off by Akron. Listen, and Akron down 1 with 15 seconds is a dangerous one at that. They're going to continue to try and force the issue, but instead back passes favoring Boise State now. They're controlling this pace on the ball very well, and Gill, a double touch off the sidewall, is going to gear them in for maybe securing this win. Down to triple zeros. Buzz, no option but to keep this ball in the air. There's a touch still against it, but it's saved. It's taken down. And Boise take Akron right down with them.
And that's a difficult angle to manage from Buzz. Limited boost off the sidewall. You want to ideally get the diagonal flip and get underneath it for the extra lift, the extra distance. But when you don't have the boost to start with, you're kind of running on nothing. Speaking of, Tristan, very slow game. Uncharacteristic, 70 points, lowest in the lobby. Not often something you will see from him. So I think maybe we could just chalk this up to maybe another awkward game one to take nothing away from Boise State. Finally breaking that streak, at least in EsportsU competitions. That is their first win in 7 affairs.
It's got to feel good for Boise State Esports, but Danger Taco, I'm inclined to agree that this was an uncharacteristic game. Not only that slow start from Tristan, but Gill amping up the shot count for Boise State Esports. We talked about that player being maybe the pivot of Boise State, not always being the one to take the shots, but the offense is formulated in ways for that pressure to be worked by Gill. I'm liking the infield passing plays also brought about Danger Taco by Boise State. They percolated more so in the early onset of the series, but you can see how Instinct and Durtho linking up can provide a deadly duo.
And then that's all you really do need on Rocket League is that I think if you have a great player forward, if you have a player like Durtho, like Tristan, like Lion Blaze, like whatever, and across all these crazy high-end teams in collegiate, that's great. The thing is that they're not always going to be able to do it. And much worse, if they have a quiet game, you need everyone else to wake up. And Buzz, it is a Buzz on the doorstep off the kickoff, getting Akron a quick lead.
Oh, and Instinct just had other things in mind there. The first touch seemingly was enough, but Boise State, no time on the kickoff to settle the defense and condemn that ball away. Akron, that's going to be their first goal in the series. It comes quicker than they ever could have imagined, but Durtho towards the net. It's not on target. Had a chance to equalize and quick.
And Bullseye trying to extend that one forward. Buzz is reaching for it just for, I would say, maybe to see what would happen. 0 boost in the tank, but that's fine. They're back in it, or rather back out of it. Durtho sends them to the scrap heap, and now everything's going to be reset, at least for right now. Bullseye, the young gun, the youngest on this roster here for Akron. He's the future of this roster, and my goodness, he stood up at times the brightest star in the Akron constellation, and he's going to be rewarded with a goal. Number 2 for Akron within 40 seconds.
Oh, and they get started. It's hard to stop them. We almost saw that BSU comeback, but instead, Akron amp up the pressure and find another. Boise State University, it's going to take quite a feat to shift this tidal wave of momentum back in their favor.
Certainly so, but that's why you have Durtho and down into Gill, and that was a heck of a read there from Tristan, and needed to be, and now going to be on Instinct to get this one. They will not, and that is the price. Bullseye on target yet again. Akron really starting to run away, and this is looking like the standard Akron performance.
And you know what? In fairness, Instinct put in a really awkward position there. It had to get that touch on the ball as he met the intersection of the ground and the back wall. So it kind of pinched out right in favor of Akron, and well, at that point, the shot's gonna go in. So one missed touch can mean devastation for you, but a touch on net could have worked for Boise State University. Instead, that double tap, just a miss.
And we'll see Tristan just put that one forward, and that's good vision. Even better because he gets to reward himself. No assist needed, he'll just take the goal. And it's also the field vision that you expect to see out of one of the most storied players right alongside Buzz within that old Akron dynasty. Tristan seeing that defender maybe creeping up a bit too far. Let's just send it right over the top and see what happens.
And it was Gil creeping up, but I've actually really enjoyed his midfield presence throughout game number 1. Seemed to break apart what these impending attacks of Akron are finally becoming. Once Gil isn't getting those first touches and breaking up the cohesion of Akron, you can see how it all breaks down and so quickly. Bullseye! Come on!
Oh, as soon as he got the reset, I'm like, that's still a hard angle. And then when I saw him activate the flip, I knew that's in the back of the net. This kid loves to go for clips because he's just so good at it. A perfect blend of style and function. Take a bow. My goodness, what a way to set up number 5. Sure, let's call it a double tap from Tristan. How about that? That's a clip too, sure.
Oh boy. Well, when you're up 5-0, you can have these moments as well. Make it 6 for University of Akron in a game that could very well be over and done with. Boise State University cannot find an answer here. But yeah, I'm still locked in on that goal from Bullseye. That's we talked about the veteran status of University of Akron, in which Buzz will commandeer another shot, another goal for Akron, but sometimes it's those young guns with the finesse.
Yeah, sometimes you really do need that young gun. And honestly, I think Akron and Boise are probably two of the best programs in terms of programs you wouldn't really necessarily place at the very top of collegiate esports in terms of recruiting and the money put in. Boise's facility is great, same with Akron, but they've really had to struggle against a lot of these rosters that I think a lot of people talk about, really the scholarship aspect of it. But Boise and Akron have offered enough, and their recruiting has been some of the best in the nation. They have such strong teams. They're going to continue to be strong coming into the fall and then obviously the next spring as well. And I think it's really are showing that Bullseye, very young player, maybe not a name that a lot of people know of, but I think a lot of people will begin to know as they are starting off their career very strong. And obviously with the foundation of having good teammates like this, two legends of the scene, it's going to continue to be a great. Thing is, Boise not looking super great right now, but it's hard to deny Akron greatness when playing this clean, especially here in game 2.
Yeah, they've done their job and more here in game number 2 to reset the footing and pull themselves with strong momentum. And yeah, you talk about the very favorable future for Bullseye. I mean, if he continues to go for clips like that and operate with such precision, then surely that will come to form. You're in a tough spot if you're Boise State University here, because of course you want to find the goal and give your team some confidence, but you don't really want to put yourself in that Brazil situation. So 2 minutes to go, and between a rock and a hard place for BSU.
And being able to come back from this is tough. We talk about so much about, I'll just put that game out of your mind. Very hard to put a game like this out of your mind, saying, okay, well, this really got out of hand. And at a certain point, you just have to dismiss this one as a really, really off game, because Akron obviously is bearing everything in sight, but it's not like Boise was completely helpless against some of these plays. They do have to amend for some of it, but that's why it's a long series. You're getting clipped on, you're getting all these shots through. At the very least, try to get one in the back of your net. Here is instinct. Trying to go forward, but not able to get enough boost on the end of it. And even on the breakaway, I don't think Durtho has the speed on that one either.
Nah, Tristan had him beat there, but Gil maybe opting for a bump instead of the pass. Couldn't get a connection on the ball. So, opting for that disruption play can always sort out in your favor. Instead, though, Akron have this ball back in their opponent's domain, and Bullseye just posturing for a 50 there. Instinct has it beat, but BSU kind of walking all over each other on their approach back to the net, so Gil instead going to take it for themselves. Buzz, redirect towards their opponent's net. And that is prime for the taking there for Bullseye. Oh, can't get the second touch to go on the sidewall. Here's Durtho, excuse me, couldn't get the touch towards the net. And with 30 seconds left, still nothing on the board for BSU. I think their mind shifts all the way to the next game here.
And I think you're also seeing the advantage of having such strong players for Akron, except in this specific moment. And I mean that in a physical sense as well for strong, because just getting muscled through here by Instinct underneath Buzz. And then Bullseye looked like they had a little bit of a tag on the way out from that third defender rotating through. Either way, going to do much except for just say, hey, we got one for the road. And what a response to say for everyone, including ourselves, Pyro, where we're saying, well, maybe this reign of terror is over from Akron, and then they come out and do this.
Oh, yeah. And listen, maybe BSU have a reign of terror of their own, but with saves like that from Akron, they want to put any thoughts of that to bed. They have certainly done that and more here in game number 2. Bullseye, please don't do it to them again. Give them a chance, please. University of Akron tie up the series with an explosive game 2.
And that's to say the very least, is that this is just quite a lot. You have multiple players over 500, almost all over 600. Buzz just couldn't get that one last ball touch, but not like they need it. If your average team performance is scoring 2.3 goals, then that is quite the performance, I would say, to say nothing else. And I would say, Boise, this is very much a game that feels like something that is so tough, especially when you look at the historical lens here. Yes, Boise dropping a lot of games against Akron. They've just not been able to get over this hump. This is the game that we're not even talking about the series anymore. This just must feel like here we go again type of moment.
It almost does, and you hope for Boise State University, for anyone rooting for this team, you know, you don't want Akron to set the tone so favorably again. What you have to remember about game number 2 is it started with a 5-second kickoff goal. Those can be tough to respond against, especially as you get scored on again and again and again. Nothing goes in your favor, and confidence is fully on the other side of the field. So I think a clean slate for game number 3, and at least shaping up some defense. Danger Taco in the first 5 seconds will sort out a little better for Boise.
Maybe having some good defense is always prime, but at the end of the day, sometimes it just happens. Even the best teams lose games like that only because there's a certain point where you're just behind, you're not able to catch up, and then it just says, it's good. Even with kickoffs being technically a reset, sometimes you're just not playing as much as you need to, and you're not able to actually fix things in game. That's why you have those minute in between to fix that.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, that's it. The series tied now at 1-1. Before we get into game 3, let's hear from where this broadcast is presented by NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Good word there from NHTSA as this 2023 EsportsU Invitational continues here. Danger Taco, every single series ends up at 1-1 at the start. Nobody has that 2-0 lead. I don't know what's in the water today, but I'll tell you what, these Invitational show matches have been something else.
Yeah, and sometimes you can say, okay, well, maybe it's just a slow game in game 1. No, that was close. It was a 1-0. We had to go right down to the wire to get that W, so you don't really know. Granted, game 2 went off the rails, but such is life when you're casting collegiate. Such a chaotic game to spectate, and I will say, I have no idea what to say about game 3. And I have to say also, that's the best way to go into these games because it's just going to be a roller coaster start to finish.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned some players that could really be wild cards today. I thought Instinct especially. I want to set the bar really high for that player to not put all the onus on the Durtho to be so explosive on offense. But yeah, the wild card just feels like the whole match entirely. We don't know the way that it's going to go here in game 3, but nevertheless, we're in. And PSU have survived 15 seconds without a goal being scored on them.
Oh my god, well, put a medal on the wall. It's in the mail right there, so good to see at the very least. But I will say anything is an improvement from there, and that's also the confidence builder that you need to have. The worst possible thing I think you can endure as a team is if you go down really brutally and say, it's fine, it's a new game, and then just immediately get scored on. Then it's pretty much just saying, all right, well, clearly we haven't fixed this. But the thing is, you gotta go and still play the rest of that 4.5 minutes. Otherwise, it's going to really go down the drain. Speaking of, that's not the touch you want if you're Akron. It's right in front of the doorstep, and Gil will make sure he crosses that threshold.
It's all about these reaction plays sometime. I mean, Gil right place, right time, but then you note that Tristan not in prime location to get a save on that ball. Instead, Gil just postures for the shot, for the goal. And Boise State University have a lead after a tyrant performance from Akron in the last game.
And this is really going to be the standard through which you're judged, is the Akron performance. And even Akron sometimes falls to that kind of getting hoisted by their own petard there, as they will be able to dominate some matchups, and other times not necessarily slipping away from them, but they're going to have to answer through. But the one thing is true about this squad, this is when Northwood, when the Fishers, when the IRSCs started coming in the scene, people are saying, well, you know, Akron, they can't stand up to this, and yet time and time again, they found a way to change up the playstyle, to keep it fresh, to keep it fast, and to keep it mechanical. Tristan is leading in innovation in that field. Look at this angle, or rather the lack of one, that he makes it happen.
I guess every player from the University of Akron can hit touches like this today. You expect it all to be dominated by Buzz, but no, Bullseye has hit him, and now Tristan is wrapping the bow on this present that they've so gladly gifted to Boise State University. It's come in the form of clips, highlights, an entire reel can be made out of the first 3 games already from Akron as they tie up the game. Instinct, oh, just so close on that dodge. Could have put Boise State back in the driver's seat.
And you could put him back in. The problem is, the only thing put back in is the shot from Buzz, just going to eke on out right in front of the goal box, and they will not make any mistake. Poor Durtho, I think they were looking for Instinct, but Instinct was waiting for the shot, up, or rather pass upfield, maybe even in the air, and you can almost see the body language there from Instinct's car. The backflip knows that that was not where they wanted that to go.
Yeah, coordination not quite there for Boise State. Yeah, that was the last touch, really, I expected from Durtho in that situation. But, you know, a team like University of Akron, they are going to be so poised to pounce on those mistakes. A lot of other teams, you know, they may let that situation go awry for them. But instead, taking advantage of it is University of Akron. They've got their lead back. I like that air dribble from Bullseye. He can't quite get the second touch, and I guess the second touch is all there for Durtho, and open net to score on.
We will be seeing how this works through, and what do you know? It's Gil just being able to play facilitator this time. They got the goal number 1, and now it's just working their way through. If you want to take a 50, that's fine, but I'm just going to position myself that if you try anything other than trying to take that 50 in place, it's deflecting right in the middle where my teammates are.
Can't help but to think in the back of mind of these teams is you win this match and you likely play Northwood. And is it a reward truly to win this game? I think it is. You know, getting the chance to see how you stack up against that very dominant squad. You imagine that both teams definitely want to put themselves in that position for a chance to go at the first seed of this West group. Almost a lead there. Boise State. They put that ball across the opposite post of Akron's net. Buzz appears to be the next on the ball here, but Durtho reading it well, dodges into it and gets all the power he can with it. Gil skies up to it. Instinct may have a shot here past Buzz, but Bullseye calmly collects.
And calmly is exactly what you need to do, because you don't just want to throw it away. You want to make sure you give it to the players who can make the difference. More importantly, the players with a boost. And right there, Bullseye had boost, but they did not have any avenue to push that ball. That was deflected right into the sideline. Not stolen away from Boise to make anything functional out of it. Cross the back line. No boost steal, but Bullseye will reach for it. Boise just trying to scramble, get these clears out, but they can only hit it so far. Tristan had to put it between the players, between the sticks, and they do so.
I'm just imagining the comms for Akron here. Push, 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 go, go, go. You can tell Boise State trying to work off of the lack of resources. Great pressure from Akron to score their 3rd goal here and just believe in their team's ability to stay aggressive.
And you have to be able to have that belief, and you have to also have that trust in your teammates. It's a double-edged sword sometimes. If you rely on your teammate to get a certain touch and they don't, then it can really backfire. But when you do and you're all gelling, this is what happens. Akron on one right here, and now they're on the course for yet another victory here, putting them on match point here. First match of here the West group. Problem is, Boise is also looking fairly strong. Gil is looking fairly strong. Now Instinct has to be sturdy. He has to be the foundation in the back, and he does so. Double tap, but the angle is awkward enough that Tristan can only throw it to the far side.
I thought maybe there was going to be a double tap off the ceiling there. Something was cooking there for Akron that, well, we're just not going to see that dish delivered. Not quite yet. We've seen it already in the form of 3 goals, maybe a 4th here. Top corner slotted from Bullseye.
And this is a well-finished shot, and that's just to say so much about how the setup came in as well. Because Tristan demos, yeah, it might be wide open, but you have a player streaking in from that near post from Boise. You put that anywhere else than top corner, that one's going to the far side. So well done from Bullseye, consistently living up to that username.
Now you're in a situation where Boise State, they need to fire away 2 right here, right now, if they don't want to give match point to Akron, but as each second wanes off the clock, you don't think it looks too possible here. Akron in the very, very favorable situation here. They might find a 5th. No, it's a good save from Durtho, but the result is the same. Akron, 2 wins in a row. This one less commanding than the previous, but a win nonetheless.
Yes, and that's the thing. It doesn't really matter the margin. You just got to make sure you get it done. And Akron consistently gets it done, more so historically than really any other team in collegiate history. And it's for performances like this, Boise stepped it up, as particularly Gil, making sure they played facilitator, making sure they're getting the goals, getting the dunks, getting the midfield control. But Akron is just persisting throughout all of that. And more importantly, when they set up chances, they do not miss them. Shooting 50% from the field, it's hard to beat any team hitting that margin.
Clinical from Akron, there's no doubt about that. And, well, Boise State University, it's not like this is a surprise, right, Danger Taco? It's like, wow, great shots coming out from Akron. This isn't what we expect. No, Boise State, they're coming into this with the distinct knowledge of what these 3 players, Tristan, Buzz, and Bullseye, can do. It's about firing back. And I've loved how the offense kind of came together for Boise State for those couple of goals that they did attribute to themselves in that last game. It just feels like there's still more from this team. You know, I saw Instinct flying up, trying to make those big plays happen. But to go toe-to-toe with University of Akron, man, that's a tough job to complete.
Yeah, it's very difficult for many reasons, many reasons. But I think the one thing I'm actually noticing from Boise that I'm not a huge fan of is something that I actually had critiqued them during previous seasons of doing as well, is giving up selective timing in the midfield. They're very good at keeping pressure on offense, but there's these moments where it seems like they could push up. It seems like they really could be able to really force the issue, but they decide instead to go back all the way, get your boost, don't rely on pathing, and it plays off for them with some attacks, but also results in stuff like this. On the transition, Bullseye gets 100% of that 50, and Durtho just cannot catch up to the read.
Yeah, well, couldn't catch up to the read, couldn't catch up to really that first touch. There's 2 ideas there. You can get a long clear that diffuses the next attack, or you can follow up that first minor clear with a second touch. And, well, as you said, there wasn't the catch up there for the second. So it puts Akron right in position to slot away that first goal. This Akron team, I mean, they are ruthless. If Boise State give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
And they're very well practiced at doing exactly that. Durtho trying to prove that they have that talent to get back into this game. Maybe a bump can lead the way, but Instinct and Gil, they are just so tantalizingly close to the ball, but not actually close enough to give that one a finish.
No finish there, but a continuation nonetheless of the possession here as Durtho searches for Instinct. It's going to be a back pass over to Gil, who bats it off the backboard there. Second touch. It's let astray, and Durtho can't get a read on the side wall. Gil still pouncing on it as Bullseye clears away and looks for a second touch. Oh, almost a third there. Bullseye always has another trick up their sleeve with those flip resets coming out of nowhere. You never know where the next touch is going to be, and that's what top players in the collegiate space will do. They'll find some way, no matter it be through flip reset or a good read, to get those extra touches.
And getting those extra touches, being able to extend it, it's one of the most fundamental skills of high-level Rocket League, because otherwise you're just tapping the ball away, hoping for the best, and really just relying on passes. If you can't make that solo ability happen, then might as well just pack it up. Speaking of, 2-goal lead for Akron. Not often we see him drop a margin like this.
No, not at all, but it's Tristan again here, slotting it and putting it right past Boise State. They look just uncomfortable in some of these defensive situations. And as this lead grows for Akron, you can feel the momentum shifting so far in their favor. Despite that initial win from Boise State, they just haven't been able to go back to being toe-to-toe with Akron.
No, and at the end of the day, it does come down to situations like this where you're playing even an exhibition. This feels like just another scrim. Maybe they're not taking this quite as seriously, but it still ends the same regardless, because I know these players, and even though I'm saying, well, you know, maybe they're not, I know they are. It's just that Akron is this good. They're this consistent. They don't really falter, and I think when they're locked into a play style, you're pretty much at their mercy at some points.
Even when they're on low boost, I mean, they still push that agenda. Bullseye finding extra touch after extra touch just by reading the defense and putting it right past them. So 3-0 lead here. And fun update for you all that are following the West group for this Invitational. It was a 3-0 win for Northwood, who are moving right on to our second match. So the winner of this match is going to be playing Northwood in our next series. And I'll tell you what, Danger Taco, Akron seem poised as ever to be those contenders.
Yeah, they're looking to be able to get up into that upper final, be able to play up against Northwood, which is really the matchup everyone expects when you're in a group against Northwood. If you're getting that upper final, you're most likely playing against that squad. Akron had a chance to take a shot at an alternate Northwood roster at the CECC Texas LAN event in Arlington that Samba and Bussy were referring to a little bit earlier on, so that's a chance for revenge for them right here, but they got to close this game out right now, and despite it being a 3-0 scoreline, despite them being on match point, 2 minutes is a long time to play defense.
It is indeed. Don't expect Akron to be playing defense the whole way through. They've collected tons of possession throughout this match, and we know this team be better off than that. Hold on, instinct, good read off the pass, and even with a goalie in the net, he'll find that well placed.
And don't mess around. If you have that shot laid on your doorstep, you're gonna have to do better than this. Bullseye, I think it looks like they were going for the in and out save, and then halfway through realized, yeah, it's not gonna work, and they just had to accept the fact that that was going into their net. You gotta make a decision either way, but Bullseye, I guess, still learning that lesson, and now about making sure that you don't give up anything else. Maybe laying it down the midfield, not the way to do it. Dirtho into the ceiling, but didn't really improv much else than that.
ESU, it's time to shape up. It's time to show some confidence on defense here. Minute 30 with 2 under is still that time to have some very solid possession plays. Oh, that clear's so devastating, though. Oh! That's a great read from Dirtho. Not only cutting off the pass, but forming a shot.
If you ever seen Dirtho in person, you know this man lifts, and this is one of those demonstrations that playing in game, all the muscle. What a read off the ceiling, but to get the angle and the 50 to go right in, I can't even believe what I'm looking at right now, Pyro. We got a game. It's back within 1.
We do indeed, and BSU looking strong off the kickoff as well. There is a Tristan, though, who looks especially keen to badger the BSU defense here. Has done it twice over already in this game. Might be looking to push Akron ahead here with a 2-goal lead. That's exactly going to be it. Tristan's your striker.
And being able to see this setup is so clean because you can't really blame instinct. Yeah, you should probably move out. You should probably try to close that gap. But then as soon as it goes over your head, you're at the mercy of your ball cam. You're just looking straight at the sky, and then you're watching Tristan soar through that sky. Slam one home. Even fake kickoffs can't really save Boise here. They're trying to set up the roller, but can't get the touch forwards. Now with 48 seconds remaining, if you can score with any time on the clock, it's possible, but not probable, and Bullseye's putting them back like that.
Oh, man, and that clear, I mean, you can tell the idea from Boise State, right? It's got to be a long clear. You'll want to pause it yourself for a quick counter, but Akron just too keen to it. And it was really a call to action for University of Akron, for Boise State to put this within 1, to say, okay, what are you guys made of? Are you going to allow this truly to go to a Game 5, or at least an overtime in game number 4? And again, we are assured of the material that's made out of this Akron composition. They are so strong in the face of adversity, and they pull themselves to another very commanding win. There have been moments here for Boise State, Danger Taco, but again and again, Akron seal their positions as the leaders in this fight.
And again, just because they've been doing it for so long, these players have been around the scene for quite some time. And again, we talk about six-man's rank, we talk about rank X players, rank S players, rank A players coming into the scene. Boise has a few of those, some B+, some A, some 2,000 MMR players, which are some of the most elite in the entire continent. And yet, it's all about how you all piece it together. Akron, if you do it like them, they're going to be moving on, playing Northwood in that upper round final here in our West group. Boise going to have to try again with only one life remaining. They'll be facing off against Oregon down there. See if they can keep on chugging. But this one got hurt. Yet another tally on the Akron board in this rivalry.
Yep, Akron, they seem to be running out of chalk, or at least the board, as they continue to mark those tallies up there. I still like what I saw from Boise State University, you know, even after coming off of that very devastating loss in Game 2. They continued to push that scoreline to be as close as they could bring it. Listen, I know we have Northwood and Akron next, and that's a match you cannot miss, but I gotta be honest with you, Danger Taco, knowing that Boise State are playing Oregon, that's a classic West match there that I would love to have kind of a fly on the wall perspective on. This West group shaping up to be a great series of matches.
Yeah, I think we look at Oregon and say, wow, that's the weak link of the group. But Oregon has a lot of upset potential, most notably coming into the CRL playoffs. Actually, last semester, I was blessed enough to cast one of their games in which they were the 7th seed playing against the 2nd seed in UT Dallas. Everyone's saying UT Dallas, they have this in the bag, and then they ended up beating UT Dallas in that matchup. First round of West playoffs. Everyone in the chat freaking out, not sure what just happened, and Oregon was able to just keep on doing, get those close games throughout those playoffs, and I think that's the potential we're talking about. Every team can beat any other team on their day. It's just about making sure they actually lock in and find that potential.
Well, players have been locking in all the time. We've been speaking on a particular lock-in moment, that clicking the seatbelt. Click it or ticket. We've got a quick word from NHTSA before we get to our interview with Buzz.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
All right, welcome back in, everybody. We just witnessed the Game 4 win from University of Akron against Boise State University. And we've got Buzz all prepped and ready for the post-game interview. Buzz, it's good to have you back on. You were exuding confidence before this matchup, and I think it's safe to say you displayed that in the match. How's that win feel?
Fantastic. It felt a little weird playing on West Severs at the start, I'll tell you what. But we regained Game 2 and came back Game 3 and 4. So happy with
that. And when you look at that matchup, I mean, Boise is a team that I think we both agree are improving. They have changes coming in their roster, but at least at the current iteration, they're playing great. But it's just, what do you feel like is it about your play style that just has their number, it seems like, at the end of the day?
You know, I honestly couldn't tell you 100%. You know, that flip reset double that Bullseye hit on his head, that may have gotten in their head, and then after that it was just goal. So I mean, we had one or two nice shots that really boosted our momentum, and honestly, I feel like that's a lot of what comes out of our team. We got a player like Tristan who can hit everything you could possibly imagine. So when he puts balls like that in the net, the other team's kind of quaking, and we're hyped. So when Bullseye hit that, we were freaking out. I'll be honest with you, it was a fantastic shot, and I think that's what carries us through that.
Yeah, no, go ahead and watch the broadcast back because we were freaking out a little bit as well, Taco namely. So, yeah, that was an incredible shot. Hey, you speak on momentum, Buzz. Do you feel like this win from Boise, does provide some momentum into your match upcoming against Northwood?
For sure. I would say that's still a good team, and they obviously played a best of 5 before this, too, so they also have the same amount of momentum, in my opinion. So it's not really going to make too much of a difference. It's going to be a pretty even bout in that field.
Yeah, I mean, coming forward, I mean, you have all those matches, but I feel like you still have that quality to go through. Are you worried at all about that resurgence from Boise or potentially from Oregon coming through that lower bracket if you do have to go through Northwood or go through one of those two teams? Do you still feel like you're confident enough to go through in that top two?
Yeah, I don't mean to diss the other teams. They're fantastic teams, but I'm very confident in my team. I have two fantastic teammates, and we've shown that we know what we're doing. So I'll be honest, if we drop down to the losers, I'm not too worried. We're ready to put some hands in, get to work.
Perfect. All right, we got to compose Buzz here in the post-match interview, and he's poised to go against Northwood. And whether the result there is, we are being made assured that we'll see Buzz next week as well. Buzz, thanks so much for the interview. Congrats on the win. Looking forward to seeing you on the other side here.
Of course. Thank you. I'll see you soon.
All right. See you soon, Buzz. And folks, we are going to see you very, very shortly as well. The West group continues with the winners match of University of Akron and Northwood University right after this break.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
We're right on back with the 2023 EsportsU Invitational, and we just got to see University of Akron take down Boise State University. They move on to the winners matchup. Endangered Taco, we get the likes of, who is it now? It's Hockey and Tristan to talk about this upcoming matchup in the winners bracket. They're ready, so let's just send it to them. Let's hear from them. Tristan, Hockey, good to see the two of you. You know what, Hockey, I'm going to start with you. We didn't get to see your matchup against Oregon, but we heard it was a 3-0 sweep. You guys feeling like you got the momentum, you got the confidence moving in against University of Akron?
Yeah, it was a pretty good warm-up. I'd say they were one of the stronger West teams, so I think we're prepared for this match.
And clearly, Tristan, coming in, you're warmed up against, I would say, one of the best West teams as well, at least statistically, definitely higher up on those leaderboards. But you guys historically have their number. You're up against Northwood, a team that you are looking for some revenge. You didn't play this exact team, but how's the team feeling coming into this match after what happened at CECC Texas?
I think we're playing well. I think the chemistry is there. I think we're forming well as a team. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough series again, like always, but feeling good.
Tristan, I gotta ask, are we gonna see some more cracked double tap reads off the crossbar like we saw in that last matchup?
Hopefully. I mean, they're probably gonna be camping backboard, but I'll try my best.
All right. Yeah, well, we'll see. Before we get you guys in there on the pitch, Hockey, I'll start with you. Any words you'd like to exchange now that the two of you are meeting, quote-unquote, face-to-face here on the broadcast?
I mean, we beat you guys every time, so I guess we'll do it again.
Any response you'd like to give, Tristan?
LeBron.
LeBron. just fully based. Listen, go Hockey, go.
Yeah, I mean, they beat us every time. You know, it only takes one series though. You know, maybe they start lagging, control starts DCing, not our fault. We win the series.
I hope on the infrastructure failing. I like that. It all works out in the end. Tristan, Hockey, best luck in the series, and I guess we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there's no doubt in Danger Taco. They're ready to go. Listen, they're coming off of big wins. They're a little bit of banter just to get geared up for this match.
And I mean, for a lot of people, they're just saying, well, Hockey, you're trash talking. I mean, he's literally just stating objective fact. Like, that's just what Northwood has done. They're one of the most dominant teams we've ever seen and might ever will see in general in the collegiate scene, because they lock in, they do not make mistakes, and they are just efficient as heck. And so Akron knows coming into this one, it's an uphill battle, but Northwood is not, I would say, untouchable anymore. They are very much susceptible to taking L's in crucial moments. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen occasionally. And I think this Akron team, based on what we saw against Boise, they can play up to that level. It's just about how often can you make Northwood trip up.
Yeah, and maybe it's about making them trip up on defense as well. Because, Taco, what we did hear there from Tristan is that Northwood are going to be kind of camping out on that backboard, keeping the double taps a miss and making sure that they can get those passes that maybe Akron do like to get. So there's a few different things that we're going to have to keep in mind as we get underway with this match. I think players are ready. So before we hop into University of Akron versus Northwood University, we're going to hear a quick word from NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back to the Click It or Ticket NHTSA pre-match seatbelt check. Before we start this group stage competition, we ensure all players are properly secured and buckled up for safety. And there you have it. You heard the click. Now you click on the NHTSA banner below to watch the video on why you should click it or ticket. Casters, back to you.
All right, one spot available in the West group here. The first spot, excuse me. And it's going to go to either Northwood University or University of Akron. A matchup that we've been salivating over. And it's going to begin right here, right now, and almost with a goal from Line Blaze.
Almost, but that's not quite what's going to happen. But the thing is, it's not about stopping Northwood. It's about stopping them over and over and over again. And it's just so difficult. You got Lion Blaze. Some might say before Tristan, or back in the day, Tristan was really the unstoppable cheat code type of player. That's almost what Lion Blaze has got really ascended to. In his own words and in others, the best player to ever lace up here in Collegiate Rocket League. Let's see if he can make a difference alongside Hockey and Buddy, his longtime teammates, collecting just all the trophies possible in that trophy case.
That trophy case needed some extra shelves for sure for that team, and well, could be adding to it here as they look for the win and maybe a lead. Buzz off the crossbar, and well, bullseye follow. It has to be taken a bit high because it's stretched there down to the midfield. Akron trying to connect here. Their touches on offense, but Northwood University not giving them the time, the space that they need. Instead, it's taken all up by Hockey.
Almost feels like the Northwood effect here. A little bit of overthinking. Buzz open redirect that we saw just moments ago, and they try to put it top shelf. I think they were just so concerned at putting it flawlessly because they know what Northwood's capable of on both sides of the ball that ended up just kind of barring it out and just having to then recover from there. You have to take every single opportunity. That's the one key, let's say, beyond anything else offensively, is that you cannot mess around. You cannot go for anything tricky. You have to go for the highest efficiency shots you can muster.
Yeah, that question of what percent shot do I need to take here not only goes in the way of your opponents and who you're faced up against, but also just having the vision on the field. Because you may find those moments where you've disrupted Northwood enough, or you've got a good breakaway that you just need to place that shot. So although University of Akron going to be tested to play against their limits here, they've also got to have that vigilance on the field to see what moments do transpire before them. Hockey trying to maybe get a moment there for Lion Blaze. It's not going to work out too well for them, and Buzz is going to take this towards the net, but Lion Blaze, oh, well positioned to clear that out. Buddy follows this off the backboard there. Lion Blaze, another follow. That's going to be taken to the corner.
And Lion Blaze, a great positional player, knows exactly when to aggress, when to back off, and go to his teammates apparently, because that's a nice little dainty lob into the danger area. Buddy, and just cut that one out, playing an annoying touch, and he's playing that role well. He's just not leaving the ball alone. Akron finally gets the clear, but not much more than that. They still have to chase, and it's so hard when Lion Blaze is just playing keep away. Another ball back into the Akron corner.
Northwood University, boy, they love to work in this position right now, especially Hockey, who almost finds nearly a negative degree angle there towards the net, but even those shots are tough to get past this Akron defense. Tristan, oh man, 3 defenders to beat there. Just needs to amp up the pressure here. I will say, although Akron have had some shots to go, this defensive wall of Northwood just appears to be unbeatable.
And that's what really the most difficult thing to muster up about Akron or about Northwood is that when you watch them play, even look at the lineup for players who follow a lot of high-level play, you're like, yeah, I understand why this team would be so good, but what makes them so flawless is the fact that it's the perfect synergy of getting together talented players, but then also teaching them to play around each other in a great connection. These players have been playing together for a couple semesters now, and if you are not demoing, if you are not getting great passes off, if you are not busting out the mechs of your life, putting it right in the montage reel, it feels like you just can't break through even the midfield at times. And I think Akron are no strangers to that feel and doing well to persist in this game, only down by 1, but they got to find a way to break through sometime soon. That pass, not going to do it, off the wall and up into the ceiling.
Oh man, stretching there is Hockey. You can't really add anything to the reel unless you get some kind of goal to go, and that's what Akron is still struggling to do here. They lack possession here as well, as they're facing off in the corner once again. Northwood positioning themselves to just continue this possession. They've done effectively. Bullseye, a high touch here that Buzz wants to try and stretch to, but Lion Blaze meets it instead. Corner play here, pass out to Hockey, trying to work off that demolition, but still cut off by Akron. They'll continue to move up this field and look for that last chance in the final minute.
That's a spectacular setup from Buzz. Problem is they ran out of boost to be able to catch it. If they got that side boost, we could be talking about a different outcome, but instead it's back into the corner. And now with Tristan again, Demo to lead the way, but also both players missing something. Speaking of, that's a miss into Bullseye off the ceiling. No double, it's a sitter there. Buzz went. Now Tristan, that's also over the bar. LB taking no chances. Now it's to defend another double. It's sitting there on the near post, but the speed is still too great from Northwood. A symphony on defense. Everybody clicking together. They have another clear, and Akron has maybe only one more shot at it. There it goes, back into the corner. Northwood looking to close this one out with one final shot, maybe one last finish. Can you put a bow on it, buddy? No, but it don't matter much. 1-0, how it's going to end. 1-0 up in the series is Northwood.
Northwood University doing more than just reading some of these backboard touches and these defensive saves against Akron. Nay, they appear clairvoyant. I don't know how you match up against that many from Akron. They stacked up 12, but none of them met the back of the net. Northwood's defense appears as good as it possibly could be against Akron. Danger Taco, a team of strikers.
Yeah, and that's the most difficult thing to cope with, I think, when you're Akron. And honestly, a lot of teams is that when you look at Northwood, I think a lot of people, especially you're on Wikipedia, you're on a lot of these different bracket websites that you're looking at for all these tournaments, and you're seeing 3-0s, 4-0s. And oftentimes you're thinking, okay, well, obviously it's just a one-sided affair. No, a lot of games are like that, where it's just one goal is the difference between you and taking a loss. And that is the most crippling thing about it, is that it feels like maybe Northwood's slipping away. No, Northwood still has control of these games. They're looking confident. It's just that they have that grace under pressure where it doesn't feel like they fold. They don't give away easy goals. If you're getting a lucky goal against Northwood, you better count your blessings, because it's just not going to happen again. Game 2, trying to see if Akron and muster up something else here, or if that's just going to be a weird game 1. Speaking of, rare miss from Lion Blaze, not going to harm him too much as everyone is waiting for that contact.
Yeah, rare miss there, but when you talk about the consistency of Northwood University, you've got to credit a player like Lion Blaze on the decision making. I mean, you mentioned it yourself, Danger Taco. He knows when to aggress, when to attack, and maybe this is the moment to do it. No, Lion instead to the side wall that Buddy appears to want to control, but instead it's in favor of Tristan, and that corner read could have been lethal, but instead Northwood University will gear up defensively to just make sure the reinforcements are in place for each and every shot. Buddy is there and has boost to work with this. Runs out though on the pass over to Hockey up the backboard there. Tristan reads it and keeps this game level.
You know, the zest there is Northwood, but well played by Buzz to be able to fake the challenge and then try to just take pressure in. You channel it down the line. Bullseye looking for, I think, a pass middle, but I think maybe opted for the ground pinch instead. Buzz will take over into the middle. That's a touch errantly out into the middle. Tristan off the backboard. Bullseye looking for another one, but you saw Tristan talk about it before. Camping out on the backboard is Buddy. Not a lot of boost, but not much required to be able to get that clear through.
Yeah, listen, we know that Bullseye is going to hit those double taps, but there's not even going to be the chance to do that when Northwood defend the backboard so well. So maybe there is the situation where, as a striker, you just got to take it to the net. Forget about the backboard and believe in Lion Blaze, the first goal in.
And being able to get that flip reset is one thing, but staying with it is that pro player difference. The M80 starter able to just put that one right in their hood. It's almost like it's glued to it. There's so little you can do as a defender, particularly with no momentum. You really just have to hope that 50 goes anywhere but in your net. But the thing is, when you channel a 50 that well, there's really no other option for that ball to go.
Hardly any at all here. And Akron at a 7 game time minutes. Nothing on the board for this team. Have had their chances, but getting around Northwood appearing to be the challenge of a lifetime here. Maybe it's a ceiling play to truly get past him. Tristan does beat a defender, and the follow will beat the next. Tristan the bullseye for the connection Akron needed.
This is the bar for getting a goal against Northwood sometimes. You have to go off the ceiling, get a backboard read to the back post past 2 defenders, and then even still, you got to put that one home because you can't do it all yourself. That is why the rotation's in. That's why Akron is right back in it. Even off the kickoff, might have been able to get something, but Bullseye was able to recover off of that kickoff, and then right off of that immediate clear forward. Lion Blaze is lurking to tuck it home. Not like this.
Oh, man. Hockey so strong in the air dribble. Akron just trying to keep up right now, but as we said, Northwood, they know when they've got to attack. They know when they got to get back in that driver's seat, and they'll get the lead very quickly. Swift response from Northwood, but an even better power slide there from Buddy just to hold on to the ball there. Lion Blaze attacking as well. The give and go. Lion to the net. Oh my, done dirty.
And then one of the best 1v1 players in the history of NA, so knows how to take a shot, especially from a harsh angle, and it's exactly what you want to do. If you see the defense kind of moving up forward, and then they realize halfway through, looks like Buddy might be hitting that one to the corner. I don't know if I want to commit to that one through the midfield, and then they just find it right in the bumper of Lion Blaze. He notices that defense looks even slightly weird. I'm just going to slap that one top shelf and see what they do with it. And sometimes even the best teams here, like Akron in the collegiate space, are just not going to be ready for that one. Now, they had that brief moment. They had that goal. They seemed like everything was going their way, and now they're down by 2 with 2 minutes to go. It's not a fun time, but it's something that they're all too familiar with, as are many a team in the East.
Yeah, familiar to these challenges that have been very elevated as of late. Akron are trying to dominate the skies right now. I mean, we've been able to witness their only goal being from that position. Good save, good badgering there, but is it there on Lion Blaze's shot? No. Again, the placement. Too much for Akron to handle.
And this is just the classic efficiency that you're talking about. Many teams, we've seen even in this these types of matchups previously, where a ball will go across and it looks like a wide open shot, and then just not able to get across, or the shot's not right there, or the weak touch is there. Just like playing Northwood, you have to bring your 100. This is exactly the same that they bring to the game. They will bury that shot 10 times out of 10. They are just so incredibly efficient, and it is a really debilitating thing because you're not used playing a team that really just does not make mistakes. It's got to be such a cerebral experience to go through.
That's so difficult. And you've got to just be creative at this point. Akron, only 1 goal, again, out of these 2 games. And they spoke on the efficiency of Northwood University. We may see our most efficient series here. Not one of these matches have started out 2-0, but Northwood on the cusp of that. If they hold to this lead, maybe even extend it there. Buddy, great corner play there. Second touch, maybe the third in the net. And, Hockey just waits for this ball to be put in his lap here. Buddy out the side wall. Bullseye expects it, drills it down, but misses that second. Akron running out of time to steer their way into, some way to put this game dead even.
And being able to actually get some goals is, I think, the main thing you have to focus on if you're Akron, because I think the defense has been good enough, but I think part of it is that they don't have a presence on offense, and that helps your defense more than really any amount of saves can do. Being able to steal boost, being able to control that midfield, that will actually lean a game in your favor. But when you're really just trying to swat shots away and not able to follow them, that's when you start getting in trouble and you start to really just start getting buried under the avalanche that is the Northwood Timberwolves pressure.
Oh, they're looking for a lifeline. They're looking for a flare signal here. The University of Akron indeed slumped in that pile of snow here. And their only way out is a reverse sweep against Northwood University. We're starting off 2-0, commanding fashion for Northwood.
And Akron has been here before, and I know they have it within them, within that CECC Texas. They played this team, not this same roster, but they played some of this team in that grand final. They did fall victim, but they were able to take individual games. They looked really close at times. It's just, again, you have to bring it for a full 5 minutes. You can't just get away with moments.
Can't get away with those. Indeed. Maybe Akron need to push, be a little more risk-taking. Here, though, on the broadcast, presented by NHTSA, we say don't risk it, Click it or ticket. Before we get to game 3, match point for Northwood University, we're going to hear a word from NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
(2023) EsportsU Invitational continues here. We're at a 2-0 lead for Northwood University against University of Akron. And while it was pretty close in game 1, Danger Taco, Northwood and the way they are almost mistake-free dominated that game 2.
Yeah, and that's the biggest issue. I often compare Northwood to just a group of engineers. They're trying to solve a problem, trying to solve an equation. And at first, they look a little bit like they're chipping away at you, but then eventually it just feels like every team just gets broken down. They find all the variables, they solve it, and then once that hit clicks in, you don't reverse sweep. You don't sweep Northwood because of that, because they will always seemingly find out that way. And of the few series they have lost, it's just been a little bit kink in the plan. But for the most part, they're just so efficient of a team. And I think you start to see that it's like they're just leaning on the other team until eventually they just crumble.
Yeah, it's that bend but don't break that Akron have tried to adopt as a strategy, but suffered as of late, especially in game 2. Did dutifully so, though, in game number 1, where that goal was the only thing from Northwood that gave them that win. I think defense may need to be very fortuitous for University of Akron in this game number 3, because, yeah, that 1-point game may be achievable from Akron in game number 1. 4 goals from Northwood in game 2, though, that's tough to come back from.
It's certainly not something that you ever want to put your money on, because it is just so incredibly difficult to imagine the pressure that these players are under. I know a lot of people have been in competitive atmospheres before. This is definitely going to be something that I do not envy any of the players that have to sit across from Northwood, especially in a situation in which you got a reverse sweep. You just got to take it one moment at a time and hope for no peaks like that. My goodness, Hockey. If he found Lion Blaze on that one, I would have walked out the booth.
I might have had to do the same there. That was almost relentless. Northwood University. And the funny thing is, I asked University of Akron to maybe get a little more creative instead. Northwood finding the unique ways to almost score these goals, or just about do it. Lion Blaze, strong redirect in the net.
And honestly, this is a difficult read, too, because you're over the shoulder. You have to reach around that one and get the flick and make sure it's on target. It might seem kind of simple when they do it, but my goodness, the quick thinking on that, especially with a bullet right over their head. I really can't understate really just how impressive that one is, as you can see Lion Blaze try to keep it in again, almost picked out that back post, but not quite this time.
Not quite here. Strong push though from Buzz, and oh, if you landed just a moment sooner, would have been in position and placed well for that goal. See, these moments do still percolate for Akron, but the theme has been that they're just not enough. One team has been more clinical than the other, and that continues to be Northwood.
And then, again, it just comes through the tiny things sometimes. It doesn't even have to be the flip resets, the double taps, all these crazy passing plays. It's just making sure you are keeping the other team really just uncomfortable. There's 2 days to think about offense. I think sometimes it's putting the ball in awkward positions, and the other one is making sure that you are causing the defense to really stress. And I think if you fuse them together like Northwood has, then you got the perfect storm. And if you're Akron, then you're just trying to make sure you have your raincoat, because you're trying to do the same, but you're going to be spending most of the time on defense. That 1-for-a forward looked like it had some promise. The demo did not connect.
Yeah, there wasn't a connect on the demo. The shot wasn't on target either, so I think that demo, or the disruptor of Akron, was just put between a rock and a hard place. Not much you can do to get that score to go, though. Buzz, if it's on target with enough juice, which will be completed by Bullseye, yeah, that's enough.
They're just going all in on this one. Tristan gets a light touch, and you see Lion Blaze and Hockey just wondering, oh, I did not expect for you to go up for that one. And then suddenly Bullseye is saying, okay, just in case, not stealing a goal, just making sure that one absolutely crosses the line. And there will be some light at this tunnel, but it seems like every time one goal goes in, the kickoff rears its head. Not this time. Tristan had seen enough.
Not quite yet, but here it is in the midfield. Akron, could they work off of this momentum from their first goal against Northwood to do the unthinkable, the reverse sweep against Northwood University? It's a tall hill to climb, but it could all start right here. Oh, Tristan not on the right end of that ball. Buzz has to carry this out and away. And Lion Blaze strong pinch there. Opposite end, Buzz picks up the boost, but can't be buddy to the ball here. Awkward from Bullseye, who's just trying to contain this ball. Bumped away by Buzz. It's awkward. It's crazy right now for Akron, but they're still surviving.
Ooh, I like that pass, but the thing is, Hockey was ready and waiting for it, or at least some semblance of that play. Buddy to the back post. Lion is not there because they are playing that deeper third. Bullseye will give chase and get the first one. Tristan and Buzz at each other. Buzz will take the lead. The back post. Bullseye has a read and maybe the boost steal, but they're off for the pass. Tristan is there, and so is the shot. Not going down quietly as Akron. We're all level.
You gotta work off of this perceived momentum here, and what's been very strong from Akron is their lack of hesitation. Once a play is truly percolating, they're ready to pounce, and that's an even standing between Akron and Northwood with 2 minutes to go.
That's exactly what you need to do. Now it's focusing on the defense as well, as Lion Blaze will laser one of the back posts. Buddy was fallen, but not able to make contact. Hockey. Back pass, read by Tristan, pass one, and now Buddy actually awkwardly positioned. They bonk the post, Buzz coming in. They cannot bury the one for the lead. They're gonna have to shake their heads and go back into defense, which Buddy is not making easy, trying to just get that dunk. They also do not have this read back and forth here, Pyro. It feels like we've finally gotten a nice level footing game. We just gotta wonder how long is this gonna last and who maybe gonna put a foot wrong with some of these errant challenges in the midfield.
It is really that first time that you feel like Akron's not on the back foot, that they're not giving way to the unlimited pressure of Northwood University. And with a long possession here, they can continue that trend exactly, but that ball lands right into the hands of Hockey. Barrels it down the field. The Bullseye's forced to follow chase, and following in suit is Tristan. Half a tank for that extra touch of the air dribble. Lion Blaze contends against it. After each impending attack from Northwood University, Akron seemed to have an answer. Weird angle that Buzz can't keep up. Tristan out to Bullseye. Dunks Hockey. Could be positioned for a shot here, but no boost to follow up the ball.
Yeah, but that's well done by Bullseye. Sometimes you don't have the ball, just play off of the player. Gets the boost steal and the bump on Northwood, which then locks them in their half even more. Bullseye's not going to decide to go on this one. He'll play the read, but so will Tristan into the midfield. Buzz now ceiling. Looks like Hockey has that one, as that one's going to get sent perfectly all the way to the corner. Tristan's just going to have to catch this one, and final 20 seconds, it could just be silver goal territory here before we reach 0 seconds. Might not even see an OT, but mistakes coming out from Northwood. Somehow Hockey makes up for it with the pre-jump, but another clear goes through. Bullseye to the corner, and they just got to survive here. Do you play for OT, or do you go for the hero play?
Could be that last second play here from Akron. Maybe that is what they need. Tristan pulls it the way down the field, but it's to the ground. Northwood University would rather play an extra time. In game 3, we go to OT.
Trying to see if this can be the first game we see end in 3, or just destined for 4 like the rest of these games. Off the backboard, Buddy did not have the angle. Hockey says, no problem, we'll try again. Flip reset locked in. Not going to be used. The touch too far away. Lion into the corner, looking for the pre-flip, not gonna get it. Hockey and Buddy just waiting back, trying to provide support, but you can almost tell Northwood does not want to push forward as aggressively as they're accustomed to, because they know what's at stake. They do not want to just throw a game away off of something silly.
And there have been sort of those silly counterattack plays that work out for Akron, so maybe it's here again. Bullseye off the ceiling. It could have had its way down to the ground, but instead, Northwood poised to attack that off their own backboard. While they do want to still have those reinforcements in place on defense, we also see some of the players going for pre-jumps, going for some kind of nutty touches, so maybe still Northwood do pull off an exceptional play to close the series. Meanwhile, Tristan Flick doesn't get past Buddy, and that allows Lion Blaze to follow this. Bullseye, better end of the 50-50. Hockey wants to stretch this as far as he can possibly take it. There's the dodge on target, saved by Tristan.
And it's not over yet. It never really is with the Northwood attack until that ball is fully across the line with you touching it afterwards. At 50, roll back. It looks like some possession, but Lion Blaze is not leaving him alone. Lion very much on the hunt. Same with Hockey. Gonna check a player off of that backboard. Not going to work out. Bullseye reading that play, and that's going to force Lion Blaze to go all the way back. Giving that one up to Buzz, looking for a 50, maybe even a pass. Either way, go back in the line. Tristan will just opt for a longer hit. This is the closest we've seen to a stalemate, it looks like, in a Northwood series in quite some time. Even still, the inventiveness coming out, but not the contact to make the difference.
Akron have to be so careful here because they're giving up those very, very fortuitous passes across the field. That's a lot of midfield to give up, and maybe too much end on the goal side. No, Buzz, crazy save as the Akron defense collects it once again. They're pushing their way back down the field here as Tristan can't climb to the touch. Now Lion Blaze wants to collect and carry out. It's difficult, but he still makes two. Take off the backboard here. Lion wants the better angle on it, but he's still following, and Hockey not sure when to push in here. Not sure when to cut in on the rotation and be the sole man to carry this to the net. Now Hockey again, other side, pass out from the backboard. That could have been it, Buddy, to the top corner, but Buzz still saves. University of Akron will not give way, but maybe they will to the bump plays. Hockey demo, there's the shot from Buddy, crossbar down! Northwood cannot close the lid.
Northwood just trying everything. You see the bumps going through. They're seeing them abuse the backboard. Eventually just trying to bait Akron and using that last little bit of boost that they got saved up in the back. But you can see the diligence from all the Akron players. 2/3 of them always have at least 50 or 60. It's going to serve them well up until maybe they take that risk and reach a little bit farther down the field. We see Tristan get an uncharacteristic read all the way through. Now with the clear, Bullseye almost put that one home, but just off the mark. He's got 97 to work with. That's more than enough to maybe set up a dunk. Lion Blaze playing with fire, putting it right across the bumper of his opponent. He's lucky that did not go right back into the danger area.
Yeah, and it almost seemed very vigilant from Lion Blaze to be able to read the Bullseye wanted the dunk and find the angle around him. Northwood University survived it, a very tough test, and that's a tough ball to see out of the way from Buzz. He's gonna steal boost. He'll still be on the attack. Akron get a demo. Buzz gets a pass, but it's high flying, and that could dissipate the strong-willed attack from Akron, or not here. Hockey denies. We've reached our 4th minute in overtime, and maybe the final goal. We have Buddy takes the shot with the cleared lane from Hockey.
And all it takes is one. You gotta feel for Bullseye. They're getting back in time, but so is the Northwood attacker helping out on that counterattack, slapping the Akron player back, and yes, it will indeed end in a sweep. The first one we've had on broadcast, but it took some doing. Akron tried their hardest, but that is the issue. It feels like, yes, you can survive. You can even thrive sometimes on offense, but it's still just so difficult to summit that mountain.
And we said that from the beginning, Danger Taco, that playing against Northwood University, we know this. Teams are tested to perform at their limits. And honestly, in that game 3, I think we saw just about that from Akron. It took some very on-your-feet type plays on the transitions to attack. You know, I'm still reminiscing over those counterattacks that just eke their way past the defense of Northwood, but it pulled themselves to a 4-minute overtime. There's really no better display than a long OT like that, Taco, that proves Akron can go toe-to-toe with Northwood. It's just Northwood had the edge.
And Northwood being able to have that edge is not a, I would say, unique sentence when we talk about this, but it's the reason why when you watch that series develop, it looks so close, but if anyone looks at the series, they just see a standard 3-0 when we know it's not that. Games 1 and 2, very much so leaning in Northwood's direction, but that last game, Akron had the chances. It looked like there was those moments they could capitalize, and even when they did take great shots, great build-up, great pass, it's still saved away just in time from Northwood, or they're able to get away with it, or they're able to just endure through all that pressure. They're just so good at a certain point. You know that, yes, they're not untouchable anymore, but it almost feels like that still, even after all we've seen.
It does, because the end result is still the same. Win after win after win. Our first sweep, at least on broadcast, that we've been able to see today. and it was very, very impressive. Now, we are going to be able to talk to this Northwood team very, very shortly, but we do at least have in mind, Danger Taco, that we're going to get a rematch on this broadcast. Boise State, meanwhile, did get the 3-1 victory over Oregon, so shortly we'll get that rematch of Boise and University of Akron.
And again, that rematch is always nice to see because, I always like the systems and every format in which you can have a double elim in which there is the chance for be able to get your regain, not only within the bracket, but against the exact team that sent you down there is really important to see. Granted, when you're on Northwood, you don't really have to deal with that too often because usually you're taking the path, I would say, much preferably traveled on the upper bracket, and that's nice to see. So, yes, we will be having Hockey a little bit in now as he, yes, is locked in for the interview. So we'll greet him back into the booth and say, congrats on a dub. You seemed to call it a little bit earlier. I guess you can't be too surprised after that one.
Yeah, it's like hard to lose at this point, so.
You have to actually try. That's quite the interesting perspective as a player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's impressive. Hockey, would you mind taking us back to the final goal there in the long overtime? I think it was you who was going through that lead demo play. In your mind, was it going to be one of those plays where you just disrupted Akron, took them out of their swing for that last goal?
Yeah, so the previous few minutes before that, we had all the pressure, so I knew once the ball got boomed in their corner, I saw their last man awkward. He was half flipping, so I started chasing. I told Buddy to shoot.
In those scenarios, I know you guys are no strangers to going through upper brackets, getting these dubs, taking down these teams, and having some teams' numbers. But do you feel like you're starting to feel at least the strain a little bit? I know you guys definitely get a lot of dubs, but I feel like the parity has increased. Teams starting to push back a little bit. It's not all sweeps. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes these series. How do you guys deal with that? And how do you guys kind of reform your play style from series to series to keep on top as you guys do?
I'd say that we don't really look at replays or anything, but we do talk about different teams before the matches and what worked against them before, and just remembering back at when we played those teams, and that helps us a lot. But we don't really do any in-depth analysis on those teams.
Yeah, that's fair. You know what? Speaking of all these different teams, Hockey, obviously you guys move on to playoffs for next week to continue this invitational, and this sort of brings all the teams together. So no more West/Midwest teams. You've got the two East teams that moved on, which were UT, Arlington, and Stockton University. Your eyes set on really either of those teams that maybe you're looking forward to play, or players you'd be interested in meeting up against?
I'd like to play UT Arlington because we were supposed to play them at CCC Texas, but they ended up losing the IRSC in the quarters, and I wanted to play them because I'm good friends with Samba and all those guys.
Looking forward to it.
So going into that, if you are playing, I believe you are playing against Stockton in that game. Is that an interesting matchup whenever that does occur, since that is the rematch of that CRL World Championship back in the day? Of course, you play them in league play, but I feel like in any high-stakes situation, it's always interesting to see how you guys clash. Do you feel like that team is able to reach back into those heights, or do you guys feel like it just regardless, you just have that covered?
I think it's possible, but they had a roster move over the summer, bringing in Anthony Pizza. So I think it'd be tough for them to bring it back to where they were last CRL Worlds, but it's definitely possible.
All right, beautiful. Well, Hockey, well played today. Our first sweep, at least on the broadcast, that we got to see. So dominated it, and deservedly so. Thanks for the interview, Hockey.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right. Well, that was Hockey from Northwood University, storming their way on to next week, the playoffs of this 2023 EsportsU Invitational. Folks, it's been a long day, but we still got one more matchup to go. It'll be a rematch of University of Akron, that team you just saw, now once again up against Boise State University. As we take a break here, we'll hear from who this broadcast is presented by. A word from NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
We are right on back with the 2023 EsportsU Invitational presented by NHTSA. And the finish line is in sight. One more match to go. And here it is, University of Akron, Boise State University, the rematch to determine that final spot in the playoffs. The players are ready to interview, so let's bring them in. Come on, Buzz, Durtho. We meet again. We meet again. Durth, I'll start with you. You know, coming off of a win of Oregon, we didn't get to see the match. Clue us in. What went down?
Honestly, I don't remember much. I didn't have anything to eat this morning. So I'm a little groggy. But I plan to go to the gym later today.
Let's go.
So yeah, I'm really excited for that.
Is it arms day, leg day, back and shoulders? What are we talking?
It's a chest and
it's chest
and tricep day. I'm really focusing on my upper chest, so a lot of incline.
We like to hear that. We like to hear that.
So Buzz, what's your gym routine looking like today after the series?
I'll be honest. I'm getting myself a nice steak before the gym.
There it is.
And then after I get some steak, asparagus, we're gonna go. Bulls. Obviously, I don't got the gains like Mr. Durtho, but we'll be there soon.
Well, sometimes it takes the gains on the field, right? Listen, Buzz, coming up against a rematch. Obviously, that game one was played on West servers. As soon as it switched to East, you guys looked like you were locked in. Can we expect another 7-1 win or whatever we saw in that last match?
I mean, I guess we'll see. You know, I didn't really get a full breakfast, as Dartho said earlier, so I don't know how I'm feeling going in this match, but we'll definitely see soon how it goes.
An empty stomach meta. I don't know if it pays off, but maybe you hit a second win. Durtho, how you feeling coming into this next one? You got your chance for revenge V2.
It's not how I'm feeling; it's how my teammates are feeling. Let's be real. Gil. You know, it's Gil. Instinct is terrible. The other day I was, mid mid-match against Akron, I was looking at the recruits, Woozy and Preston. I was texting them. I was just like, "Yo, guys, just be ready. I'm very excited for next semester." Um, yeah, those guys are good. Instinct and Gil, they're friends. They're friends.
I can't take the instinct hate on the broadcast, man. Come on now, not from their own teammate. Oh.
Yeah, I think it's my job though, as their teammate, to be the number one hater.
Somebody's got.
Well, number one hater, but yeah, exactly. Someone has to. I think sometimes it's the worst thing. It'd be people say, "Well, Boise's so good in the West," and then you're just like, "No, I'm bringing them down to earth. Like, you're fine. You're fine. All right, you're playing fine, and hopefully you do play fine in this game. Best of luck, Buzz and Eartha. We'll let you go, get ready for the game. But yeah, this is gonna be a fun way to close out the series.
All right. There's the salutes. They're out. Whoa, that was right
Synergy.
on time.
The synergy on that was insane.
Okay, all right. Maybe those two link up on the field here, Danger Taco. I don't know what to expect anymore.
Not at all. I mean, it's fun. They're playing a little laid back. I'm sure they just want to, get into it so they can go eat dinner. As that was saying, I didn't eat this morning. I'm a little groggy. I don't remember much. That was arguably the most collegiate sentence I've heard in quite some time out of a player. That was my freshman through junior year, I would say, all back in the day. So I feel I'm on that. We should definitely be hurrying in and then get this game in.
Yeah, sometimes there's no time to grab that little Frosted Flakes container that's somewhere in the back of your room. Back in college, we all have those memories. Okay, all right, hold on. Maybe you could get some time as we're going to take to a very brief ad break and then an intro from Pauly, folks. Our final matchup coming up here, University of Akron, Boise State University. Let's hear first from NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Click It or Ticket NHTSA pre-match seatbelt check. Before we start this group stage decider match, we ensure all players are properly secured and buckled up for safety. And there you have it. You heard the click. Now you click on the NHTSA banner below to watch the video on why you should click it or ticket. Casters, back to you.
All right, the closing of our first weekend for the 2023 EsportsU Invitational. It's the West Group Deciders, the rematch between University of Akron and Boise State University. Well, BSU took game one in the last matchup, Danger Taco. It was Akron to storm against them with the next three wins. It's looking tough here already for Boise State as they look to get the better end of Akron.
Yeah. Akron is on the blue side, and that last series, it felt like they were like a Gyarados, charging up a Hyper Beam, taking one game, just, taking some L, and then after that, it was just obliteration, especially with that 7-1, maybe an 8-1 maybe, or I think it might have just ended 7. Either way, it was a lot. It's hard to keep track of it, so I'm sure Boise would love to rewrite that one. I think despite Dirtho kind of memeing here, he has faith in his team. He knows how good this team can be. It's just about actually activating it against this team that just seemingly always has the edge on them.
Yeah, history definitely all speaks in favor of Akron, but Boise State looking like the better team there on that push. Almost found back of the net. I'm very curious to see what role Gil plays in this matchup. Oh, and the save is needed from Instinct. It's a good link up between Instinct and Dirtho. Because that one win that Boise State did get, it was actually Gil that was dominating the shot count. We've mentioned him more as a pivot player, more defensively sided, but maybe there's that well-roundedness of the roster that's needed here against Akron.
And you do really need to be well-rounded, and even then some, because it's not about playing good defense and good offense. It's how those two link together. Transition play is arguably one of the most important things to lock down in Rocket League, because it's not just clearing and then you just simply flip the binary transition into attack. You really have to build to it. You have to make sure you're boosted up. You have to make sure you're all together. Otherwise, you're relying on solo plays, which Gil is trying to do right there. Not able to get that one to go. Instinct off backboard, but Dirtho nowhere to be found because they knew that clear might be coming.
So much time between touches here. A lot of range and space on the field right now. It is lending itself to some of these passing options in the infield. One that could have connected with Buzz's mistouch, and this is right off the crossbar. Gil can't find it between the uprights. Best play for BSU, may percolate into another. No, that drop down goes way away from Instinct. BSU gonna keep trying to attack here, but it felt like one of those plays might have been the one for him.
Yeah, but the good thing about BSU right here is that the ideas are all good. I'm a huge fan of what they're going for across a lot of these touches, so I'm not really upset at all when I do see those occasional glances go across. The passes go through, but the thing is, you're there on the backboard waiting for it. Bullseye's waiting for it, and not only that, he stays in the play and puts it back. A miracle save, and then a brutal miss from Akron. Somehow, we're still looking at 0-0.
All right, so we've got some kind of force field on the goal line of both nets. I don't understand how we've seen nothing so far. Akron scratching their head here, wondering how they didn't come away with a goal off of that firefight. And Gil, Musty there to get a little extra power on the ball. Maybe not as much as they were searching for. Maximum threshold of that shot power just unfound on that play. However, the pass should connect, and through the three defenders goes the shot of Buzz.
That's a tough one. Bullseye goes on through, and you can almost see Gil try to trail it through, and the worst thing to defend is when you're above the ball and it's dropping away from you. You have to meter out how far down do you go. Do you risk getting underneath it for the longer clear and then getting dunked over the top, or do you kind of fall on top of it and risk just going underneath? It's honestly a puzzle box that many defenders lock themselves in. Gil is no stranger to it, and my goodness, Buzz is no stranger to lurking in the goal box, getting a doink pass too.
Just lovely from Buzz, but as lovely from Bullseye. The double touches, whether it's off the backboard or the sidewall, from what you saw there, it's exactly what keeps Boise State's head on a swivel. They don't know what they have to react to, because Bullseye will find that tiny extra pixel on the car. Actually hit the ball on the hitbox. That's the word I was looking for. Meanwhile, Akron giving themselves the best chances to score off these great touches. They look to be in sync here on the tail end of game one.
Tail end of game one is looking like it is fairly standard here for Akron. Got your 2-goal lead, and that's just about how you finish it out, because we know one goal completely changes the landscape. Hey, about Gil trying to go all the way forward. No 50 is going to get scored, but keep the attack interesting. Instinct, more than enough boost to create, but how about pass? I think they waited for that flip too long, as there was a player there, but then that chance went by the wayside. Dirtho, can you rescue it? Not enough power to beat pass two, but that is a double commit. Instinct again, keeping it in the half, but where is the boost? It's the constant struggle. Do you go boost? Do you go ball? How do you make a difference? It's so difficult when Akron is swatting away absolutely everything.
God, you gotta respect, though, from BSU. They're giving themselves the best chances to score. Even Dirtho will be fine with waiting to take the shot until after the bump comes, but those effective touches just never came, whether it's on the ball or on your enemy's car. Tristan, slotting in for a double tap. It won't be found off the backboard one final time, and it's to the ground. Akron, 2-goal lead taken eventually in game one, and it's enough to hold them in the lead for the series.
And the streak has been broken last series of consistent Akron game wins within these series. But you can see Boise State, I wouldn't necessarily say game to game they're improving, but you can see that I think it's much more contested. They're going more horizontal in the Akron half. They're keeping possession. It's just finding those individual moments where you can have a direct strike on target and then have an actual coordinated follow-up. I think that is the struggle. I feel for Boise, this is an interesting situation in which you trust your teammates, you have your mechanics, but there's just something about that defensive rotation that it feels like you really can't orchestrate it well enough to get your true shot on target.
Yeah, listen, there's a reason that you're criticizing that defensive rotation. Like, think about that last goal that was scored, how all 3 defenders were jumping up for it. You just can't find yourselves in that position and say that you're going to take some cohesive strategy and tactics to defeat the opposition of Akron. It's got to stay stabilized through and through. And when you have scenarios like that do arise, that ugly head, for BSU, it's tough to combat it, but it's only the early onset of this series. Game 1 through and through. That is a win for Akron. It was a 2-0 victory. We're straight on to game 2.
We're going to see really just how Boise really settles in on these games, because ultimately it really does come down to how they want to handle themselves. I think this is very much so mental aspect. We talk about, how much you really just have to take every series individually, but I think it's so hard to do that. I think if Boise stays has that strong mental, like I've seen them play with on land. I've been able to be blessed enough to stand right behind both Akron and Boise, and both these teams have that stoic nature to them, but eventually that type of stuff will crack. No one can be a statue forever, especially when Buzz beating you through the middle like that. No double to follow, so Boise at least playing solid on the defensive side for the first minute. Maybe on the offense, too. Bump a tent, but Bullseye too elusive.
I mean, they're pushing everything. You have that option of push and pull on a lot of doors, and it is only push for BSU. They'll barge their way through some of these doors if they have to. Every single play, this team is offensively inclined. They're playing aggressively near their opponent's net. They're going for those bumps and demos on the goal line. Anything to get that first goal on the board. Yet still, Akron, they're safe to play that test, and you know what? If this bend don't break strategy is taken up by Akron, they'll have some great counterattacks. This one off of continued possession, pressure, ball just finding its way off the post.
That's a rough one from Tristan, because they're going for a pure accuracy on that shot, and they nearly got away with it, but going to work out in the end. Same with that Boise attack. Bullseye able to shade into the ceiling, and that would dunk actually from Tristan. Puts in a real awkward position. How about a second follow-up dunk? Now Gill working upfield, picking cherries, but not actually able to collect his harvest, as there's no pass to be found. The putback from Instinct over the bar. I think they're going for that top shelf, but instead now they're going to be pushed potentially to the gutter, if not for Gill making a great stop on the 2v1.
Oh, Bullseye searching for Tristan. It's a long rotation here, but it's enough to keep this pressure alive. And Bullseye just working the backboard now, but it's contested here by Buzz. There's Durtho out to Gill, intercepted by Tristan. Takes it over the Bullseye, and it's a shot quick enough to beat BSU.
The vision is just so good here, and I love plays like this from Tristan, because all 3 players are in his way, but he knows the actual path they're taking are taking him away from where Bullseye is situated, right in the middle of the action, and able to thread that needle so clean from Akron. And it's that full court vision that we have become accustomed to with Buzz, with Tristan, and now with Bullseye, just the next kind of iteration of such a dominant Akron roster here. And to go 2 up again. So we saw our first sweep there in those East groups. Maybe we're looking at another if Akron keeps this up.
It certainly feels that way, with Boise State still searching for their first goal in the series and conceding one after the other. A midfield stake claim has been set by Akron that BSU just cannot retake for themselves.
It seemed like a kind of awkward caught between a rock and a hard place from Gill. You need the boost to be able to continue the attack, but you also need the read on the ball. But if you go directly to the ball, you might not have anything in the tank. So I think they thought the wall maybe just a little bit farther away, had more time to gather it, and they did not. They will pay for that mistaken judgment, and Buzz nearly inflicting that punishment there personally. That pass down, going to be cut away. How about Bullseye off the ceiling, has a pass. He might just go for it himself, going for a double race that he does get it, but no functional contact, trying to flex those mechanics yet again.
I want to see Instinct do just that, though, with boost and the ball lofted in the air, but just wasn't in position for it. That's okay. You know, these players, though still yet to find the right goal, are searching for the right moment to strike. Of course, there's not a whole lot of time to be able to take to search for them, especially as a barrage of shots meet the goal line of BSU. It's a great save there. This ball was a little bit eclipsed of the goal line there. Durtho gonna sky to this touch, but as will Instinct. Oh no, Akron poised to pounce here. Tristan, high first touch, gonna bait an instinct, and Bullseye already up for it. He'll take it towards the net. That's off the crossbar. Buzz follow. That's gonna be just a miss, but Akron dealing damage, making it hurt for Boise State as they struggle to collect this ball.
And the thing is, from Boise, I've been watching them when they're on defense with that boost. The issue is that if you're not able to actually path correctly, ultimately comes down to hitting your shots when they come up, because you're not going to have much on transition. The first clear is going to go forward, and then your immediate follow is just going to go and get something in your tank, and it's just not sustainable after a while. Akron can do everything seamlessly. It's one of the hardest things to do in Rocket League, is keep all your concerns in the forefront of your mind. Also trying to be inventive at the same time. 2-0 to Akron, looking like it's going to stick for now. It seems like they are dominating this midfield, although Northwell's trying their best. Can't muscle through Tristan, though. A back pass into the Akron corner.
And just not enough time if you're BSU right now, though you're still going to try. Instinct takes it against two defenders, and Tristan will put the cape on, save the day, put that ball away, and Akron will go 2-up in the series against Boise.
They just got it on lock, as Buzz said, and it's not cocky. It's not just saying something just to say it. It's because they trust in the play style. Boise just can't do anything that is going to be so inventive that is going to be just completely upending Akron. There's moments, but if they can find the way that Durtho, Instinct, and Gil can use those mechs to break on the defense, get a bump or two, Boise's right back in it. But until then, it is just the zips.
That's the zips through and through. That's how it's looked, at least in these two teams, and how they've matched up together since game 2 of the previous match they played against each other. It's Akron all the way through. So many tools on the offense from Boise State University's side, but they just haven't gotten really the chances on offense to see them work that magic, at least not in that last game. Folks, it's match point right now for the University of Akron, but before we get to that game 3, let's hear from NHTSA.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were two guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. Two guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
This Invitational presented by NHTSA. Not wearing your seatbelt could cost you a ticket or your life. Don't risk it, click it, or ticket. Thanks so much from NHTSA for presenting this broadcast. We have that finish line right in sight. Danger Taco, or at least Akron does. A 2-0 lead in the series. One more win will push them to next week's playoffs.
You just gotta hope that you're not the hare and you're just right at this finish line and say, I'm gonna take a nap. Just gonna stretch a little bit, get through. But I think the thing is, we are motivated by something that is greater than the game. The hunger of a college student, knowing that this is the last thing they got to do before they can actually go to the mess hall, go actually out and get some food with their teammates. And so therefore, I think it's going to have to bring the best out of them. Boise is going to have to make the tough decision. Do you go for food or do you try to reverse sweep Akron? Either way, I think that they'd love just to be able to get anything out of this a day here, as this is, again, the West Group Deciders. So we are trying to figure out who is going to be joining Northwood. That was a group, a team trying to work their way through, and we're 5 minutes away from potentially crowning Akron as that team, or Boise has something left in their tank in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, we are what feels like very, very close to calling it for Akron, but, you know, Durtho's he's an animal on the field. I want to see him eat up some goals, all right? I'm sorry to take the pun that way, but I just know what Boise State are capable of. No! Gil, that was it! Still with the chance, and he'll get it.
I was actually devastated that did not go in, so it's so fitting that it does eventually go on in, and the player who misses it originally is the player who's going to get that goal. Gil, I think, rushing it a bit. That I think I've been there. I think we've all been there, where you feel like you need to rush that shot as quickly as possible, and then right as you hit it, you realize, I probably could have taken my time, and then just yoink it off the woodwork. So unfortunate, but hey, a lead does not come around too often. How about two is potentially Bullseye teed him up, but is able to recover just in time for a deflection.
You know what? We said maybe it took. Hold on. Oh, no, not the misread. And that ball taken to the corner. I just wanted to mention, you know, we said it would take Boise to get fired up to bring them back in the series. I wanted to mention as well, it might just take some inconsistency out of Akron. And granted, that first goal sort of coming from Akron not being as stabilized on defense as we've seen. I mean, we got to remind ourselves, Danger Taco, that's like the first goal that we've seen from Boise State this series. And it's been very much due to that defensive resiliency that we have become normed out from Akron.
You definitely become numb to it. You don't realize just how good they're playing. It's almost like, man, it seems like Boise can't do anything. And it's like, well, they can't do anything because Akron is shutting so much stuff down, or at the very least, they're playing great goal line defense. Maybe not right there, as Instinct, I think, might have gotten bumped up and over the shot. If so, that was some of the best defensive improvisation I've seen in a bit. How do they get out of this one? Double commit there, as Instinct thought Dirtho needed some help, but Dirtho apparently thought he had that one himself.
Yeah, you know what? Oh, he's going to need to play it on the back line right now. Bullseye still attacking here. Still deadly, but not without that touch. Inconsistency has been the theme here. A few missed touches in a row allows Instinct to just bomb this way down the field. It feels like whoever can sort of get composed in this game 3 and start acting clinically might just be the winner of this game. There's no acting with composure here, though. Bullying them away from the goal line are Akron.
This is so frustrating to deal with because Bullseye is taking that one slow, and Dirtho spawns just in time to watch his teammate get cyberbullied into the functional locker of the pitch, into that back of the net. So that is going to be Akron tying things up, and your Boise, that's the last thing you wanted to see, especially on a counterattack. And oh no, don't make it even worse. Off the kickoff, Tristan, all the time in the world to get a lead.
This is difficult. We've seen this before, at least in the previous match between the two, is that Boise State sometimes have difficulty getting situated on the back line from those kickoff situation. Working to your foundation off those pivotal moments can either push BSU ahead of Akron or leave them failing behind here. Oh, Buzz, just a demon here, bumping Instinct out of the way. Oh, now in position to take this to the skies here. Instinct, had the read, but Akron all the more better on the backboard.
Rocket League, a game of fantastic skill expression, so much unique flavor every player can bring in. Feels like a game you can recognize a player just off how they move, and yet it's a game that's so frustrating because of those little bumps coming on through, because it disrupts that lovely flow state you're into with your car, with the boost, with the air dribbling, and I think Buzz is showing off exactly why it can be so tilting. He has been the disruptor for a lot of the squad. Thing is, Akron hasn't been completely foolproof in this third game. I thought that one actually might have been a roller, but instead, it's not going to get away with it. Now open net, Bullseye, can they bury it from the angle? Yes, they can. Reach into the skies and spiking it back down to the ground.
You know, Taco, I like how you maybe gave the chance for Boise State. Can Bullseye sink this? Oh, come on, of course he can. We know the inevitable, but, you know, we got to make it interesting. Impressive there from Gil, trying to get there in time, but Akron, you know, not only with that play, but this series sort of trying to prove what felt inevitable.
And inevitable, it feels kind of a rude statement to say, but when you're playing as clean as Akron is, that's just how it is. And it's also just more fuel on the fire of the inevitable CRL East, CRL West debate, where West is kind of just lagged behind, and it's honestly not even a fault of their own. There's very few programs that put in the work. Boise is one of the few, and we heard from Dirtho, this is just the sampler platter. This has been their starters for a while. They have new recruits coming in, some insanely talented players. So if anything, Boise could have two teams competing at the very top of CRL. And right now, this could be a last hurrah for this exact roster. But the thing is, they need to make sure some of these shots go in. This crossbar is so swole. It's getting quite the workout of this series. My goodness.
Everybody's getting a workout today, including the woodwork. But Boise State worked their way back into this game. We know their capacity to do so, but it's still going to take a monumental effort here. Bullseye, what a touch towards their opponent's net here. Tristan, is actually stolen of the ball here from Durtho. Pass up the ceiling. Buzz can't get to it. And Durtho's going to turn into this once again. Gil poised to take this towards the net. Has it Tristan off the ceiling to deal with there. Instinct turns on the ball. Is going to be Buzz to it. Pass off the back wall met by Bullseye. They just can't get past Akron. A stonewalled defense will secure them this win. 10 seconds to go. And that result just about final unless Durtho ground pinch. Instinct shot off of the backboard. That'll do it. Akron moved their way to the playoffs of the 2023 EsportsU Invitational for next week.
Teams are consistent for many a reason. Sometimes people say there's not enough teams that can stand up to them. Most teams that try to stand up to Akron and also their West Group assistant team there coming through with Northwood, they just will really be able to waylay everyone in their path. Credit to Boise, GG's to them, but Buzz and the gang just too strong. All they needed was just a couple bump plays, a little bit momentum shifting in their favor to be able to decide this West Group.
This is Boise State University. The reason I'm sighing is because we know what this team is capable of, Danger Taco. Obviously, University of Akron have had their number again and again. And, you know, right, when I said inevitable, it was just the way that today has gone. The momentum so much in favor of Akron. And it's so difficult for Boise State to claw their way back. But there were just those chances in front of the net that with a little bit more precision would have went in, would have made the game closer, but it just wasn't their game today. Akron take them down twice, and, well, Taco, that's enough to put them into next week's playoffs. We have our 4 teams, finally.
And they'll be playing up against UTA, so I'll be curious to see how Buzz talks about it. They gave us a little hint there, but I think this is just another example of Akron showing up on the day, getting it done. Now they get to go eat, which is great, but the thing is like, you got to get the job actually finished, and Akron are experts in doing that. Even when we've had all these insane teams join the midst of CRL, you're still finding a way to finish top half of the table, top 4 in the Eastern region. It's just incredible to see the consistency that even the players who dominate years ago, usually when they fall out of meta, are still able to compete at the very top.
Had some endurance if I've ever seen it. We've had some endurance to get all the way through these matches today. 4 teams will play in the playoffs, but we still gotta hear what they're thinking over on the side from Akron. We're gonna pay our respects to where this broadcast is presented by NHTSA. Has a word before we get to that interview.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.
All right, we're live, and Buzz, we got you here. We got you here. We've had you on the broadcast a couple times already. This will be the final one, at least until next week, but you've secured next week. Congratulations. The win's got to feel good to know that you're going to be in for next weekend.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I told you, I'm not going to lie. I told you we're making a day 2.
He said it. He said it.
And so you're going to get a little change of scenery, I suppose. I mean, these groups already kind of mix, I would say, traditional East-West boundaries, but you're going to be playing up against UTA. I mean, what's your history looking like with them, and how you feeling going into that confidence-wise?
I mean, to be fair, we got Bullseye on our team, and that guy just lives rent-free in Samba's head, so I don't even think I need to do anything on that field. I'm not going to lie. I think we're already going to win just, like, stepping on the field.
Okay, all right, fair play. It's only been confidence from you, Buzz, and we love to see that, but it's also been a testament to your teammates. You mentioned it yourself, Tristan and Bullseye. I mean, what does it take for the team to pop off in the maneuvers that you had today? Like, are y'all just in free play, hitting, like, the training packs, like the double taps, the resets? Is that what it takes? Like, at least give us a secret to the sauce, something.
The most sauce I can give you of Akron's little secret is you better watch your back because I'm going to be coming to demo you.
Ooh, okay. It's fair.
Yeah, at a certain point, I feel like the comms just break down. It's not passing. It's not calling out situations. It's just going, I'm chasing. And then they're like, oh, okay, just chase the last defender. Just go from there, and eventually something will break down.
Very much so. I remember the OG days this year. We would target certain players before we got into a series. So it would just be that person was my target, and we might have to pull that one out again.
So, do you feel like that psychological aspect is important in the current meta of Rocket League? Just really be like, let's see if I can tilt this player enough by the end of game 1, then the series is already over.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, at the highest level of Rocket League, it's not even a skill game; it's a mental game. Keeping your head in the game is honestly the biggest thing, in my opinion. You can be as good as you can be mechanically, but if your head's not in there, you're going to lose it. So we try to knock people's head out of their brains out of their head. Make them not think as much.
Pretty much. It's effective. All right. Get your head in the game. That's what we heard here today from Buzz. Thank you so much
That's a
for being
DMCA.
here today. On me.
Here they come.
On me. Listen, Buzz, I'm looking forward to next week. I hope you are too. We'll see you then. And thanks for the interviews today.
Thank you. See you all then.
Beautiful. Another salute there from Buzz. Takes us to the end of our broadcast. What a showing, Danger Taco. I mean, any final thoughts from you in terms of, I mean, we have our 4 teams already. We got UTA and Stockton. They're going to meet Northwood and, of course, University of Akron. We just heard from Buzz. Is this sort of what you expected in terms of seeing out our final 4 teams for next week?
I would say, yeah. I mean, this is the 4 teams that I would expect. It makes up for a fantastic thing, so we'll be seeing them a little bit next week with 2 semifinals, a 3rd place, and a final. So you got 4 matches to look forward to on the 27th. But it's been a pleasure casting with you, also working with Colton from EsportsU in the back end, pushing buttons, making sure we sound and look good. Same with that stream and overlay and all that good stuff. So shout out to NHTSA as well for being able to provide stuff like this, because this is just so fun being in the booth, watching the best of collegiate go to work.
It's nothing but the best over here. There's no doubt about that. Thank you so much, of course, to NHTSA and Click It or Ticket. Buckle your seatbelt to make it home safely. Don't risk it. Click it or ticket. And don't forget about it. Don't forget as well about our next broadcast, which Danger Taco already alluded to. We're excited to do that on May 27th. Playoff bracket, the top 4. That begins at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Folks, this has been part 1 of the 2023 EsportsU Invitational presented by NHTSA. I have been Pirate J. That has been Danger Taco. Shout out again, Colton in the background. We'll see y'all next week.
Game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
There were 2 guys. Neither guy wore their seatbelt. One guy got a ticket, one guy didn't. 2 guys drove home from work. One guy wore his seatbelt, one guy didn't. One guy made it home. One guy didn't.